Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
I mean, the White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I say ladies and gentlemen, but, you know, having looked over my analytics for the past year, 98.1% of you are male. All right. So at least on YouTube, it's just gentlemen. All right. There's Stacy Pastry. And then there's Stacy Pastry. Like, I think Stacy Pastry, I think you might be the only one. What the fuck is all over my shirt? Oh, God damn it. You ever put on deodorant and then, like, the deodorant stains your black shirt? I'll be right back. I don't have to worry about wearing a wife beater in front of you guys, since Tim Pool's camera setup did me so goddamn dirty, made me look as fat as I possibly could. I mean, I am fat, but goddamn, Timcast's side camera, that shit was rough. The fuck? We don't need to see that crap? Oh, shut up. Dude, that shit was rough. I just got back from Timcast. I've been home for a little bit. You're too tall for Tim's mic? Yeah, so look, I'm fat. I'm not gonna make excuses for being fat. I'm back on the losing weight grind. All right, I'm gonna do it. Next time I end up on Timcast, I'm gonna be like 20, 30 pounds lighter. All right, that's my current life goal, is to get back on that program and be lighter. But dude, it's a side camera, and then the microphone won't go off the table more than like 8 inches, right? And so like I had to put the chair all the way down. I had to put the chair all the way down, And then because the chair was all the way down, my knees were like up, and I was like, eh. And then like I had to like hunch over to like talk into the microphone. So like my knees were up under the table, and I was like, felt like a little kid on like a little bitty chair, and I was hunched over so that I could fucking use his microphone. And then it's a side angle on top of that, and it was just like, how fat do we want to make you look? And told me to get on that. I was just like, can I extend this? And they're like, no. And I was like, oh fuck, man, like this is gonna be rough. And then people were like, it's just because you had on a shitty shirt. I need you guys to know that I bought that shirt and hoodie at Kohl's Thursday morning before I drove to Tim Pool's. It was brand new clothes that I picked out for that place. I was like, I don't want to be too formal because Tim's always wearing a black t-shirt and a hoodie. I was like, so I'll wear like a hoodie with like a button-up, shirt underneath. That'll work, right? And I'll go to Kohl's because it's the only place I can buy my actual like size. And I need you to know that they already made a GIF of me. Like Tim Pool people are spread around a GIF for a while called Fat Baka. Fat Baka No is the name of the GIF. It's just me going, no. It's and like I saw that, and I saw hundreds of comments just being like, I can't believe the fat ass soy boy was the one who was based. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, like I gotta lose weight. Like that, I knew what it was like to feel like a 12-year-old girl on Instagram. Like I was like, oh, I get it now. Like you just have hundreds of people calling you a fat ass, and it feels bad. It was like, dude, I was so gross and fat on Timcast that not one, not two, dozens of people said that I personally had shattered their belief in physiognomy, because if they had only looked at me and Connor, they would have assumed Connor was the based right-wing libertarian and that I was the soy boy leftist pretending to be a conservative. That they no longer believe in physiognomy because of how disgusting I look. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. Fuck, man. It's like, this is cool. I'm glad everybody in Tim Pool's is like on my side politically and says I was base, but Jesus fuck. I was like, dude, this is bad. I gotta lose weight. Dude, there's like a couple of people that were like hardcore on his side, and like I would see them in the comments and they would be responding to every comment because they were just desperately trying to like turn the tide. I don't have anything major planned for tomorrow, so we'll probably go over it tomorrow if you missed it. Cause like I didn't get through half my notes because Connor was just so fucking ready to just shift the conversation into nebulous bullshit. And like I was trying to be polite to Tim, but like Tim, I guess, really wanted Connor to like explain his ideas more. And at one point, like I tried to shut down Connor and was like, hey, that's cool. That has nothing to do with the debate topic or any of the arguments that I gave. Like, you're completely sidetracking the conversation. And then Tim Pool like shut me down. Was like, that's not very helpful. Like let him speak some. And I was like, oh fuck, all right, I gotta be even nicer than I thought. So, and then people in the comments were like, should have been meaner. But there was even a bunch of people in the comments that were like, dude, why did you let Connor speak so much? The guy was retarded. Was Connor aware that the topic would include early 20th century history? I mean, I don't think Connor prepared at all. The only thing Connor had was media training that he got from Democrats, right? Like you could tell he had media training in these issues because he made an entire labor theory of value argument and was like, I don't believe in this, but anyways, and then went into a whole like, I'm wrong because communism is right. So like, whatever he, and then he had a very, very canned and specific intro. But he didn't have any connection to the actual arguments. So like, it seems like what he was doing was just utilizing talking points that he's been learning when he's been getting paid in DC. and I'm assuming he's getting media training to like, along with Valor Media, which is like a left-wing organization, which is his new left-wing organization, to try and like pull young men away from the red pill into voting Democrat. But he's somehow a conservative. He just doesn't like Trump or some shit. So it's like, I don't think, even if I gave him all of my sources and said, this is what I'm talking about, I don't think he would have researched or like gone into that in any way, because he wasn't researching for himself. He was researching like talking points about masculinity and like gender issues. You should shave? What? No, I'd look like a fucking beluga whale. You know those little fucking blue whales with like the little like sonar hump on their head and like the chin? Like that's what I would look like. But I'm excited to be back. And I had a fun time. And Tim Pool, also, I'm not going to shave my fucking head. Like, what are you talking about, you weirdo? His image in conservative circles is getting worse and worse. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I made a couple of his shorts. How'd I get on Tim Pool? For working hard for 3 years, but also Doobie. Let's be honest, Doobie. Doobie connected me with Lisa, his booker. And I can't say, there's some stuff I can't say because of NDA, but like I think there's like I can say that like I'll probably be back at some point for some form of content. That's what I can say. And I can say Tim Pool's compound. I can't say much about it, but it was dope and fucking surreal and weird to be surrounded by like famous people. Like at one point in time, it was like such a strange experience because like I was talking to this lady and she was really nice and cool. And I was like, oh, like, what do you do here? And she's like, oh, I just come here to hang out, skate the skate park. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, you know, we were just talking about some other shit, talking about like family and kids. And then like, and she was just like, yeah, nervous. She was like, I remember one time I had to give a speech to the vice president, you know, of China. And I was like, fucking, hold on. Who am I talking to? And then she was like, yeah, no. I was there for like the Olympics and stuff. And I was there like, and like, we all had to give like speeches or whatever to like justify skating, you know, and like make sure the Chinese like, you know, were cool with it or whatever. And then so like I had to do this speech and it was like really nerve wracking because I'm just a skateboarder. And I was just like fucking Olympic qualifiers. God damn. I hate you sometimes, Mark. Mark has nothing to say other than to come in and be like, actually, you're fucking wrong. It wasn't the Olympics, it was the Olympic qualifiers. Fucking. Anyways, I was telling a cool story before you had to come in to be like, you're fucking dumbass. Fucking get out of here. Get out of here with that shit, Mark. But he gave me some beef for my dinner, so I can't be so mad, but also, whatever. That was my general opinion of Tim Pool. Honestly, I walked away feeling a lot better about Tim Pool. He was like really cool. He wasn't an asshole to anybody. Like nobody was afraid to say anything. Like none of his employees were like, you know what I mean? Like, oh shit, the boss is in the room kind of thing, right? At least I'm not talking about Mary or the Pixar mom waitress. Look, I wasn't going to get into it. I might at some point. Who cares? Everything that isn't revealing Tim Pool's location or the situations there is fine. But yeah, no, I mean, like he was also taller than I thought. Like Connor is like 6'3", 6'4", right? I'm 6'5". And I thought we were just gonna like dwarf Tim Pool because like I don't know, in my head he was like a little half Asian dude, but he's like he's like 5'10", 5'10", maybe even 5'11". Like I was like, what is happening here? But yeah, no, he was super cool. The place was super cool. Everyone was super nice and just open. Like I just wasn't expecting like I was expecting a much more awkward, kind of snobby environment, and like I didn't get any like all the vibes I got there. Like, and it did not take long before people started saying wild shit, right? Like, it took me like just like a little bit of talking before one of the people was like, so when I was backpacking across Africa, I was really trying hard to get Jenkum. It's like I thought people in Africa loved fucking, you know, drugs made out of shit, but apparently they weren't. It was a lie. And I was just like, yo, Jenkum in Zambia. That's where it was, Zambia. Yeah, dude, I thought Tim Pool would have been short. No, he's like a slightly taller than average guy. I mean, Connor and I were both a lot taller than him, but like I don't know why. I just like everything, the vibe that I got from him, and also like Tim Pool's exactly the same when the camera goes off, in terms of like how he feels about politics and is like the way he discusses it. Like, it's not an act at all. Yeah, like I thought Tim Pool would be like you know, I don't know, like just you. I have such a bad opinion of everybody that's like, maybe he paid me to say this. I didn't make any money, all right? Maybe Connor did from Valor Media or whatever, but I didn't make any money. I look a lot different when my whole body is on camera. I mean, yeah, dude, look, I'm fat. I am fat. I will give you that, okay? But that fucking side camera lens with the seat all the way down and me having to hunch over to reach the mic because they won't let the fucking microphone go up for people that are 6'5" makes me look fatter than I am. Like, I'm fat, but yeah, what the fuck? We got 28 viewers and only 10 likes. Like, hop in here and give me some likes, boys. I'm not blaming the camera. I'm saying that, like, I'm fat, but, like, the camera did add a couple pounds. And, yeah, I definitely need to lose some weight. Like, that is my current goal. You ain't 300, are you? No, I'm about 265, 270, but I'm 6'5". Dude, if you guys don't shut the fuck up about the drip. I bought a brand new shirt and a brand new hoodie for this show. It was awesome that you had this opportunity on his show. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like I'll probably be back, to be honest with you. Do I drink too much? No, I don't. What the fuck is HR? Who are you? You know, like, what a dick. No, I don't drink too much. I don't drink alcohol hardly at all. And I actually eat really, really healthy. I'm very cognizant about like what I eat in terms of like content. I just eat too much. I don't work out enough. I also, for the record, not that it's an excuse, but I do have a rare degenerative disorder, right? Like I do break bones. Well, usually I break ankles or joints or fracture like joints. Like, I need a hip replacement in my right hip. Like, and my rheumatologist is like, hey, we're going to do that when you turn 40, because then by the time you turn 40, you won't have to ever do it again. Have more milk? I drink A2 grass-fed milk. That's what I drink. Every now and then I drink like organic or like Fairlife or something when the grocery store doesn't have it, but I drink A2 milk. Like, it's not about what I'm eating. It's just that like after stream, I'll eat another big thing because I'm hungry and I get too many calories and I'm too sedentary. So I'm going back on fasting, but also like, fuck you guys. I'm not going to buy a rowing machine for my apartment. I'll just replace my bones. Dude, what do you mean? I'm not playing the genetic disorder card. I'm telling you everything. I literally said the main problem is that I eat too many calories and I'm too sedentary. I'm not blaming anything else. But yes, I do have a degenerative connective tissue disorder. Right, I do break bones way too often. And yeah, with the classic Marfan, Marfan syndrome, so classic. It is very similar to Marfan, but but like I have signs and symptoms presenting with Marfan's, but I don't have the genetic markers for it. Like I have the like increased wingspan, the height, the extra connective tissue disorder. I have an enlarged aortic valve in my heart. So I have like a lot of things that if I didn't have a genetic test, you would just assume I have Marfan's. But I've had the genetic test and I don't have the markers for it. So the rheumatologist is like, I don't know, you got one of them unknown diseases. Looks kind of like Marfan's. I was like, oh, that's kind of how that works. What's going on in here? What's my taste in music? This is going to sound like such a cop-out when I say like a little of everything, but I like metal. I like hip-hop. I like... It just depends on like what mood I'm in. Sometimes I'll listen to EDM. Obviously, I'm listening to EDM right now, but that's just because it's like copyright-free music. That's just like background music for you guys. I'm not a big fan of like pop or anything like that, but like I do like post-punk and like kind of like poppy kind of punk. I'm not a big fan of like traditional punk. Like I wish I liked traditional punk. That'd make me more like based or whatever, but like I don't know, just listen to being like, Polly wants a cracker, maybe I should get off of her first. It's just like not that fun to me, but like some Bayside being, you know, like Bayside is dope. I like classical music. I like classical music's all right. Like sometimes if I need to like study or something, I'll put on like that famous Moscow oh god, I can't remember the pianist's name right now. The super famous pianist that did that Moscow concert of Chopin. Like I love Chopin, but like I'm more into Broadway music than I am classical music. Yeah. That's it, Brax. Like that Moscow concert of Chopin is just like the best. Debussy is the goat. Oh God, no, not Liberace. I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to say you're a metal hip hop guy and people will know what type of stuff you listen to. Yeah, I feel like once I tell people I'm a metal hip hop guy, they're like, oh, you listen to everything but like modern country. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Scott, did you see the dire wolf they brought back from 10,000 years ago? I don't like the idea of that. That doesn't sound cool. I like to listen to some old country if I'm in the mood, but I'm very rarely in the mood. If I'm in the mood, I'd much rather listen to bluegrass, right? And even modern, like contemporary bluegrass is a lot of fun. Like Trampled by Turtles, you know what I mean? Like You Wait So Long is like a fucking like, dude, I can get going to that, you know? Like I listen to a motherfucker nitpick on the git fiddle. Fuck yeah. You know, like I do love like some bluegrass, but I'm not really I'm just not a country fan as much. I've tried. And even the country I do like, I'm like, I like this. And then they'll be like, yeah, that's like country and bluegrass. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I just like bluegrass kind of. Not really a country fan. I do think there was like the poppy modern country of like the late 80s, early 90s is kind of good sometimes, but only if I'm really in the mood. You know that Key and Peele sketch of country? Find me a rope and find me a tree. And he's like, yo! It's like, I'm talking about building a tire swing. Dwight Yoakam? Yeah. I mean, I listen to a little bit of everything, but predominantly, like if I'm just like throwing some music on, it's almost certainly going to be metal or hip hop. And then if I'm in the mood for something else, then I'll listen to something else. I told people on Twitter that I would talk about this, so I do want to talk about this. So let me find this real quick because I just need to I need to talk about this for a second. There we go. So I feel like everybody remembers this, but nobody on the left understands this. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir, so I'm going to keep it relatively short. Well, that's not the screen I wanted. This is the screen I wanted. There we go. All right, so does everybody remember this video?
Gen Z boss and a mini. Gen Z boss and a mini. Itty bitty cheese and a ball. Itty bitty cheese and a ball. 5'3" and an attitude. 5'3" and an attitude.
So this angers every male, right?
New friend green and a sneaky link. New friend green and a sneaky link. Fake 10 hands and a hoop. Fake 10 hands and a hoop. Gen Z boss and a mini.
We don't need to go over it anymore. You guys get it. Not silly. All right, that's fair. I totally understand that. But so there's been like a ton of fucking people that have been like responding to this guy. It's like tariffs or this, tariffs. And I was like, hey, I'm gonna talk about this because like the left just does not understand what's going on here. So to the people that don't get it, why is this like such a visceral thing? Right? Like why is it that this like so many men are upset by this? So first off, what it actually is like an all-female company in Australia that is like does like some type of fashion work, right? But what I think most men see in this is a representation of the modern female in the workplace. And there are so many men that saw this video and it actually hurt to watch that video. It was angering to watch that video. And it's not because men hate to see women at the workplace or that they hate to see women having fun. The reason men found this so cringe is that there are a ton of men in society that work 9-to-5 jobs in corporate America or in the tech industry where there is an entire new class of worker that has existed, especially with like in tech industry with like DEI hiring and things like that. And what they feel when they see that is that as a representation of that new worker. Because so many men, what they do is they have a job where they work with women and they work underneath women. And these women are constantly micromanaging. They are constantly emailing them to like, give them updates on like what the work they're doing is. They are constantly having meetings at the workplace about like respect or about how to talk to people or about the appropriate channels to go through. And all of these things that are in the domain of like female necessity, not male necessity, right? Men don't need to know how to manage relationships in the workplace unless they're there with women. Men don't need to know how to worry about respect and whether or not something they say is too offensive for another person unless they're working with women. And so what they have is these men that just want to work, and they see these women doing this, and it is the epitome of that. It is these like relationship building, fucking team building things they have to do at work where they're just sitting there going, I have work piling up at my desk. Can I please just go get my work done? But no, we're going to do a team building exercise where we're all going to say something about ourselves as we go around the table. And then we're going to do like all of this, like it's all of that shit. And so it's like to people that work in construction, to people that work in like masculine roles, to people that work in the trades, they don't get like why men hate this because they're like, I just see women dancing at work and having fun. But to dudes that work in like the tech industry, where like they have to constantly go to meetings to be like, oh, this is gonna let's talk about our Jira board and how many t-shirts this exercise is gonna talk about and all, it's all of that shit. And that shit is exacerbated by like women voting, welfare, DEI, workplace environments. Oh, we have to hire more women and be more diverse. And then we have to have more meetings about diversity so that we can get higher scores on our ESG scores so that the company can get better loan interest on our loans so that we can get more investment because if our ESG scores are too low, we won't do that. And so it's all of that shit in corporate America that they see these women having fun and they're like, oh, it's those bitches. that won't just let me do my fucking job. And then I don't, and we have had this shift where like relationship building and networking is now more important than work performance. And so men are constantly feeling like they're picking up the burden of other people and having less and less time to get their work done by those types of people. And then those types of people that do really well in those, like, you know, oh, Susan really likes me and blah, blah, blah. They watch those type of people get promoted and then become their boss. And it's the very type of people that are just standing in the way of productivity at work. And it makes men go crazy because they realize that our Western economy is fake, that like there's a massive amount of unproductivity that is just weighing down on people like them. And they see that shit and they go, oh, like fucking, I can't stand those types of people. It's not about those girls having fun. It's about like what they represent in those people's personal experience and lives. And until the left like begins to understand like what all this DEI, diversity, woke bullshit in corporate America means to normal dudes, they're not going to get that phenomena, and they're just going to be like, oh, it's misogyny. And it's like, no, it's not misogyny. Nobody cares if women have fun. It's like, so I felt like I said I was going to bring it up on stream, but then we were kind of talking about Tim Pool's place, which I probably should have expected. But like, I just wanted to like point out, like, that's what's going on. And like, you can say that those feelings, that they shouldn't feel that way, or that it's not a big deal. Or you can say that like, you know, like, and like, we can have that conversation. But at the very least, you have to understand why that's happening. It's not fucking misogyny. It's not a bunch of dudes that are like, oh, women in the workplace, we hate women. I once had a job that 90% women employees. I don't need to extrapolate for any other guy that's been there, and for those that haven't. It's worse than you'd ever think. It's a green new social hierarchy deal. Yeah. I get it now. I can't work in large corporations because the HR mentality. It's been 15 years since I had myself in that environment. It has gotten overwhelmingly overwhelming. It has gotten astronomically worse, chairman of the board. Like in the last 10, 15 years, it has become like all of those things that you hate have gotten way, way worse in corporate America and the tech industry. HR LinkedIn mentality, exactly. I'm sorry, Mence. Social media made it much more powerful. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I just gotta check my Twitter, see if that person responded. Message requests. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. All right, there we go. I was talking shit on Twitter, and then I was just like, dude, I'm not, you've been bad faith, like blah, 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 shut up, simp. I was like, if you want to debate me, DM me, and then they DM'd me. So I was like, all right, whatever. It's about that POV Hegelian bullshit, and like women not being able to understand what POV is. Is this a problem for engineering jobs as well? I don't know the engineering industry as well enough to be able to do it. It's a freaking nightmare corporate world. Even in the oil and gas industry, it's terrible. I mean, like, when we start to get rid of DEI and we start to and especially if we have like a bad recession, I hate to say this, but like recessions are sometimes healthy for an economy. Like I'm kind of looking forward to a recession because it's going to destroy a lot of unproductive shit that like corporations are doing, because it gets them like more funny money, fake bullshit from like equity firms. Like when a recession hits, the companies that aren't engaged in reality and are no longer like working to produce a product or service, that is the best product or service to their customer, but instead is like trying to play to like to equity firms and the stock market and regulations and shit, and they're doing all this DEI bullshit. You're going to see a lot of companies be like, that was cool when we had the money to do it. We don't anymore. We're not going bankrupt just so we can stick to this DI bullshit. Right? Like, I think a recession, as much as it means, a lot of bad things for the American people, it can mean a lot for like making the dollar more solvent and making our economy more realistic. If they would just bring them a coffee and bake some dang... I mean, that business is an all-female business anyways. Public corporations end up having personality types fit themselves nicely in administrative and management roles. It's an unfortunate reality of this time. Yeah. I mean, it's because we live in a fake economy. Like, that's just... It's part and parcel of, like, having a fiat currency and a government that protects large corporations and heavy regulations, is that it eventually gets subverted with all kinds of people that are trying to make money off of regulations and fraud and all this other bullshit instead of a product or a service. I don't know, dude. I think I'm going to get a tent. Dude, fuck a tent. Tent's not cool. Like, at this point, like, just get a big bus. You know what I mean? Like spend the money to have yourself a nice, van life thing if you're going to do that. Did I attend my DEI training? I have an undergraduate degree in sociology. I got enough DEI training. Okay. I got plenty of I got textbooks on my bookshelf for in gender studies, women. Like, here you go. You want to know here's my questioning gender textbook from one of my gender studies, women's studies classes. All right, like I have one of my undergraduate degrees is in sociology. My fucking grandmother is a professor of sociology. I've got enough DEI training. I had to pay for that? No, actually, you, the taxpayer, paid for that. I did that on the GI Bill. Maurice popping in the beginning of the stream to be like, good night, guys. All right. Before you leave, remember, guys, there's 34 concurrent viewers, only 17 likes. Okay? It is free to give me a like, to give the stream a like. Okay? 18 likes now. Okay? There's a bunch of you here that are watching that haven't even liked it. Okay? For $3.99, you can get a membership. Congratulations to Rudy W. He's been a member for over a year. For only $3.99, you get access to nothing. You get access to a cool little badge and some emotes, but it helps support the channel. I always answer super chats. I've never missed a super chat. And yeah, and so if you want to watch me be toxic or see my shower thoughts, follow me on X. And if you want to make sure that you always get the Go Live notifications or be part of the community when I'm not online, join the Discord. Links will pop up in chat from time to time. Actually, I haven't seen a link in a while. Oh, here we go. We're good. All right, we're good. And then, or they're in the video description as well. You try to read Gender Trouble? Yeah, I mean, Judith Butler's Gender Trouble is... I mean, like, that's kind of her, like, I guess you could say it's like her magnum opus, but I mean, it's really just kind of like her big first break. But like her other works kind of contradicted anyways. So like that, like it's good to read Gender Trouble for like, know like where this started type thing. I only hit the like button if you claim to be a centrist and then spend 2 hours arguing on behalf of socialism. I'm sorry. That can't be me, guys. Center right. Yeah, center right. What are you talking about? He's a good old right-wing boy. No, he's the anti-red pill center right. I mean, I kind of hate the red pill people too, to be fair. I think most of the red pill people, like, they adequately can see some of the surface level problems, but they don't really understand much beyond that. And then their solutions are really fucking dumb. They're like, just be a fuckboy and go to the gym more. And it's like, yeah, go into the gym, be healthy, get plenty of sleep. Like, that's good advice. But, like, it doesn't really address so many other problems. And being a fuckboy is just being part of the problem, you fucking retards. Real men have a harem of whores. It's like, I think you guys might just be the flip side of the OnlyFans hoes. I mean, like, you can have a political position that happens to be center. I just don't know what that would be right now. I mean, like, if you're a political position that is currently center, then you're just like a neoliberal. And I don't like a neoliberal war hawk that's like pro Second Amendment, which is like kind of what Connor is. Right? It's just not but that's not like good. You know what I mean? Like, just because it's in between the center of two shitty ideologies doesn't somehow make it like based to be like, oh, I'm actually a centrist. I'm pragmatic. It's like, yeah, you're pragmatically creating a bridge between two shitty ideologies that are all three of which the center, the left, and the right are just pushing more towards socialism and destruction of the country. Congrats, I guess. Cool for you. We should become Mormons so we can have a small harem of wives. Dude, Jim Bob put out a fucking Mormon video the other day. And, dude, it's so fucking good. Well, let me see if I can find it. Like, I'm not, obviously, like, me and Jim Bob, like, I've been on his program, like, once. You know, I'm not an ortho bro. I don't have, like... Did I not bookmark it? I thought I bookmarked it, but I guess I'm going to have to search for it. Was it made by Jim Bob? Is his yeah, made by Jim Bob. Or by Jim Bob. There we go. This shit is fucking hilarious, though. Like, respect where it's, you know, due kind of thing. Oh no, the title of the video is If Mormons Were Up Front With You.
What's up?
Have you heard about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yeah, I love South Park. With all due respect, they made us look ridiculous. It's only fair you hear the real Mormonism before you make up your mind. Go on.
Did you know the cosmos is filled...
For the record, I really hope my baby mama's not watching this because their whole family's Mormon.
Did you know the cosmos is filled with countless planets which are ruled by gods who are once human?
Elohim was a special human who became a god and had cosmic sex and made 1 billion spirit babies to populate his planet Kolob.
You can get your own planet too.
That's right, the Heavenly Father was a man just like you who became a god like his father who was just a man just like you who became a god like his father who was just a man just like...
Yes, everything he says here is literal Mormon ethos. I'm not shitting you.
Who was just a man just like you who became a god just like his father.
Gideon! So anyway, Elohim held a council with his eldest sons, Jesus and Lucifer.
Wait, Jesus and the devil are brothers? Yes, they helped plan the creation of Earth, where the spirit babies would be sent to inhabit bodies. Lucifer wanted to be the savior of the earth, but everyone voted for Jesus to be the savior, and those spirits who remained neutral were cursed to look like your neighbor. Carl?
So, what do you think?
Well, it's all quite fascinating, I'll give you that.
Elijah, look at his shirt.
Ah, Bigfoot. Yeah, I'm a full cryptid core.
That's not Bigfoot.
Well, what is it?
Have you heard of Cain?
These... Yo, go if you're not following Jim Bob on YouTube, like you're fucking up. Even if you're not a Christian, like he puts out some great cartoons and stuff. But yeah, no, everything in there is true. I will say this though, just to be to be charitable to the Mormons, I guess. Under Mormonism, like the head of the church is able to like essentially be like change religious doctrine. Like, so he's like a pope, but he's even more of a pope, right? It's kind of crazy, but he can basically change religious doctrine and interpretation. So the whole thing that like black people are like the neutral spirits and they're like cursed, they just kind of voted that away. Like he was like, no, it's not a thing anymore. And then it's not a thing anymore. That's no longer a belief that Mormons have because the Pope, their version of the Pope said so. Yeah, but the Mormons are wild. And you say my religion is wild? Yeah, you're fucking pagan, all right? Yes, your religion is wild. There is no Yggdrasil, and we did not come from giant bones. Didn't they have reincarnation in Mormonism too? I'm not super familiar with Mormonism's beliefs like all across the board. Like I know that like their version of like reincarnation is like that you can escape hell through like true repentance. I'm sure there's all kinds of, knowing my audience, there's probably all kinds of crazy people in here. What time is it? All right, I guess it's time to go hop on the panel. That's what we do on Monday nights. If you're new here, I'm, Prime Kai's, which was on one of Tim Pool's Culture War, right? You'll see some familiar faces. Admiral Gibbs will be there as well. And we kind of do like a little bit of a long debate panel / discussion panel. And it can be fun and it can be chaotic, and we'll see what happens. Oh, dude, the Beachy Amish are basically fucking ANCAPs, like straight up. The only difference is they're pacifists. Is Prime going to rage today? Well, if we start talking about race issues, it's about the only time he usually starts raging. He hasn't even posted the shit. God damn it. Give me a second. I gotta scroll through dude, it's so hard to find Discord servers. Because testing. The fuck was that? You just went, ugh. What are you pissed off about? No, I haven't watched a Wick. Oh no, dude, I thought I only did okay, right? Because I was like nervous and I didn't want to like step on Tim Pool's toes, and kind of moderated me out of the conversation a little bit a couple times. Which is fine. He did the same thing to him. Like, it's just his style. But then I read the comments, and every single comment was either Connor is a lying sack of shit socialist, or it's just they're like, oh my God, who'd have thought the fat, ugly soy boy would be the one that's based? It was like being a 12-year-old girl on Instagram. They were all like, your opinions are based, but Jesus Christ, lose weight, you fat tub of lard. And I was like, God damn, man. And then there was a couple of Christians that were like, he curses too much.
I'm like, hey, I'll respond back. I'll be like, listen, you could have called me this. That would have been funny, but you missed it. Kind of thing. But no, I haven't got to watch it yet. I hear he did his little snaky shit as usual. But bro, I was watching Wix today, and Tyler got fucking Tiberius on there with him for his right-leaning guy, and he's arguing for fucking that. And I'm just like,
He's arguing for what?
VATs. You know what VATs are?
So he's arguing for like a VAT tax, like a value-added tax.
Yeah.
Which
And I'm
is
like,
basically like, which is like, this is the. Oh my god! I hate
it
this
is.
shit so much.
Like I'm
It's
like,
fucking. It's another way of doing fucking tariffs too. By the way.
I know. So I'm like, but you can't go and sit here and go, hey, I'm gonna be the conservative side. You know what we should do?
We should add more taxes.
More taxes, bro. That, like, okay, and I'll even say I'm not like pure free market. Like, I've definitely made an argument like, okay, let's legalize drugs and let's fucking vice tax that shit. Sure, that's maybe me adding the tax. That's a lot different than like, hey, we're fucking producing this shit over here. You know, like, let's tax it at every stage of production. Like, I'm like, bro, you're fucking killing me. I think I got brain cancer after listening to it today.
Yeah, dude. I mean, but that's kind of the name of the game in Twitch politics for a lot of these panels is to like. It's one of many reasons why I have so much respect for Prime, is because Prime doesn't play a lot of those games. As much as like I can disagree with Prime's politics, Prime doesn't play this stupid fucking game of like, oh, I'm gonna bring on 4 right wingers with 4 left wingers, but really 2 of them are just people pretending to be right wing.
Right. Yeah,
and then it becomes like a 6v2. Like he'll attempt to bring on people that he finds interesting because their ideas are interesting, not sell you this lie that they're like it's like this even left versus right panel or something.
Right. Yeah, and the other thing is on top. Well, that's true, but also like he'll get right wingers on, and they'll like actually be right wingers. Like you and I disagree on shit, but like we're both like no one's gonna go. Yeah, Gibbs is a left wing guy. Like I'm definitely more in your camp than I am in this guy's camp. But then you'll get some of these guys on here. They'll start talking. I'm like, bro, so you're a centrist, like central left guy. Like and I'm not saying there can't be nobody that's like center and like center right.
What's up, Grid? Like, I see you, brother.
When you start advocating for like hard left policies, that's when I'm like, okay, but you can't.
Dude, you want to know how bad you want to know how bad fucking Connor was prepared for this conversation? At one point, he goes in the debate on Temple, he goes, I'm not really a believer of this, but anyways, and then from his media training in DC, I don't know, he gives the entire argument for why we need more immigration and 15-minute cities because of the labor theory of value.
Oh,
and then he's
my God.
And he's like, I'm the right wing Chad. Anyways, this is why the labor theory of value is like shows that we need mass immigration in 15-minute cities. And I was just like, dude, what? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, that's not the right wing Chad, like, at all.
Yeah, dude, it was rough. I was like, yo. I was like he could not keep the mask on at all. Like, most of the comments on all those videos are just like, this dude is a lying socialist. They don't even talk about anything else.
That's, you know what it is, and this is what I think it's gotten to, is that like as conservatives have returned to like the market in like Twitch and like other areas, or like maybe gotten more into like in our area of the community, I think it's just like he was able to sell this because he wasn't like the giga soy guy, but like now it's like when you compare them to actual conservatives, it's just like night and day. Like you don't even have to be that far right.
I think what happened was, for a long time, as the left started going crazy, the right had this like big tent mentality. It's like anybody that isn't for this, like, I don't know, like transing the kids or like whatever other shit, right, is by default a right winger. And then we had all those movements of like, I didn't leave the left left me kind of thing, like walk away project and all that stuff, right? And then like as Trump really became a phenomena, you start to see the right begin to coalesce around a populist, more traditional conservative with some populist elements that would not have fit in a right-wing party 20 years ago, right? Like some of the socially left kind of like positions. For better or worse, I'm just speaking descriptively here. And like as that has happened, the people that are obvious grifters that like sat in on that big tent thing are just naturally being ejected as the right coalesces.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot. I think there's the difference. I think there's 2 types, right? There's like the Tiberius, who's generally confused, and then there's like the grifters, like Connor, who are like knowingly are doing this. Like, and that's what he's doing. He like, you don't go to a Democratic strategy session and come back and go, hey, you know what? I'm gonna like rebrand as the center right guy. We're gonna change it, and then this is a direct quote. Me and Brianna Wu had to stop doing a show together because it was bad content, because we would just start talking and end up agreeing on everything. Now, listen, I guarantee you, if me and Brianna Wu had a show together, there would be few and far things that we would find and agree. Maybe we'd agree on how to take out Iran.
If me and Brianna Wu had a show together, I would just constantly be like, bitch, you think we forgot about Gamergate? You think we forgot about all the lies you fucking told and the fake fucking death threat stories that you made so that you could push leftism and fucking video game culture and video game journalism? Like, I would never let that shit go until I was just kicked off. Like, I hate Brianna Wu. I'm sorry.
Right, sure. No, I get it. But like, let's just take out like from an abstract, like not hate, right? Like, if you put me and her, I think I've been on one panel with her where I agreed with her, and it was like I agreed with her about taking out like Iran. Like, wow, a neoliberal and an imperialist like kind of guy get along on one topic. It's Iran's a bad guy. You did it. You found the one thing we agree on. Congratulations, right? Like, but then you go sit here and they're going to go, okay, but if you go down any other topic, there's no way that and I feel like I'm not even that far right. Maybe I'm far right for Twitch, but you know, like compared to some of these people, bro, like, I don't know. I just dumbfounded. You couldn't find something to agree on. I like that y'all couldn't find something to argue about on a show. Like, that means you're clearly a fucking lib.
No, I mean, to the Twitch audience, you appear to be far right, but that's because
it's the ultra left.
Yeah, they don't know what far right is. Like, you're not far right. Like, you're radical in your like. You're radical in the sense that, like, for whatever reason, I don't know if I even believe it from you half the time, but I'm just being honest, right? But like, you will bite the bullet on the most insane takes. Right, which I think highlights the insanity of right-wing philosophy, in my opinion, right? But obviously, you would disagree. But
sure.
But people hear your takes and they hear certain takes that sound outlandish to them, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's far right," and it's like, no, you're not a white supremacist. Like, you're not a fucking like. You're not like an Uber, like. I don't know. It's the problem
like
is
Christian ethno-statist guy either. Like you're like
right, yeah. You're not a Christian nationalist. Like your view on drugs is very moderate, if not even left wing. Your view on like sex and degeneracy in culture is not very trad.
Probably left wing.
Yeah, I mean, like culturally speaking, you're fairly left wing individual. Like you are an actual representation of the center right. Why did only some of... Oh, there we go. I was like, why did only some of us get here?
Yeah, no. Lactoid, how you doing, Corey?
Good evening.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Yo, Lactoid, are you going to be on Culture War?
Yep, this next Friday.
Nice. I told Tim when I was there, I was like, hey, you're going to like Lactoid.
Yeah, he's a good one.
Hell yeah.
Cause I mean, like, you're the toned down version of me, right? And so like sometimes I'm just a little too radical for a lot of these people, but like, and then on top of that, being a lawyer, you're gonna have interesting takes. I will tell you this: it's a mistake that I probably made. Get a bunch of sleep, do really, really well, and when he says you can hang out, just hang out, because I think you're gonna, if you do really, really well, and you're a lawyer, you know, which you obviously are. Wait until Tim comes back from family time if he does it, because I think you might be able to get invited onto IRL.
Yeah. I wish we could stay longer, but they were like, the guy that was supposed to drive us was immediately saying, we have to leave because I got something I got to do. I was like, damn it.
I drove there and I hung out for a while, but like he was spending time with his wife and kid, so it was like after a while I was like, okay, this is too weird. I'm a dip, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be here like 3 hours later when he comes back downstairs.
My issue is I'm going to try to get sleep, but my understanding is I'm getting in pretty late, actually.
You're not motorcycling there?
Lactoid.
I'm in favor of that, actually. Don't motorcycle anywhere.
No, this was actually his idea. Motorcycle there. Save you gas money.
No, don't. burn the motorcycle.
The wind on his hair, bro. It's gonna feel good.
Thanks all for being here. We're waiting on a few other individuals to get here. So yeah, we'll do our usual thing and dick about.
What's your opinion on VATs, Prime?
On what in particular?
VATs. Do you like VATs?
VATs? You mean like the value-added taxes?
Yeah. Do you like value-added taxes?
Actually, I don't know. I mean, they've come up a few times, but I actually don't know much about them. Like they're just like kind of across the board. I'm not even sure how different they are than sales taxes. So I don't have a lot of knowledge on that one. Can anyone
you really
enlighten me?
let me down on my meme here, bro. You're really letting me down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't explain
can...
that taxes can't be explained by anybody on the right. And the reason is because it's fucking imaginary, arbitrary bullshit. So if you want someone to try and sell you this magical tax that doesn't align with reality at all, just ask Econo Boy. He'll be able to give you the left-wing verbal
Is there any
wizardry
tax in your mind that
you
aligns
need.
with reality?
I think most taxes, I think, align with reality, even though I think they're not justified. But like value-added tax is just like it's the problem is that a value-added tax is just like centrally planned step by step of like arbitrary metrics of what like value is subjective. Like you can't like it's you know what I mean? Like you can kind of do property value taxes, right? And like yes, technically speaking, what is the value of the property? You know, like you can't actually know the value of anything. Sure. If you really want to get into the nitty gritty of the philosophy, but like value added taxes is so much worse, right? Like it is problematic. I'll just say that. I hate value added taxes more than any other form of taxation. And on top of that, it's one of those things that they try to pretend like aren't tariffs, but they are.
Yeah, I was asking because earlier the right-wing guy was arguing for VATs, and I about had a brain aneurysm, and I wanted to see if Prime right off the bat would argue for it because he leans a little bit left, more left than me, a little bit, and I thought he would be like, yeah, I like VATs, and I'm like, see, I told you, all my cats freaking out.
He wanted to save you from the brain aneurysm. He's actually being compassionate.
I just need it, but I think I'm gonna have to brain aneurysm.
Binks is in chat. He said all my homies hate VAT tax.
I'm with you. He's right.
True.
Did anybody see that Superman trailer?
Did anybody see what?
Because there was a Superman trailer or whatever, a sneak peek that was like 5 minutes. That was pretty mediocre in my mind.
Oh, Superman. Oh, you're saying.
Damn it, I haven't seen that one.
I watched
the one that came out last night.
Dude, no,
There's a
Superman
teaser for
doesn't
something
exist
last
after
night.
Henry Cavill. Okay, I'm sorry. This is my culture war, right wing, stupid geeks and gamers esque take. I don't care. All right, like you don't fucking Superman in my mind no longer exists until Henry Cavill is back.
He's not
You
coming
might
back.
be waiting
He's
a very
doing
long time.
Yeah, he's never going back.
Yeah.
Except maybe as a
Right?
cameo.
Or until some studio makes an AI movie with him that's just as good as any other Hollywood movie.
I think that's so interesting you say that. I think that maybe then they're gonna get sued. He made sure he didn't sign his likeness away because it's been real controversial. Some of the kind of people that have, like Carrie Fisher, signed her likeness to Disney like purposefully, and so did the specific one that everybody uses, the guy that played Tarkin. I can't think of his name right now for some reason. But he gave him he wanted to be in Star Wars in perpetuity even after he died. And he thought one day they would be able to AI him in, and this he's been a real big fan of that. But I know that actors now are including that in their contracts with a lot of stuff for franchises, whether or not they will let them do it. And I know he specifically did not let him do that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I hate IP, but I think like an image is even more egregious. Like the idea that someone else can own your fucking your image and likeness is just insane to me.
Rob, if you want to join the share together, I'll send you the invite. By the way.
Wait a minute, Scott. Is it when you say hang out? What do you mean by that? Is it his fucking house or something, or what?
Just loiter
You're
on
gonna
his
go.
property.
You're gonna
Just
go.
leave.
I can't. I don't. So everybody here
Alright, you
that
don't
went
have
to
to say
Temple's signed an NDA. That was signed an NDA. It's
never mind
there's
that.
a section in it that says we're not allowed to talk about too much about the location and stuff. But
Okay.
you're
Yeah, we
gonna
don't
be in a studio with that has tons of stuff to hang out, eat food, skateboard or whatever. And then all I'm saying is if you do super well and you're a lawyer, if you hang out for at least a couple hours and give him the opportunity to vibe with you, I think you probably have the best shot of getting on IRL immediately.
Yeah, I mean, look, all I can do is give it my best shot. I'm excited for it. It's going to be interesting. Everybody should tune in. It'll be great.
Absolutely.
What's poppin', everyone?
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you about while we're waiting for everyone to get here. I was wondering if Scott and Lactoid, we might have to just make this like a full topic, right? I wanted to do, how like I try to do different things, like when everyone else is doing one thing, I don't necessarily follow.
We're gonna bullshit
that.
for an hour and a half, anyways. Like, what's up? Just don't.
Well, I know I
Just say
don't. I'm not trying to bullshit for an hour and a half. Okay, right?
2
That's
hours.
why I'm mourning first. Oh, actually, no. I had two things I want to ask. Right, one is actually about Scott's thing on Timcast. Right, I just had a quick question for them, and I'm asking this to not be a 20-minute explanation. I just need a short explanation.
Okay.
friend.
Go ahead.
And then I have a larger question to ask while we're waiting for the rest of the crew to get here. But Scott, so on your Timcast, right? I even wrote down the time. It was at 48 minutes in, but that doesn't mean anything to you right now.
Right, like
you bring.
Actually, believe it or not, in my notes,
you bring up structural functionalism, right?
Yeah.
Which I had. Well, you've probably said that, brought it up before on the stream, but I wouldn't ever go into that, right? And you explain you explain that how it relates to societal degradation, right? But I didn't understand your thought train here, right? Like I listened to it multiple times, and I didn't. So here's what you did.
I didn't get an opportunity to really extrapolate on it, right?
Yeah. So just quickly, so everyone else knows what I'm I'm so confused about. So you brought up structural functionalism, and then you transitioned from that into welfare is bad, right? Which was more the central thesis, right? And then from there, you said there were because welfare provided, or at least destroyed, social boundaries that people had.
I'll try and make it as quick as possible.
Almost there, just finished, right? And then you transition from there to multiculturalism is a problem, and then that equals social degeneracy, right? So this is like a thought train here. I was confused, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, in sociology, right, you have functionalism, which would be Amelia Durkheim, right, or Emil Durkheim, depending on how you say it, right? And then you have critical theory is the big one, Frankfurt School. Everybody knows about that, right? This is what's constantly in the media. You have dramaturgy, and you have systems theory, and you have symbolic interactionalism, right? But most sociologists this day are critical theorists. And functionalism is kind of like the old school way it's a conservative field of sociology. And the way that functionalism itself, the basic concept of functionalism is this. If an institution or a cultural norm exists in society, then it must serve some function. Good or bad, if something has lasted, especially generations, then it does something in society. So woe are we to reject that without understanding what the function of that thing is, right? For Durkheim, he studied religion a lot, right? Religion clearly serves some purpose in society because it's here for so long. So just being oh, let's get rid of religion, it's okay, but if we don't actually fully understand what this religion is doing for society, we're not going to understand the consequences of getting rid of this thing, right?
Okay, yeah.
So Durkheim came out with Division of Labor in Society, 1893, and then later he wrote his more famous book, I think, Suicide, in 1897. And he was the first guy to discover that white wealthy men males have the highest suicidality, because everyone else was well, obviously it would be the poor, the oppressed, the people with all these problems. And he was the first guy to be hey, no, it's not about poverty or socioeconomic status, what problems you have. It's about a certain psychological state that occurs. And we have to understand what's going on in our institutions. So then he came up with this idea called anomie. Anomie is a sense of normlessness. Okay. And so normlessness means that when a society has a lot of rigid social institutions, everybody kind of knows what they're supposed to do, and they understand what the goals of their life ought be, and they're able to kind of align themselves with a worthy goal easily that fits within society. But when the Industrial Revolution occurs, when everyone goes into the cities, when the church starts to fall apart, all of a sudden, nobody really knows what the cultural norms are. And so this creates a sense of normlessness. It's a kind of like from, to borrow from, Sartre as well as Dostoevsky, right? If God isn't real, everything is permitted, right? It's kind of that situation where we don't know what our goals are, and so everything is permitted. So we're actually bombarded with choice, because instead of having these guardrails that tell us what we ought be, and more specifically what we ought not be, what we have is this complete freedom, but we lack the structure to be able to succeed, and we're bombarded by too many choices. And too many choices leads us into this domain where, like, we're not actually able to self-actualize, because our kind of desires no longer match all of our support systems, like our family and the church and all these other things. Instead, we kind of just go out on our own in a million different directions, and we don't actually succeed in any one thing. And there's no proof that the thing that we succeed in is valuable to society. And then structural functionalism goes further into that. And that's kind of where I was going, looking at delinquent drift, criminology. Like structural functionalists, Lactoid has probably heard some of them, because they overlap a lot with criminology. So Robert K. Merton is studied in law school. The guy that created broken windows theory, right? Like he's like the father of structural functionalism.
So what? So I'm not going to challenge any of that, because again, I don't. We're not going to do. We're going to be good.
Yeah,
today,
no,
right?
it's fair. It's fair. You asked, but it is like it kind of requires you to be. I don't want to say it requires you to be a sociologist, but it requires a lot of education in sociology to get the concepts.
No, I understand. No, I understand. I just I want us to be on good behavior, because we got a new person here, and we don't want to show our ass like we usually do on this channel. We want to pretend like we have some sort of structure here, right? Here on the Prime Guy channel. But just one more question on this, and then we can move on. And I'm not sure if I'm going to ask my second question. All right, well, so multiculturalism. How is that a bad thing? Like, like with this, like how? Explain, please.
Right. So when you have a dominant culture that brings in and assimilates people, right, then you have a culture of shared values towards that single goal, and it doesn't create enemy. But when you have a culture that rejects the concept of a dominant culture and rejects the concept that your values are better than other cultures' values, what ends up happening is exactly what I was describing, that sense of normlessness, right? The sense of like your community goes away. Like this is why cultural homogeneity, homogenous societies tend to do better in a whole range of concepts. That doesn't mean you can't bring in Mexicans, right? That doesn't mean you can't have people from different cultures living together. But what it does mean is that if you lack a dominant culture and dominant norms and like a dominant set of values, and you bring people in to assimilate to those values, but then slightly change that system because they have ideas and things that are, from outside that are a little bit better. And therefore we progress into the future by bringing in those new ideas, rejecting those that don't fit our structure and accepting those that don't, upend our structure. Then it becomes difficult for people to have values, for people to have purpose, for people to have a sense of community, etc.
Okay. All right. So, as you might imagine, I got issues with that, but I appreciate you helping me understand, because I really did try to follow you before. I just didn't know what you were trying to get at. But all right, fair enough. But I have a much better, firmer idea of what that was previously. So, and maybe after stream, maybe we can talk about it or something.
Yeah, if I'm awake, we might chit chat about sociology.
Well, sure. But all right, so I'll leave that there. I wanted to ask something else, but it's going to gonna take fucking forever, actually. So maybe we should just like move past it and like get started. We have pretty much almost everyone here. Let's
Who are we
bring
missing?
in Ali. Okay. Let's
just missing
yeah,
DB
let's go.
again.
Yeah. He's out there being a capitalist, right? The like whatever he does with his
Amen.
time must be more valuable than with us, right? Like inherently so, much more valuable than being here with us.
Capitalism based.
Okay, we're gonna. All right. So we're gonna get started. Rather than I dick around as usual. I have things. It was gonna be about the tariffs. Is the other thing I was gonna ask.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, I have something to talk about.
So you don't want to do the
when
topic.
the conversation dies, when the conversation dies, we can switch.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, good.
Well, yeah, but yeah, this might have to be just. I might save it for a topic for next week. Because
the economy tanks even more, and then
my cat just heard the word tariffs and took off running. It knows how I feel about the tariffs.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
I'd love to talk about how Democrats TDLs themselves into being Reaganites.
Oh yeah, please, Tyler. After your performance earlier with what's his name, I don't think you want to talk about tariffs no more.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, then there's clearly a lot of desire here. So we'll do that probably next week, but maybe we have time today. We will. Okay, so let's just get started. Hello all. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Got a fantastic group of individuals. Got new people here. Always excited about that. So we're gonna go through, introduce them, and move on from there. And if you enjoy our conversations, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Also follow the channel. I mean, that's all yet, right? If you're out there new to place, and new to this place, and you'd like to come through, hit the follow button. Make sure the bell is on so you know when we go live. Love to have you. Let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thanks for being on.
Thank you so much for having me on, Prime. Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, X, and YouTube. I'm trying to get used to it.
Twitch? No, don't get used to it. No, Twitter.
I know. Look. I know.
Oh, you're bending the knee.
It's been how long? I feel like
you're bending the knee.
You bend the knee for oppression. It's been a year, I guess.
I'm so disappointed.
At some point, I'm gonna have to look.
You'll never have to. Oh, did you make an X today? You made an X today, huh? Did you re-X? You re-X? Huh?
Yeah.
I very strongly disagree with Elon's decision, but here we are. Okay,
that one.
No,
that's the main one, actually. Yeah, I think that's the main. The rest of them are all right.
True.
He's sub-Xing right now. He's not like posting Elon's name.
Yeah, you're sub-Xing? Really?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So once again, Lactoid, he bends towards authoritarianism. All right. I appreciate you, friend. Let's go to
he bought the
Scott. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott coming off a fantastic showing off the Timcast channel. Crushed it, my friend. You and Connor, I think, were great. Like, really interesting, spirited conversation on both sides, right? I think it was different for Pisco's because Pisco's like, well, good logic, the lawyer he was up against, right? He didn't know how to like assert himself, and so he kind of got run over. But I think both of you, Tim barely had time to like jump in there because you guys were going at it, right? Throwing it back and forth with the great idea. So just like shout out to both of you. Yeah, good work.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm Fabian Liberty on YouTube and Twitter /X. I guess what we were supposed to bite that bullet on that stupid fucking name. Look, I'll call it X. I don't care about calling it X. It's a bad name. I've always said
another knee.
What do you mean another knee? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm surprised you could talk shit while you're eating on stream again.
I'm multifaceted.
He's hungry. He's a hungry dude.
He's a hungry
Ramadan
dude.
or something, right?
But yeah, no, I am an
this nightly culture.
I am an anarcho-capitalist.
I can multitask. It's fun.
I am an anarcho-capitalist, which is kind of like final boss of libertarianism. Yeah, I'm just a dude on the internet that streams and does debates and philosophy and stuff. And it was fun. Temple was a lot of fun. It was a lot better than I expected it would be, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. And hopefully you can end up doing that again. We want to get people on there multiple times. Corey, thanks for being here, friend. Nice to see you. Glad you can make it.
Yeah, thank you for having me and inviting me. Never take it for granted. And also, I guess I should say, the anniversary. It's actually, I think, 3 years to the day that I've been coming on these panels. I think my first time was, I think, around April 2nd or 3rd of 2022. So yeah, that's 3 years
I'm
of
amazed
time.
that. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say just time well spent. Go for it.
Oh yeah, I'm just amazed that anyone keeps track of that. But that's awfully kind of you, and we're so happy to have had you here for so long. 3 years, holy crap! Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm consider that sort of an important date in terms of like just my first time sort of being on a public panel to a certain extent. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCamel84, Twitter/X, and Substack and YouTube and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into this topic. Definitely.
It reminds me the anniversary of me starting to stream is coming up too. But yeah, I appreciate you, Corey. You've been fantastic. You've been a great part of this community, and you've always been just so supportive as a human being. Right? We're lucky to have you. So shout out to Corey.
We don't hear all the trash talk I do, but no.
Oh, of course not. Keep that secret. All right. Well, the person that everyone hears the trash talk about, Gibbs, right? Everyone says it, just says it to his face. Gibbs, thanks for being here, friend. One of our most controversial guests. For good reason, I think. But Gibbs, I appreciate you. I don't know when you how long you've been here. It's over a year. I definitely by now, right?
Gotta be close to it. Yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I like feed off the hate. So like every time I see someone post something bad about me, I'm like, ad revenue, suck a dick. How do you like the way that dick tastes? It's great every time, and it just inspires me to be worse. Actually, every year for the last 3 years, my New Year's resolution has been a variation of be worse. Last year was be the villain that you aspire to be. This year's be as petty as 50 Cent. We're just going every year.
As petty as 50 Cent.
Yes, and I feel like I really I've embraced it, and my life, my mental health has just gotten so much better. Like I'm happy all the time. I'm just like, it's so like if people think you're the villain, might as well just be the villain. And all right, fuck all you bitches.
Well, when you're feeding your ego constantly, right, when you give no breaks for morality, then I guess it would be easy to feel good about yourself.
Listen, my ego deserves to be filled because I just everything I say I'm gonna do, I do. It's just winning all the time. I just have y'all seen beef prices today? Every week it's gone up.
Okay, all right. All right, we're gonna leave that alone. But thanks so much, Gibbs. You're fantastic. Okay, we got a brand new person here. Very excited to meet them, to talk to them. Gibbs hit me up and said, "Hey, you need to talk to this person." I'm like, "All right, cool." So I know almost nothing. So Chai Bunny, assuming that's how you pronounce that, please be so kind as to introduce yourself to the audience and to me.
Hi, Prime. I've watched your streams before. I've cheered you on. I've probably called you stupid, but don't worry, out of everyone here, I only respect you and Gibbs. So my name is Chai. I go by Chai Bunny Baby on all platforms. I am a gaming streamer. I like to watch criminal psychology videos. And I just like branching out and doing new things. So since I'm entering this new era in my life, I want to learn more about the world, and I only learn by actively engaging, unfortunately. So far the vibe of your stream is very nice from what I've experienced, but I will be honest, I'm already tired of Fabuloso's voice, so we'll have to see how that goes. I'm also tired of his chatters coming in and saying, he's so cool, like, I didn't come from his chat, so we'll also see how that goes.
Okay. This
cool.
Fantastic.
It's every
fantastic
woman, Prime. It's
every
so well shot.
every woman, every woman. It starts with like friction with Scott, right? It's like across the board.
I just want to say her standards are outstanding. You know, Prime and Gibbs.
Yeah, I like it so. I mean,
high,
people should point it out.
high standards, high.
Oh, to
if
be
I was
fair,
worried-
I have
if
been
I was worried
on
to appealing to
places
women,
with like
I
half of
wouldn't
the
have
people here.
gone
Shut
as
up! I'm talking. No one wants to listen to you. You talk so fucking much. Anyway, I have been on like different things with like half of the people here, which is nice.
Roped quickly.
The way to get on my good side is to annoy
Is to
the fuck
step
out of
on my
Scott.
jokes, man.
That's annoying Scott, right? Like grading him makes me only love you more. So great start here. We're really happy to have you, Chai Bunny. We're always looking for new individuals. So yeah, we hope you're going to enjoy your stay here. Let's move on to our friend. Actually, no, before we move on, I do actually one question for you, Chai Bunny. As a viewer, no, we're going to get Tyler. We'll be there in a second.
As
right?
a viewer.
But this is part of my question, actually, right? Because usually what we do here, right, like Scott was alluding to previously, usually what we do here is like take like fucking 90 minutes to get to like the actual topic, right? We usually meander, and then we find something that we want to talk about. We yell at each other for very long, much longer than we intend to, and then eventually make it to actual topic, right? As a viewer, you're saying if you view this channel. Like, how is that experience? Does that bother you, or you just enjoy the ride?
Well, usually I come in your stream near the end of your show, and then I yell at Gibbs to play League of Legends with me, and he should just leave the show. So
Facts,
since he
modern
won't leave the
age.
show, I
There you
came
go,
on
facts.
the show. I think that's a good compromise. But I do listen sometimes.
Thanks for the
I do
super
listen
chat.
sometimes. Like you had a debate on the way women dress and why they dress that way, and like part of me really wanted to join that day, and that was actually part of why I wanted to come on your show, because I was like, man, like I had a lot to say that day in chat. If only I was ready to come on.
Huh. Well, maybe we could hear your opinion on that. But first, let me introduce the rest. Maybe we will dick around a little bit more because I actually do want to hear her thoughts on that. But before then, we'll introduce our other two guests. Tyler thinks like I don't like him. That's a sign. But Tyler, second time here. I appreciate you did a great job previously, and I'm glad you decided to come and join us again. How are you, Tyler?
Oh, doing well. So first off, congratulations to Lactoid. He's going on Tim Pool Friday. Cool for you. Great exposure. The other three, congratulations again. I think I said it last time. It's fucking great to see. I like seeing, the peoples come up. It's all good. That being said, Scott and Lactoid, congratulations. The entire Democratic Party has TDS'd themselves into libertarians when it comes to trade policy because they hate
game,
Trump.
by the way.
Congratulations on the massive amount of people that just converted to libertarians because they hate Trump. It's fucking crazy to me. The only ones standing up for like climate protection and shit like that nowadays. But yeah, otherwise I'm here to watch Scott and Prime argue for 2.5 hours.
Okay. All right. I hear your criticism buried in that, and I accept it. So fair enough.
3 hours.
I'm just trying to be funny. Also, Gibbs, I only say nice things about in public just to be that guy.
I resemble that remark. All right, I resemble that remark.
Yeah, exactly. So shout to and I didn't get to I didn't say it before, but I'll say that now. Yeah, Lacto is going to go on Tim Pool's this Friday along with our good friend Wick. Shout out to Wick. They're going to argue about Russia Ukraine. It'll be fantastic. I know it will. I mean, like these two individuals, Lactoid and Wick, they survived the crucible that is the Reverie, right? And only the best chatters survive here for like years and years at a time. So like shout out to our friend Lactoid. We know he's going to do fantastic. We're rooting for him. I'm going to be watching. Yeah, is there something you want to say about that, Lactoid, at all?
Yeah, check your messages real quick.
Okay.
Yo, promote it, please. Stop.
Stop saying.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm really excited about it, but I also wanted to publicly thank Prime for putting it together. So without Prime, it wouldn't be happening. So thanks a lot. Really do appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Well, and Doobie.
Thank you, friend.
And Doobie.
Can do be, but he's not here. If he was here on time, I would be thanking him.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah. But we're trying to get people on, trying to find appropriate topics for them, and get them on. So and this is actually a good time to say this, right? Because I've been trying to keep this under wraps previously. But Pisco and Delage went on, had a fantastic debate. And so I set that up, right? And Tim really liked that. And then Scott and Connor went on. I haven't heard I didn't hear any reactions from that in terms of Tim's crew yet. I didn't ask, but I will later on. But I'm sure it was fantastic. I think he was actually quite engaged there. And we're trying to find, the big thing.
Are
is
we allowed to talk about that now?
Yeah. We could talk. Yeah, okay. I'm going to be open with that now. Before I kept it under wraps because one, we didn't know if it was going to work out, right? We had to send someone there and see how that went. But so far it's going well. So yeah, we're trying to get people on. Well, I if you want to let me know, right? And if I can vet a person, then we'll be trying to get them on, right? So yeah, that's the whole thing. I'm vetting people, right, within our community to get them on. And of course, Lactoid and Wick are fantastic members, and we're gonna do a great job. Okay, so next we have our friend Ali. Yeah, I think round about just next we have you.
Who? I was a little hurt, but yeah, thank you for having me, man. Always appreciated. You can find me at Sociologic with 2 L's on all the platforms. And congratulations to having that, having that position. All you guys for going on. Honestly, it's been great watching you debate one-on-one. It's been cool, especially live. So yeah, it's been interesting. Looking forward to getting into it tonight.
Yeah. So we're going to be opening that up. So I'm looking for new people to go there. But again, I got to be able to vet you first somehow, right? We're going to have to figure out how to do that. But yeah. Okay.
What does that mean?
Vet? Yeah,
what in terms of
criminal background check?
Criminal background check.
Basically, it's to make sure it's not somebody who's going to go on and then just start shaking and talking with the flat Earth, right? That's
yeah. Well, I mean, unless that's the thing we're talking about, flat Earth, I guess it's fine. But no, mostly JQing, right? Yeah, right. We can't have them going on JQing or some shit like that. That'd be a problem. But
thank you for letting me know.
Are you taking a stance right now?
Yeah. But also I want them to be fantastic debaters, right? I know Scott is fantastic. Pisco, Lactoid, Wick, right? People have sent on so far. I know they're fantastic, so there's no doubt they're going to be great. But you actually have to be a strong debater. You have to put on a good show, especially the guy on the left, because a lot of that attention is going to be on you. So yeah. So that's the situation. I got to know that you're good before I can send you on. But anyway, let's. I want to ask our friend Chai Bunny, who's here, about her thoughts on how women dress. Right. So I don't remember the contours of this debate, but you had thoughts on that.
Is that a Freudian slip? Did you say contours?
Oh no! Yeah. So I just
remember the shape of the debate. The silhouette.
It was a whole cast of just guys, and I remember you guys were like, "Where's the woman?" And I was like, "Fuck, I should be on there being the woman." It's kind of hard to say everything that I want to say without the backlash of what you think at the time. So I would say overall, women dress for different reasons. There is reasons that they want to appeal to men. A super hot take. I know I'm on fire. But most of the time when I get dressed, I dress for myself. I think each woman is an individual and there's different needs they have based on their insecurity levels. But overall, if you're going out with your girls, I don't really necessarily think you're getting dressed hot for the guys. It could just be to look hot with the girlies and have a girly night.
Okay. So I think I took the stance, and I could be wrong. This was a while ago. I remember we did have the talk. I just don't exactly remember what was said. But I'm pretty sure I took the stance that women dress to themselves from what women told me, right? I just that's what I hear from women. is that they mostly dress for themselves. But like, I guess,
So just to maybe some.
I was on the
progress.
alternate end of that.
I believe it was prompted by Lactoid's observations, complaints about how women dress at the gym.
I don't recall specifically saying this, but it sounds like something I would say. So
I vaguely remember it.
Wait! You didn't line out a scenario where you're working out and just something happens to come across your field of vision that you can't.
Yeah, that's a good point, Corey. Absolutely.
They're asking for it. You did it as a complaint. I mean, I think it's a blessing.
Well, no. My complaint was, why are you complaining?
Whatsoever?
No. My complaint is, why are you complaining when you're dressed obviously to attract my attention, right?
They're asking for it. Hell yeah.
Literally. Why else would you have? Would you be wearing the tights to the gym?
You see what she's wearing?
Women dresses for individual different reasons, and it
What
might
do you mean?
And now Chai knows why there isn't a girl on the discussion of girl.
Like when you say that, I'm picturing like a girl in a sports bra, and maybe she's wearing those really like soft material thin shorts.
Yeah.
Like I can understand that, but you're saying tights is too much for you. Are you okay? Are you like sexually repressed?
That's absolutely 100%. 100%.
First of all, no. Second of all,
when did this turn into the whatever podcast? My argument is you're a man that gets no pussy. It's like, shut up and come back with an argument, Chai.
Any woman going out in tights in general is asking for it. Careful, I gotta wear a long jacket over my tights. I don't want people to see my ass.
Oh, you get no bitches.
Cover up the legs.
You get no bitches. Shut up.
Wearing sweatpants. I just want to hook up too. Right? Women just want to.
Okay, all right, let's not lag to
let me give a hypothetical, right? Let's say you're at the gym, and then you see a guy, let's say like me, walking around, and I've got like the tightest fucking tights on, and I have like a semi-chub, and it's all sticking out, okay? And then I'm like, and then people look over like, what the fuck? And I'm gonna say, why are you looking? Why are you looking?
Really got me going, bro.
I can't choose this. This is just how I want to look. It's like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. You have the right to do that. Okay, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have the right to do that, but like, is it not going to draw the gaze, right? And I mean, G-A-C.
Stop saying it's for your
you talked a lot about like the male gaze, right? In the Islamic community, they talk a lot about this, right? This is like, this is the reason for the burqa. This is the reason for the niqab.
Whoa! Am I asking for it right now, Lactoid? Are my tights asking for it right now?
No,
Should I be
Chai, wait, Chai, you're kind of like proving the point is like it's not attraction. Don't you guys gotta stop. You can't argue attraction. The attention though is warranted. It's not unwarranted. The issue is right. Like when you stood, like right now when you just stood up, even in like in protest, it's like you drew attention to your leg, which isn't like isn't like I can't never do the asking for argument. But like it's just the attention thing, and it's just like sometimes it feels that like the attention is warranted, and then everyone gets like talked down to for the. Sometimes guys get talked down to for the attention, but like I feel like that's Lactoid. Wait, but to the point. To be fair, it's usually the guys that are kind of like just drooling and staring like. But those are kind of the guys that get called out. I've never been called out for like looking at a girl, bro. Like if you look,
that was a whole thing on social media for like months.
Hold on. Sociologic actually has a pretty good point here. Like that's like when you go and look at this, right? Even with what like Chai said at the beginning, she goes, "We're gonna look hot with our girlies. We're gonna have a girls' night, right?" Okay. Well, what does looking hot with my girlies really mean? Well, isn't the fashion industry dedicated to what men think women look attractive in what they're wearing? Yep. So if you're looking hot at a girls' night, you're already doing the thing, which is like hot to who?
No,
it's hot to the guys. No. It's a self-confidence thing. I want to feel attractive. I'm gonna go look attractive. I'm going to get the gays, and me and the girls are gonna reject them, or we're gonna like get free drinks or whatever. It is part of the experience, whether or not like you're doing it. So like it's not like it's already defined by a male ran society, and it's chauvinistic.
Hold on. This is the problem.
You're generalizing women and saying that all women are based on a male society. I do not base myself on that. My attraction is not based off of a generic man is going to think. If it was, would I have this? Okay,
I don't want autism. I don't want stop.
Okay, pause. Let's let Scott go. Scott, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, this is a
Scott.
problem with the univariate analysis, right? Like, if we're actually going to have a conversation about this seriously, you're correct that some level of fashion is going to be based upon what is sexy to men, right? But when fashion designers are attempting to sell clothing to women, their concern is not, does this look sexy to men? The concern is, do women buy this and feel more attractive? It's not necessarily about being attracted to men, but it's if they can sell
Attention.
you some, well, it's not attention, it's about self-confidence boost. Now, obviously that overlaps with attention.
I'm just saying, yeah.
Right, but it's not just attraction as in like, oh my god, I want to fuck that. It's, oh my god, like that woman looks looks great or whatever, or that this person looks, you can say sexy in multiple domains without having to be like, my penis hard, right? And the problem is that when you have a society that kind of loses its cultural norms of what is or isn't acceptable, right? You're obviously going to have women in the gym that are wearing things designed for the male gaze. And then at the same time, you're also going to have women that are like, why am I going to wear a bunch of bunched up clothing that is going to make my workout more difficult? I'm going to wear what is already seen as socially normal. And I hope, or I expect, that people aren't going to like drool over me just because I'm wearing this clothing. And so like, you can't like the lack of social cultural norms, you can't then individuate that onto the thought process of the woman. The woman is not getting dressed going like, if I wear the tight pants, more men will see my ass. They're going, this is comfortable, this is what people wear, and this is what makes me feel confident, and I'm going to the gym to gain confidence. And then there are some women that absolutely will do that. There's some women that are like, I'm going to go film TikToks and I can't wait until some creep, glances at me, and then I'm going to get a bunch of social media attention because like this guy looked in the wrong direction. And the problem is that if you see a girl in a sports bra and tight pants that are halfway up her ass crack, you don't know which one is which, and we don't have any social norms that say what is appropriate and what isn't inappropriate. The only social norms and accountability that exists in society is towards men. Women have no accountability in society, almost none whatsoever. What men have is they have the accountability that if they look, they're disgusting, they're creepy.
You missed the qualifier.
What's the qualifier?
Which is like, it's not just comfortability and what's socially accepted, it's what looks good, right? Like, you aren't putting on something that doesn't make you look good. If you're going to the gym, everyone wants, guys want their arms or like their bodies to look good.
I don't disagree.
Girls want their asses and shit. Yeah, so it's like,
I don't disagree. I just think
50-50,
I think the male tends to look at it from a perspective of what looks good and sexy, whereas the people that are selling clothing and most women tend to look at it from a perspective of what makes me feel good and confident. And like, I think there's a disconnect or a cross between the way that males communicate what it is that a woman's wearing and the way that they actually feel about it.
Those two things, I think, are too interlinked. I get you're trying to.
Yeah, there's a Venn diagram. There's an overlap for sure.
They overlap too much, I think, to actually pull them apart fully, though. But I get what you're. I appreciate what you're saying. That was the point I was going to fucking make too.
Let's go to Chai. I think she wants to respond.
So it's more actually in line with Fabian. I don't want to go to the gym. I don't find that fun. But you know what I do find fun? I find it fun to put on my matching leggings and top that's meant to go to the gym together and making it an experience and not just going to the gym. I'm going to get my pre-workout and my cute matching outfit. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to feel great doing it. And then I'm going to leave. And I'm not going to think about anybody in there. That is my experience with dressing nice at the gym. It motivates me to want to make it an ordeal, not something boring and tiresome and not fun.
But you want to look good doing it, right?
I think that's great. I think that's great.
You want to look good doing it because there's a perception if you don't look good, just in general, right? Like in basic human society, if we're going out, like we want to look our best because people are going to perceive us, right? So it's not so much that you like want attention. It's not so much that you want attraction. It's not that you want to attract anybody, but like it's that you do want positive attention generally, and that's just baseline for I think for most people. It doesn't have to be necessarily girls, but it's the denial that comes from girls when it's like you're denying that you want this perception, which is like once again I think it's baseline for everyone. Corey argues that we shouldn't have it.
I'm not going to the gym to make friends, and I'm not wearing makeup to go to the gym, and I'm not doing my hair special to go to the gym. I'm just going to the gym in a nice matching outfit. That's what we're talking about.
No,
clothes.
but like, okay, but so like, this is kind of what
Fair.
sociologic's kind of getting at, right? Is this the societal norms aspect of this, right? Like, say I want to go to HEB right now and go to the grocery store. I'm fine. I'm dressed for that. I'd maybe put on like some dress pants, right? And I'll go and I'll be set. Maybe I'll have sandals on because it's casual. Who gives a shit? But we're walking around. Maybe I got some, khakis. But there's an outfit. We put a fit together. Right? We look something, we go out there. Why? Not just because I'm sitting here going, oh, I'm going to meet my future wife at HEB. No, but I'm going to walk around because there's like, oh, this guy looks like a slob. He's not just attractive. This guy's wearing Cookie Monster pants. Not attractive. But that's to a standard that is set. What is an attractive person, like what that looks like, that is decided by sexual attraction across the board. It's like, I don't know how we can even debate that as it even being a thing. Like, if you're saying somebody's attractive at all, it means to a sexual standard. Like,
Yeah, I mean, there absolutely is like element of sexuality, especially when we're talking like booty shorts and stuff. And look, I understand that people like go do chores and stuff, which I see exercise as a chore that you should always be doing, right? People will, I guess, want to look nice for going to do chores. I personally don't, right? I'm at Walmart in an adult onesie at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, I just don't give a fuck when it comes to shit like that.
Mention that on Timcat.
But,
yeah, but you're like, okay,
yeah.
but that's at 11 o'clock at night. You're not going in a onesie at like 5:30 in the afternoon when it's peak traffic.
If I'm going to Walmart, I'm going in pajamas.
Well, okay. This guy's got problems.
Unless like I'm on my way somewhere else and I happen to like.
If you're like out and about,
do you go out in public, anywhere else in public in pajamas?
If you're gonna go buy a new car, you're gonna go out in a onesie.
Walgreens.
You're gonna go to the mall. You're gonna wear a onesie.
The mall. The only time I ever go to the mall is like with people, so probably not. I'm probably wearing jeans.
What about like you need to go to the post office? So
Why?
Why? If you don't like there's friends there, and like they're gonna get secondhand embarrassment, right?
Oh,
but because there's a societal standard.
No. It's because I actually care about my friends' opinions, right? So like if I'm at Walmart, who gives a fuck, right? Nobody else really matters.
What you're saying, right?
Like,
what if you run into a client?
That has never happened.
But like,
there was an awkward moment. There was one awkward moment where I ran into a partner at a law firm I used to work at, and it was awkward because I was not dressed to impress.
Yeah, you look like a
that's
slob.
a good point, actually.
This what you look like on your time off?
What about going to a steakhouse? Like to a steakhouse,
but
like a regular one, like
jeans and a jacket.
But Chai was saying that like when she goes out, right? Like it's to like impress her friends, right? It matters what her friends think about her.
So it's more of like an experience of friendship, of getting ready together too. That's also an element in it. So I don't have a typical style. My style is more into the gothic type, like extra straps type shit. And my friend is also into that. And so we have a special aesthetic we like to dress in together when we go out and hang out. It's just like a thing we like to do together.
Yeah. So like,
that's
I think the
fine,
issue comes from. I think the issue comes from. Wait, just real quick.
Grab the holy water.
You have this aesthetic, right? You have this aesthetic. Now, this aesthetic appeals to like a certain demographic of people. And I think the problem comes and the disconnect comes from like when approached, when like sometimes girls be getting annoyed at guys that approach them. It's usually because they're not attracted to the guy that's approaching them, right? But then that's where the disconnect comes. It's like, well, hey, you look good, you're out here, we're in public, like I don't know why like I wouldn't approach you and why you're annoyed that like I am, right? Which is like the issue. That's,
the respectability is where it gets lost in translation for me. If you come at me in a respectable way, I don't care what you look like, if I'm attracted to you or not. I will say thank you so much. That actually made my day a lot better. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, but does every
and then
girl,
I'll
right?
keep going.
And the issue is that like, yes, you may do that, and it's like for a lot of guys, their experience is more negative than positive, so they take that and then they attribute it to like the general
approach
populace. Well, I mean, most guys don't know how to talk to girls. 1,000%. They're like, listen. I understand where both sides are coming from. That's kind of like where.
Let me explain. Right.
The issue
if you're saying you don't do this, like you just like throw on whatever's comfortable and then go to the gym, then obviously like you're not the demographic I'm talking about. I'm talking about the group of women that like wear lots of makeup to the gym and booty shorts and will like work out very seductively in front of guys and videotape their reaction and put it on the internet for clicks, right? That it's less common now, but there was a time period in like internet history where this was like a form of content, and it was like somewhat popular for some reason. I don't really understand why, but
Shock value. That's why.
Yeah, it was shock value. And this was around the time, right? And they would yell at the guy, like, "Oh, you're looking at my
Is
butt."
it like bouncing on the medicine balls?
Yeah, but hold on, Lactose.
Yeah, like bouncing the medicine balls or squatting,
hold on.
right? They would squat down right in front of the
With
dude. Yeah.
dumbbells.
That's where like the
really
social
hard to
discussion comes on. Yeah.
Hold on. This is not a new thing though. Like, and I hate to bunch of people, but I had people when I was like, 13. They're like, "You want to know the best pickup line in the world?" This is 20 years ago, right? They're like, "Hey, you want to know the best pickup line in the world?" They drop their keys. And they lean down and they grab them real slow and then they point at the girl. They go, "Hey, what are you looking at?" And everybody laughs, haha. Why is that even a thing? It's because
Pickup artists.
Yeah. Why is it? Yeah, pickup artists, but it's because this is already a societal norm. Is that you go to the gym, you're like in your little booty short thing. Guys and girls, you guys used to wear fucking John Stocktons, bro. Like we knew what we were doing. Come on, showing the thigh. Come on, bro. It's getting wild over here. Like I don't know how you can argue that it's not a societal norm-based thing. And like when it comes down to that, like there is a sense of like sexual like aspect to it in all regards. So it's like you can't like, take that out.
I think so. So giving Lactoid's argument like the most leeway here, right? And I don't think it's without merit of his argument. Is that like at what point can we say, as outside observers who can't look into a person's mind, right, that a way a woman is dressing is for men, right? Like, what kind of ensemble can we officially say that this seems to be to attract male sexual attention? Like, if they are like, in a like extremely like short, tight dress, or like that's all cut out, super huge amount of cleavage, right? Stripper heels, right? Like in that ensemble, right? Could we say that this person is dressing for male attention, like even if they say otherwise? What are your thoughts on that, Chai?
I'm sorry. You kind of like long-winded that question.
Did I? Okay. All right, I can try it again.
So like,
I just had to keep up with the and the and you got interrupted.
Okay, let me repeat the question. Don't worry, I'll go to you as well. But so the question is, at some point, like,
what's the outfit? What is the outfit?
Well, it was. Are you asking me what the outfit is?
Yeah.
To repeat it. Oh yeah, the outfit is, like I said, like a short, tight dress. With a lot of cleavage, stripper heels. Like, can we say that person, that woman, is dressing for men, even though we can't read her mind?
Are they standing on a corner?
No, they're just like walking about. They're going in the grocery store, maybe.
In the grocery store.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't really want to approach that type of woman anyway, but I feel like, yes, in a way, I would be like, "Where are you going? You look great, by the way." And maybe that's a good way to start a conversation.
But I'm saying that, like, the point is that
dressing for the male eye to go out to the grocery store dressed like that.
Yeah, so the point that I think, and I don't want to put words in
It's hard for me to think that way as a woman who's not interested in other women, because I don't think that way when I see a woman dressed like that. I more so try to admire what she's wearing or question what she's up to.
Yeah. So, but basically, what it seemed like Lactoid's question was, at least to me, was that at what point is it reasonable to say that like a person's behavior implies, right, like that they are looking for male attention, right? Like, now, if a person, like, if she's like in like a nun type outfit, right, that's not going to attract much male attention. It'd be weird if anyone would say like, "Oh, you're dressing for guys," when you're like wearing like a nun type outfit. But if you're wearing
a nun type outfit of just the hood and nothing else,
I feel like body language comes into this a lot.
But yeah, I want to say though, like, here's the problem with what you're doing is you're falsely equivocating two things. One, if you're at the gym and you're like a female and she's in a sports bra and like some volleyball shorts and tiny ones like that, but she's in there doing some work, like I'm lifting, I'm getting shit done, I'm sweating, like, okay, she maybe got a pump cover for later or something, I don't know, but she's not wearing it at the time. That's one thing. It's a totally different thing if she's wearing the volleyball shorts and like I don't know, some string top and it's like only covering.
I hear you.
That's like a totally different argument.
Me.
Like,
I know you're there, right? But the point is that like
it could be basically the same fit.
Yeah. I know. I hear you. I hear you. Context and all that matters, right? But like, the question is whether we can't at all at any point in time make the statement, right? Say that this person, without talking to them, without like looking inside their head, know that this is what they're doing. Can we make that statement and that be fair? A fair assessment. Let's go to Ali because he's been waiting, and then we go to Scott.
Yeah, I mean, like the slight issue is that like girls look at things from like the girl gaze, the female gaze, and like the female perspective and point of view, and guys are like looking at it from their point of view. But we're in a shared space. So if it's like at the club, if it's out at like the mall or in public, if it's at the gym, right? Guys are looking at like a girl's outfit and they're like, hey, like if you don't want me to look at your boobs, don't show me your boobs. Right, and that's all they see. It's like if you're wearing a sports bra, that's just an invite. Like it is asking for attention because otherwise you would just wear a t-shirt, right? There are t-shirts that aren't baggy, that aren't thrumpy, that do like are fine. And then like that the issue is that like girls are confused by that. They're like, well, what do you mean? I'm just trying to look cute with my outfit, and it's like that's from your perspective that you're just trying to look cute from your outfit. But like we also share a space, and you need to see things from the other perspective.
So I would say that we're kind of oversimplifying this. And what I mean by this is that nobody has a singular motivation when they get dressed. They have multiple motivations when they get dressed, some of which are conscious and some of which are subconscious. And when we have a culture that is very loose in terms of its norms of what is and isn't appropriate in different social contexts, what you end up with is you have some women who are absolutely dressing just to look cute with the girlies, and there's a subconscious motivation that says, if a really cute guy approaches me, that'll be awesome and I'm dressed appropriately for this, but they're not even thinking about it at the time, right? So what the issue is that if you attempt to ascribe a singular motivation to what's occurring, then you'll never actually understand the situation, because people dress for multiple reasons and what they feel changes from the context of the time. If I walk up and start trying to hit on a girl, right, that's way out of my league, and I'm doing it by trying to explain to her why we need anarchism and the state is bad, guess what? Her clothing all of a sudden isn't an invitation to have a conversation with me. All of a sudden, her clothing is just for her and the girlies, and all of a sudden, why is this creep approaching her? But if some super attractive guy that has a lot of game walks up and talks to her in the club or something, all of a sudden, she's very happy that she's wearing an outfit that attracted this guy and brought them over. And in simultaneous situations, you have girls, for example, that are, let's just say, for whatever reason, genetics, right? They have a slim waist and like G tits, and they're just trying to wear a regular shirt, and they can't help the fact that a regular fucking t-shirt, unless they specially order it, is this thing that basically just says, look at my giant tits. They can't help that. They're just wearing a regular shirt. And so like the problem is when we start looking at things from a singular perspective that is kind of like coded towards our bias, our individual bias as dudes or as girls, like, and we say like, oh, I'm just dressing for the girls, or, oh, she's wearing this seductive clothing, it's obviously for the male gaze. The truth is that it's kind of all of these things, and it's kind of dependent upon the individual, which thing they have. And it's also dependent upon the context of the situation that they end up in, not just how they dress in that when they're going out.
Well, two things. One, I think you can dress for a singular purpose, but I don't think you would actually fight against that. Like you would say that there are occasions where a person might actually do that. Like my singular purpose is like to dress for a wedding, right? And I'm like dressing for the wedding, and that's like what I'm doing.
But if you're dressing for a wedding,
I'm not
you're also dressing. You're also dressing to look good. You're also dressing to not overshadow or wear something that would offend the bride. You might be single or you might not be single, so you might be wearing something to get a man at the wedding or not. I'm just saying there's a lot of people are complex.
I hear you.
There's a lot of
I'm
things
just saying
you're
that
not
like
thinking about.
No. But like also like if you're just wearing a uniform for work, right? And that's what I'm dressing, uniform for work. Then it'd be weird to say there's multiple reasons.
Sure, but I mean, are you pressing the uniform?
I'm not trying to.
Or are you grabbing it from the dirty clothes?
None of those things matter. If there's consequences that could be enacted on you for not having a clean press uniform, right? Like that would be like for work.
Right. So that's when we get into the domain of we have cultural norms that allow us to be able to tell more about an outfit and the context of the outfit. That's what a uniform is, right? Like wearing a suit to work as opposed to wearing whatever.
I won't dig into that point, right? But the other issue is though, we can ascribe primary motivations, right? That like yes, we can understand that.
Yeah. There could be a primary motivation. Like I'm just saying that there are multiple ones, and it's going to be different from the person in the context.
Fair enough, right? So yeah, but like so I hear what you're saying, and we shouldn't like assume anything is one thing. That people are complex machines. That do things
you can. I'm not saying you shouldn't assume.
But but you're saying that like that is you're oftentimes missing so much of like the context and situation, and you're now.
But you're never going to know all that shit. You know what I mean? So just ask her out, and she calls you a creep. Go on to the next one.
But hold on. It's not about asking them out. At least that's not the point that I was ever trying to make. Right? Maybe others
fair
are
enough.
making that point. Yeah, it's about
trying not to get caught on camera at the gym. Whatever.
Trying to understand like it not being a quote unquote sexist thing to say that this person is dressing for like male attention, right? That like, hey, like I'm just looking at the context clues of the situation, right? And like this behavior like seems like more likely than not, like the primary reason is to dress for male attention. And like I feel like there's at some point that we could say that. Doopy wants to say something. Let's
that's fair.
I feel like this conversation always reminds me of this. It's maybe I came up with this. I can't remember where I got this from. Okay, but it's a thing that I heard or thought of at one point. But it's kind of like, lighting a flare, right, and then claiming you didn't want anybody to see it, right? Like clothing is communication. If you're dressing this way for yourself, why the fuck are you only doing when other people can see it? You're probably not wearing this shit and getting all prettied up at home and then laying on the couch and watching fucking Netflix. You're going outside where people can see you this way so that people do see you. And then when they do see you and they react to seeing you just the way you wanted, you pretend that you didn't want them to see you at all. It's silly. It's like using your outfit to like speak loudly and then like acting like you're surprised when people listen to you. It's so silly. We need women to be comfortable. And this it reminds me of this other thing, Prime, that we've spoken about before, this idea that women like they do this like silly game, a lot of them like leading up to sex, because they can't be seen as somebody who wants sex. They need to be seen as somebody who like has sex happen to them, right? It's like a thing that happens to them. It's not something that they want and they do. I think that women are like sort of conditioned to feel like they shouldn't want attention. They shouldn't want the social validation, but they really want it just like everybody else.
Like they shouldn't be vain.
So they put on this costume, they go outside because they want to be seen. And then when people notice, they feel kind of ashamed because people are noticing, because they're not meant to want to be noticed in the first place, because society taught them to be this way for some fucking reason. So they like try to cover it up with, oh no, it's just for me, it's just for my friends, just trying to want to feel confident in myself. It's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. I think most of this is just women coping with the fact that they do want validation, they do like the attention, and men simping over them, pretending that it makes any fucking sense.
I think we're leaving out an important aspect of this here, where it was kind of starting to get touched on, and then you guys veered in another direction. And like, when you get dressed up, when you wear something nice, the reason why you're required to do it for work, for the most part, as you can see, is often you're showing a sign of respect to the person that's receiving you. If you go over to somebody's house for a dinner date and you wear sweatpants, it's kind of a show of disrespect. So in a way that carries over to society, not as directly, but if you go out into society wearing pajama pants, which I often do on my days off, you're essentially telling society in a sense that they aren't worth your fucking time. And the outlook of our society from a third party perspective isn't worth your time. It almost shows a too much selfishness. I get dressed up in an instance because I want society to have a higher standard. And I often see women, like when I'm guessing most of you aren't around when women are getting dressed. It's a bunch of incels in here, But when I hear women get dressed, they're like, "Oh, that's cute. I want to wear that today." That's about as far as the thinking goes.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's nonsense.
Before you continue, hold on. We do have a super chat, and it was less than 20 minutes ago that this came in.
Wow!
All right. So
good.
Regard. You know what? You know Wick does. Wick waits like a certain point in time, then he answers all his super chats. All right. So all right, just putting that out
That's
there.
what you should
Hey,
do.
listen,
Hold them up for the top of the hour.
You know what, Prod? Don't listen.
You just gotta say that's the policy.
You did good. Yeah, you did good. You just didn't want to interrupt him. You get to him as fast as possible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. But they say regarding what you wear to the gym, would you change what you wear if you knew for a fact that nobody would be there or have any chance of seeing you? And this is to Chai Bunny. Thanks. It's from Alexander Wynn, $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Alexander, who's been given great super chats in the past. So yeah, do you want me to repeat that, Chai Bunny? That question?
If I had my own personal gym, because that's essentially what that is, yes, I would work out in a sports bra and those little shorts because I'm comfortable in my own company. No one can see me.
I'd be butt ass naked, boy.
I'd be naked too. Yeah, no one else.
I don't like naked boxers.
I don't like that freedom.
Sweat right off the tip.
Weights and swinging.
I don't like
no,
being naked. I don't like being naked.
You're alone. You're alone working out.
Yeah,
you sweat everywhere. There's no chafing at all.
The dangle.
You gotta strap that shit down. That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Leave that fucking injury.
That's
not safe.
That's
not safe.
Wear a boxer briefs.
It's a nice slapping mechanism. Okay, it works.
No, you're gonna pinch something. Fuck that. You're crazy.
Pinch something? What the fuck?
Yeah, you're gonna. I don't know about you, but most guys,
you're gonna tap something the wrong way. I'm good.
It does like a slapping side to side thing, right? And then
I got testicles.
It's not getting caught in anything below.
I got the ballsies I'm worried about. The boys.
That's ridiculous.
I'm just when you
the problem with that super chat though is that super chat didn't specify whether or not someone was going to post pics on Instagram like half of the people are doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because that's because we're talking about the type of girl that is making content and shows selfies.
Hold on, why even work out if you're not going to post pics?
Right? Then it doesn't matter, right? Like if they're alone in the gym, if they're posting pics, like got a good workout done today or whatever. Because you're kind of still in the same situation, right?
Wrong.
So
No, listen, if you're working out, the whole point is to work out to post pics because look at me, I'm better than you. That's what most people.
You're memeing. But it's not. You're memeing. Yes, you are memeing because the question. The question is if you are working out purely for yourself without anyone having any capacity to see you, right? Then it also has to be are you not going to
also
show
working out for the social gratification to let people know that I'm better than them?
But you're circumnavigating the question by that meaning. Right, like the question is if you're yes,
we're going straight to the heart of it.
You're not going to the heart of it. You're being silly.
Not just at the gym, but even
silly.
Afterwards. Like it's pretty.
Oh my god, bro! You just don't like the answer, so it's being silly.
No, I would do it if I was proud of myself to share my accomplishment.
Right, but that's the thing is that if you're sharing pictures, right, from your workout or taking pics, then the fit matters in the sense that the fit is there for other people to see.
It would just be whatever fit that I wore that day. I wouldn't put that much thought into it.
Don't turn this into a fucking breakfast question. Okay, it's really fucking simple.
Breakfast.
I don't know why you're turning it into this complicated thing. Why? Because I don't agree with you completely.
No, I'm saying, does the fit change? Even if no one's at the gym and you know for certain that you're not going to take any photos of the outfit that you're in at any moment and share it to anyone.
Pictures do not matter. I'm still not working out naked. Why?
Never mind.
But why though?
Me to work out naked because that's gross.
It's fine. It's fine.
How are you containing your ball sweat?
Lactoid. I got it.
I'm not. That's the point. It's aerating, right?
What a horrible workout experience!
If you're running out,
wonderful. Look, when it gets cold, when it comes
to care for the male genitalia areas, lactoid, I don't take you. The one ply toilet paper, the working out naked. You got to take care of yourself better.
Hold on.
You got to take care of yourself better, brother.
There are other people there, and that's
hold on.
But I'm just saying the want. You know.
Lactoid. Imagine you're running on a treadmill. Everything's just flopping around everywhere. You could knock your knee out. You could have a clock tower problem where you're bruising your legs
knock my
up.
knee out. Hold on.
All sorts of shit.
I'm not saying like, okay,
took a second.
Let's be a little bit realistic here. I'm not knocking my knee out, okay? And neither are you, and neither is anybody.
Hey man,
What if you bruise your? What if you hit the artery in your hip? You can hit the artery in your hip. You know, you can bleed out. What if you bleed out?
So hold on.
Look. So you know that an elephant's ears, right? It's full of blood vessels in order to cool off in the warm African sun, right? So your testicular like the skin, right, can function very similar in the way that an elephant.
The evolutionary adaptation is totally.
I have a response to.
I was with you for a second there.
Earlier.
Okay, if you want to go to sure. And I want to engage with Scott's question later on, but go ahead, Chai.
Doobie, you said something about if this is something you want to do, why aren't you just doing it every day? Well, for me personally, when I go outside and I do my job, which is outside the whole day, I get dressed comfortably for my job. Now, I'm a clean, neat person in general. That's just how I was raised. So, of course, I look presentable because I'm clean and neat. That just makes sense, right? But I'm not going to go gothify myself every single day to go out when I'm just doing my job and making money. Now, on the weekend, when I have more time, I'm going to go do all that stuff that I normally want to do during the week but don't have time to do, and it's kind of inconvenient for me. On the weekend when I do have time, and maybe I'll run my errands.
I don't think
that's for the male gaze, though. Like, I don't think that is, because you said if you only sometimes.
And I think you misunderstood what I said. So I'm not saying just when you're at work, you don't. It makes sense you don't have time or you don't have the ability to gothify yourself or whatever the fuck you do.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're at home, nothing to do. You're gonna be home all day, maybe watching fucking White Lotus or something, whatever the fuck people do these days. And I really doubt that on those days, as lazy,
that I'm gonna walk past the mirror on the wall and look at myself fully gothified and go, "Wow, I look so good. I love the way I look. Like I'm so happy I don't think you're gonna take the time while I hang out at home."
Yeah, I don't think I would. Are you serious? You really go through all that fucking hassle to sit on the fucking couch once
I used to do it every single day of my life before I had to get real adult job and then try to do other things on top of it, like hobbies and yada, 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 adulthood. Yes, I miss being able to do that every single day. So on the weekends, I do it every single time.
I'm sorry, I just don't believe you. So before you got this real adult job, like were you like living on your own?
No.
Like, okay, so you're living with somebody. So you're gothifying yourself for that person, then probably. Like
I live with my mom. That doesn't matter.
Okay, well, maybe you wanted to look pretty for mommy or something.
Oh, I will hang out. Listen to me. I will hang out in my room the entire
person is fucking gothifying themselves every fucking day when they're not going to see anybody. There's no chance of seeing any other human being. They're going to go through all this fucking hassle to put this makeup on your fucking face.
You really think my cat mother enjoys my goth makeup?
There are people that do, but it is kind of an outlier. Like there are girls who will sit at home and do their makeup because they like makeup. Like it, but it is kind of an outlier. Like
no. I don't think it is as much as an outlier as you might think.
Hold on. If well, hold on, Prime. The only I'm leaving out a possibility.
Most girls post it, Prime. Most girls that are doing their makeup are going to at least post it. They're not just doing it at home.
Take a picture and do something. Okay, but hold on. But maybe I'm leaving out a possibility because there are women who have gotten so used to putting this mask on every day, this clown mask on every day, that if they see themselves without it, they feel like they look hideous and they feel disgusting. So they need to go put it on ASAP as soon as they wake up in the morning. Otherwise, they don't feel like a human. Right? It could be something like that, right? But I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying that's a thing that I know exists. Women say, "Oh, I got to put my face on before I go outside or I walk out of my room."
That's how I feel about my beard. You know, so I can understand.
But no, this was tested during the pandemic, right? A lot of people were stuck at home, and like what do they do? Like, you know, what were their daily routines? And for a lot of women, right? And what the percentage is, I will never know. No one knows. So I'm not gonna make a hazard here. But there was a significant percentage of women who preferred to like go through the whole routine of like putting on their makeup, right? They said like this is just like a thing that like helps me like get ready,
feel normal. Day.
Right? Yeah, like they feel normal, right?
Because they're maintaining the standard of I used to wake up, put on makeup, and go outside because I had to be presentable, right? Now they're trying to keep a sense of normalcy by staying inside and still maintaining that same sense of presentability.
Well, again, I'm just like reflecting.
Yeah, that's like a coping mechanism.
Well, yeah, I'm just like explaining to you the thought.
But so there is a component of that, and again, I'm just like relating what I'm hearing, right? but also just like, hey, not just for like standards and to be presentable, right? It's just that this was like some even describe it as like a meditative routine, right? Like I just like go through these motions and then I am good for the day, even if the day is completely inside by myself without necessarily posting pictures. Because I'm not sure if every woman is like posting pictures like on like social goddamn media.
Like a
Yeah.
routine in a way.
Yeah, it's a routine, right? It's a routine that people do. Like some people, like they were working from home, right? Like they're doing the Zoom thing, or not even Zoom, but just like working remotely. But like they're like, I'm going to dress up, right? I'm going to like put on a suit and I mean not a suit, but like a shirt and tie, right? And put on pants like slacks or something. And then maybe I'm going to go into a special place, so that would be my office, right? And that gets me in the mood for work, even though I could just be. Have like shorts on and like a stained shirt, right? But people do that as well. So like this was also the case for a certain cohort of women. So like all that exists without an outside observer, right?
So I just pulled up some statistics real quick for you, and 71% of women in a study said they wore somewhat or significantly less makeup as a consequence of being locked down for the pandemic. We saw makeup sales drop 37% in just 1 quarter or 2 quarters in 2020 and continue to plummet. I would say that if you start looking at like that other 20,
so like 30% otherwise, yeah.
But then you're also talking about frontline workers and people that still have to go to work every day as well. I don't know how you parse that out as well, but I would say that this number you're looking for is somewhere but like 5-10% is just a guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, to be clear, I think that most women should probably wear makeup. Okay, like most women are pretty unattractive on their own, unfortunately. So I'm not like even opposed to that idea. My issue is just that I think that this like kind of coping thing where we're like, oh, yeah, you're showing us your ass cheeks 24/7. You want to make sure your titties are nice and perky. But God, we can't just say you're doing it because you want to be seen or you like the attention or whatever. Because that would be too far. Just fucking admit it. It's fine to want people to look at you. It's okay. Like guys want people to look at them too. Not a big deal.
Doobie, I want you to look at me.
I really don't like looking at you, but I'll do it for you. Okay.
Well, I mean,
just for you.
Listen, I will learn. I have learned to do my beard perfectly, right? And I will spend, some time to make it look perfect. And I can say it's for me because I hate the imbalance, but at the same time, I also want people to look at my face and be like, damn, he got a good lineup or he got a good haircut or whatever it may be. It still feels good. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I avoid it or I don't want it or I don't like it, which is kind of the argument that you hear from girls is that they're saying we don't want it, we don't like it. And that's like the issue that a lot of guys are dealing with is that they feel as though like they're like it's weird, it's strange, and like kind of like how Doobie's feeling. We're like, hey, guys like the attention too. Just admit that you like the attention, so we can just kind of move on with our day. Just say you don't want it from that person, and that's fine.
You don't like the natural look, Doobie? You're not a fan of that?
Natural look? Some women can do it. Like my wife is very attractive naturally.
Smart man.
But some women need the help. Okay, some men need the help. I think men should wear makeup. Okay, that'd make my life way easier. Right, people would be easier to look at. If Tyler started wearing makeup, I think he'd look 100 times better.
Try to smash,
he's a handsome guy. But I'm just saying, everybody.
Listen, you want this pipe? You want this pipe? You just ask, baby.
Talk to the later.
All right. Fair. All right. So Scott,
Fabian, you're cute too. You're staring directly into the camera, waiting for it. You're a cutie too.
No, this conversation turned into a stupid whatever podcast, so I started playing WoW.
It's just true. Like, what have I said that's incorrect?
It went to the other form of gaze. Okay, that's what I.
No, what's up? What did you want to ask?
Well, Scott, you had a question previously. You felt like it wasn't addressed. And I was going to try to engage with it. What was that question? Do you remember?
I think you said that you were going to
engage with my question,
without
a
reason. I didn't
reason.
say it didn't get addressed. I just kind of faded into the background as we got into this silly conversation.
The super chat. You fixed the super chat, and then it kind of went left. So he's like, "What was the question? How do you?"
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, like, it's. If you're going to talk about the concept of not doing something for the male gaze as a motivating factor in any way, then you have to recognize how many women are on social media and recognize how much of that is part of the male gaze. Like if you're an e-girl, right? like for you, for example, Chai, right? Like a large portion of your money, a large portion of what it is that you do, right, requires you to look attractive for men, right? If you weren't attractive for men, then you would lose money and you would lose clout and you would lose relevance. And that's not to say that like you're bad for doing this or anything other. Like that's just a reality of the situation. So you're obviously going to do things for the male gaze. So if someone's going to ask you about like your workout fit or anything like that, I don't know you. I'm not like scrolling through your Instagram, but I'm assuming if you're a variety streamer that, is a female in this space, it's a high probability without me looking in any way, shape, or form that you probably have other social media that has pictures of you where you're taking selfies and things like that. And that's part of the content that you produce. So like, if
you
we're going
not
to ask
have
a question
social
about that,
media
then
where
we're
you
gonna
post
have to do it.
selfies? Wait, do you not hold on? Do you not have selfies on your social media, Fabian?
Well, I don't have an Instagram. I don't have a TikTok. I don't have a I don't have most of those things. And when I'm on Twitter, the only time I've ever posted a selfie, I think I post a selfie like once a year. Like I posted one when I was in the hospital bed, be like, I'm in the fucking hospital. Here I am. And then I posted one when I was on my way to Temple.
I have social media that posts selfies, bro. Like, you think grandma and grandpa that are 86?
Yeah, Scott doesn't take the best selfies. He's not trained. He's not selfie trained.
This is exactly why I checked out, right? Because I brought up a valid point, and it's like, but what aboutism? Dude, do you not have selfies? It doesn't matter whether or not I do or don't have selfies. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to... No, it's not relevant to the question is, would you... All right, I'm out. This is retarded, and you guys are all acting differently because
No, hold on, Scott. I'm trying to...
Stupid.
Thank you. I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, can I talk to Scott since he's upset? I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Anyway, you checked out. Let's check back in. All right. Let's talk about it.
I'm locked in. Let's go.
I don't do mirrors in the background. I don't do cleavage. I don't do sexy poses. I do cringe voices, and I'm very fucking cringe. And I don't cater to that, and I do have viewers, and I think, it is a positive that I'm not ugly as fuck. Yeah, I will say that. It's a positive. But do I think people come here just to simp me? No, I don't think I have any real simp chatters. I think I have people that think I'm fun to hang out with and that I'm funny to be around. And oh my God, funny woman. They do sometimes exist.
Oh, fuck. That's funny.
But do I get where you're coming from? Do I understand that there are a lot of women online that do that and they do cater to that? Yes, but that is not every single one either. And I don't think the fact that I have an Instagram where I post updates of maybe when I change my hair or maybe I want to post a new cosplay that I did. It's a glimpse into my life. It's just something that I do for expression. I don't need your approval.
Okay, so two things. Number one, it's simply not true, and this is both fortunate or unfortunate, however you want to look at it. I'm just being descriptive here. It's just not true that you're going to be a woman online that posts any form of pictures of yourself and makes content that some portion of your audience isn't going to be there because they like looking at pretty woman and that they're not going to simp in some regard. You're just not going to be a Twitcher. Now, yeah, you're absolutely right that some women lean into that heavily and like that's the primary goal of their content. And then some women don't want that at all, but unfortunately it's just going to be there in some regard. And that's going to be some level of your success. And how much you lean into that is going to change the vibe of your content that you make. But there are some
I don't think
dudes
you have
that
to
follow
be
you
pretty
for that.
to make it big. I don't think that has to be.
Nobody
a
said
concept.
that. Nobody said that.
There
Please,
are
let's
some.
not.
Okay.
Let's not do that. Right? Like let's not do the meme of like average woman 5'4", but I'm 5'6" though. Like let's not do that. Okay.
Can I go?
So
I think I
so that's number one. Right. So it's just like, and number two, this isn't about me making a value judgment on whether or not I think it's wrong or evil or bad that you do or don't engage in this level of behavior. It's about when we ask a question of like, what is clothing like and why do people dress in certain situations? And we ignore the fact that someone is a content creator and may or may not post pictures of themselves in their outfit as a form of their, as you put it, a look into my life, right? That is obviously going to have some effect, right? Like you would certainly, depending upon, no matter what your personal feelings are, you're going to have incentives, right, that push you to be presentable or to not look like a ragamuffin that's all fucked up. If you know, when you're going to the gym, if you're going to take a picture in a mirror at some point and be like, just got done with a workout sesh, you know, like even if it's just a look into my life, you know that if your makeup looks like shit, your hair's all over the place, and you're wearing a fucking a pump cover and like baggy bullshit, that like that's not going to get the same level of positive feedback, the likes, the things that are going to affect both your content and your self-confidence, etc. And so I'm simply saying, if someone's going to ask a question of, would you wear the same thing if nobody else is in the gym? You got to add, are you posting it online? Because that has the same psychological effect. And nobody got that because I don't know.
I did get that. I think I can counter you right here real quick. So I think that the posting online, you're pigeonholing it to be this bad thing because that incentive system does exist.
I'm not pigeonholing. I made no value judgment. I'm simply saying that it has an effect.
Bad's a bad word. Bad's a bad word. Okay. That incentive system, take bad out of there. Sorry. So you're saying that exists, but you're pigeonholing in a sense to say that is there and prevalent. So no matter what the intent of the actor is,
never said that
incentive system. Well, that's what you're alluding to, is that incentive system just existing at all. If they're posting online, that incentive system just existing at all shows that they're doing it for that incentive system. Where the intent of the
that's not how incentives work.
Matter.
No, that doesn't mean that's not how incentives works. What I'm saying is an incentive is there, and so you have to get rid of those incentives, because that's the whole point of the fucking question, is that if there are no incentives towards other people seeing you, would you dress the same way? Right? I'm not saying I'm just fixing the question. I'm not saying that you would change your behavior or she wouldn't change your behavior, right? I don't know Chai Bunny or whatever. Like, I'm assuming that's what you go by, whatever, right? Like, I don't know how she would or wouldn't react in that situation. I'm simply saying incentives exist, right? And so if the question is remove the incentives, then remove the incentives.
I'd argue more the human default is to want to take pictures of, to share happy moments in your life, even if that happy moment is progress at the gym or something like that. I'd say posting online, even if it's a picture of your body after you just got done with a hard workout, has some, it's not the actual intent of the post is what matters. And there are thirst traps out there. I'm giving you this. But just because there is an incentive to do that doesn't mean everyone posting it does. The posting online part that you're trying to frame in here isn't necessarily relevant.
I'm not trying to frame anything. I'm saying there's an incentive and that there's overlap. I totally understand that some people do thirst traps and some people just post because they want something, they want, as Chai Bunny said, like a look into my life, right? But when you're talking about producing content and other people seeing it, there are going to be subconscious motivations and incentives that push towards things. And when we have a lack of cultural norms, or the cultural norms are very hedonistic and, very open, we could say, right? Where like there is no cultural norm against you, like posting pictures online for male attention, that it's even celebrated as like empowering. So the cultural norm is actually in the opposite direction, that like, you can't necessarily define something by what it is that somebody says when there are all these incentive structures and subconscious motivations that overlap with each other.
I get that. I'm just saying, like, how the main factor here is the intent of the poster. Like, if she tells me she's posting it because she's happy with her workout and impressed with her progress, I take her at her word. That's her actual.
Yeah, that's dumb.
She said it. Like,
that's dumb.
She
doesn't know all of her motivations. Neither do you, or neither do I. That's the whole point of subconscious motivations and incentive structures and the poison of social media, right? Like, is that there are other factors in the culture, in the subconscious, in the norms that we set, etc. So if someone says, "Oh, I'm just posting this because whatever, because of X," it's like you have to understand that might be their primary conscious motivation, and they're not lying. But there are all of these other motivations and incentive structures that exist
exist in culture, and you can't have a conversation about like what is and isn't appropriate and what ought be the cultural norms and rules without recognizing all of those incentives in those systems. Instead, we're just talking about like silly shit.
If they're ignorant to it, absolutely though. Is what
Oh
I'm saying.
my
If they're
God.
ignorant to it and nobody's told
Well,
them.
hold on, can I ask you a
this is
question?
something
This
that
is stupid.
Niche
Hold on, Tyler.
conversations. Yeah.
So I had a situation on my server, right? The best and biggest political server on Discord, okay? This was like 4 months ago, where I found one of the mods, actually, unfortunately. He's like 26 or something like this. And we found that he was accepting nude pictures from a 16-year-old boy, right? Dick pictures, sending this kid shirtless pictures, etc. Now, I looked through all the DMs. Right, there's nothing sexual in the DMs actually. It was like this kid was talking about like injecting his dick with like some fucking chemicals to like make it more girthy and longer or something, right? And this guy was like giving him like tips. Oh yeah, no, if you inject it like this, then you know you might it might like swell up or something. You know, you should talk to a doctor first, etc. And the kid was sending like progress pictures of his erect penis, right? And this guy
Clearly
swore up
just
and down.
looking for medical advice. All right, nothing
Exactly.
wrong
This guy swore up and down, right? And I'm looking at these fucking like
What the fuck?
conversation they're having, and technically there's nothing sexual, right? Quote unquote, right? But the guy is saying, "Hey, yeah, let me see a progress picture. Like, what's it looking like right now?" Like, I can assume, given that I know this is actually a gay guy, the model's a gay guy, right? So I know that he's into penis. Asking to see another guy's penis, a 16-year-old's penis, I can assume, even though he's telling me it's not sexual, whatever, I can assume that it's probably sexual, right? It's so like, come on, we can even if people are saying their intentions are one thing, we can guess. We have a brain, right? We can think about things.
Yeah, there's
it might
a
be
little
something
bit of
else.
a grooming element there. That's I don't even want to touch that shit.
Yeah, but he would say that he was just giving him medical advice, just trying to help him out as a bro.
Don't
Like,
want to
come
touch
on,
that.
like sometimes people are, even if he's not aware of this, right? At some level, it was a sexual thing. I think it's safe to say this is a sexual thing. And even if it wasn't, it's not okay to get dick pics from a 16-year-old. It's like a 20-something-year-old.
Yeah,
Like,
but
either way, not good. But I can assume, I think something sexual is going on there.
I get that, and there is definitely a factor. But if the intent was just to post X, and you fucking log on the next day and you find a bunch of dudes are oogling over you, and you start like, "Ew, get out of my Facebook," and deleting the comments, like it's obvious that you weren't doing it to be oogled. So that's happening.
But wait. So wait. You weren't doing it to be well. It's not so much that you're asking to, but like the weird the expectation to not be oogled, like the expectation, like when you don't have a private page, if your page was privated, right, and you had people like, sure, but if you have a public page and then you're like surprised and confused and all of that like randoms came to your page, it's like, it's so private your page then.
Yeah, you're right. The internet be the internet. It is free
That's
speech.
kind of that's the issue, is that you like people come on, they do these things. It's like it's not so much that you're doing it for the male gaze, but when you enter a world where your 50% is male, you have to like kind of assume that the male gaze exists. You can't omit it, right? You can't walk around and be like, well, no, the male gaze shouldn't exist. It shouldn't impose on me. I should be able to just walk around blank in the world. It's like, sure, but like that's not really how it works because it's a shared world.
I agree. I think there's a little bit of a fear of rejection in here, and I kind of agree with Scott. You shoot your shot. If you get a no, you just move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Like it's really 100%. But and there is a little bit of the guys like feeling like they received the wrong message, even if it wasn't intentionally. People send wrong signals all the time, and like don't intend to. You know, like I want to talk to like the innocence and intent of the woman here. I guarantee you that like 90% of women that just post a picture where you can kind of see their cleavage a little bit did not intend to be fucking thirst trapped.
I'm putting no intent on them. I'm just saying it's just the expectation of not having any attention given is the when you're out in public. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know, but like, and I think what Scott was saying was pretty simple in that like trying to isolate intentions, right? Or like run an experiment here, and this is what we're testing for, right? And understanding there are other incentives, other factors that go in, and they can go in subconsciously, right? So if social media exists, and even though you don't use social media, right, to promote your OnlyFans or some shit like that, right? Just that within social media, there is social cachet to be found by posting an attractive
well, it's
picture,
not even
right?
so
or even having a private or a public page.
Further than that. it can go further than that, right? Like you can be a female, right? Especially if you're Gen Z, who grew up with social media everywhere. Like, so I talk a lot to my sister who just turned 18, right? That doesn't mean she's on the market, you weirdos. And just throwing that out there. Fuck all of you for thinking that.
Saying her age and then putting the restriction is crazy, dog. Come on, bro. Like you're not into the internet. What about the internet, bro?
I will fuck you guys up.
Into the internet, bro. Don't do that.
I will be in the bushes with my dad. All right, and we will have crossbows for the silent kills. You stay away.
So much for libertarianism, right? Oh my god.
Fuck that.
Non-aggression
Fuck that.
principle.
Women are
regardless.
He was really one of us the whole time. He was.
So, anyways, but like when you grow up with social media as part of the social hierarchy within your school, within everyone that you know, right? You could even be like completely asexual person that has never had a desire for male attention in your entire life or female attention, right? And at the same time, if you don't play the social game of what it is that you're supposed to wear, how you're supposed to dress, or like what level of makeup you should have, not adhering to whatever the standards are that like make you seem like if you wear too much you're a whore, if you don't, you wear this way you're frumpy or poor, whatever it is. So there is a greater social context where even those girls that have zero desire and have never had a desire towards, the quote unquote male gaze are going to live in a culture where it is expected of them in order to maintain relationships and hierarchy within their friendships to post selfies, to to have an Instagram, like try and be somebody and like not have an IG at all, and people are going to be like, you're going to be treated differently if you don't play a game that everybody else is playing, and part of that is going to have an effect on you, even if your own motivations have nothing to do with like whether or not you are sexualizing yourself.
Try it doesn't this may not apply to you specifically or like the anecdotes that you have, but
I'm having a hard time.
To millions of women, I mean, like, okay, can we admit that like millions of young girls have like self-esteem issues due to social media, due to like the Kardashians of the world? They have self-body image.
I can agree with that. Yeah,
so like he's kind of speaking to that, like the majority, right? The general populace. We know that outliers exist and not everyone plays the game. However, in the general world, that is kind of how it works, and that's like
hold on, but y'all are doing this thing that's not fair, right? Well, both y'all really just did it, but more Fabian than you. Like this, you're kind of speaking to both sides here, so I'm going to give you a pass. But Fabian did this thing right here, where he's equivocated two things. It's like they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, because he's saying, "Oh, male gaze defines all." So, say you're in an Islamic country. Well, male gaze decides they got to be covered up, so they have to cover up. If you're in America, it's a Western society, it's where this thing. Well, the male gaze wants to see sex, so no matter if they wear however they dress, they're going to be sexualized, and it's not their fault. And there's some of their success is DEI because they're hot. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. So they only get DEI success. And that's bullshit, because we as the men can't sit here and go, oh, well, hey, we're defining what the standards are of society. Here's the sexualized things. Here's what's attractive. Then we define it and then turn around and be like, oh, well, they're meeting those. It's bad because it's then we're the ones buying the OnlyFans. Well, I'm sorry that they appeal to what we declared. Sure, cool, but millions of men are. And so when the woman is playing, it doesn't matter. The point is, though, those are the ones y'all are bitching about, right? Well, guess what? The men define what's sexy. They provided that. They paid for that. This is
the most feminist I've ever seen you, Gibbs.
I'm just saying. I'm just stating facts. It's just facts.
He's right, but this is what I was talking about earlier, Gibbs. Like, so you're right, Gibbs, 100%. The issue is that women, because like society is set up in a way where we condition women to do things and then shame them for doing the things that we condition them to do. Like, we just need to get rid of the shame. Just let them do the fucking thing. Let them be hot, and
there is a shame to appreciate them being hot. Certain girls, some girls do feel shame in being vain. It's like there is like girls who would like walk around. They're pretty. But like they feel bad for embracing their prettiness because they feel vain. They feel shallow. They feel whatever it is. It's like all these negative emotions are implied. Yeah, they feel bad for like embracing the fact that they are pretty and that they want the attention. And then that builds a complex to Doobie's point.
Yeah, but like I think again. All Scott was saying, I don't think I hear what you're saying, Gibbs, but I think all Scott was saying was that incentives exist, right? And people are interacting them one way or the other. Even if you're rejecting them, you're interacting with them.
Yes.
So, like, there are like lesbians,
That's
right?
like saying like oxygen exists, though, bro. Like, I mean, what kind of like?
But that's true. Yeah,
Correct. And it's still difficult for you to conceive of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, clearly not. I made a one-to-one comparison.
No, but even then, no, that works with what I'm saying, because like oxygen exists, like water exists, and fish, like, are fish aware that they're swimming in water? Are people usually conscious aware that they're breathing? No, these are unconscious things that people are dealing with one or the other, right? Some people consciously reject them, right? Like I don't like Scott. I don't have like an Instagram or anything like that. I post no pictures ever anywhere, right?
Pretty much.
If you want to find the sexiness, you come to Reverie, right? You know, be a part of the channel. But it just doesn't exist. But I am making a conscious decision not to play that game. And like to Scott's point, I think there is a cost to not engaging in that. And the way that I do.
Do you know how many girls I've talked to that are like, "What's your Instagram?" And I'm like, "I don't have an Instagram." They're like, "Oh, clearly you're cheating on your wife."
100%.
And I'm like, "What do you mean I'm cheating on my wife?" And they're like, "You won't give me your Instagram," and I know all men have
100%.
Instagrams, so like you're hiding your family and your life. And I'm like, "No, I just don't want to post fucking selfies. Like I'm 100%. On the internet enough. If you want to see where I am on a Tuesday night." Fucking my YouTube channel exists. Like I'm there. Like I'm not cheating on
your
you
wife right now.
It's like, what are you talking about?
Giving a girl your YouTube handle is crazy.
They're gonna find it. They're gonna find it at one point anyway. So like, I'm just like, just look at it.
I'm going to go to Doopy in a second, but just like to wrap up what I was saying is that these incentives exist, right? There are lesbians, right? Like complete total lesbians who have OnlyFans, right? That are aimed at men, right? They do sexy shit like for male attention. They never think of touching a male, but they're still interacting with those incentives. They know those incentives exist. They happen to be attractive, right? They're going to use that. And on the other side, like Scott was saying, there are people who have no sexual attraction, but like still, even then, if they decide not to engage with social media, they're going to incur a social cost. They're still social animals, even if they're a bit different, right?
It's like
still exist within the system.
The lefties love to say that no man is an island, and then the moment that a right-winger says it in their regard and in terms of social issues, it's like, what are you talking about? We're all individuals, and we have no effect whatsoever from like social pressures. It's like, shut up.
100%. I agree with you, friend. So Doobie, let's go to Doobie, and then let's maybe move on to the actual topic at hand.
So I don't know. I was late, unfortunately. I had to put my wife to sleep, so I was late. Don't know how the fuck you guys got here.
Did you put chloroform on her face?
Nah, he just puts it down like that. Doobie's got it like that. That's how it is.
So I think
don't admit to a crime.
So I don't know how you guys got here, right? But something that I was thinking about while I was, because I actually had you guys in my earbud while I was doing it, right? I was listening to you guys talk.
Ew, gross, bro.
While you were laying it down, while you were laying it down,
a little bit weird. It felt like you guys were with me. And maybe
we're the honey pack.
The honey pack.
Crazy.
So like, why not? Anyway,
love to be.
So I don't know how you guys got here, but something I was thinking about while I was listening to you guys, right, is like, why the fuck is like, why do we care, right? So if some women feel uncomfortable when men approach them, who gives a fuck? Like, what's the big deal? Like, yeah, you're so sorry somebody wants to fuck you. So sad, I know. Like, as long as the guy's not being a fucking weirdo, right, and isn't like taking the rejection properly or whatever the fuck, like, why even make a big deal about it? Yeah, you get approached, you say no, thank you, or whatever, and then you move the fuck on. Who cares? Like, why is it something that we even need to like?
Well, why would a man care? Is because they can impose a social cost, whether you actually were creepy or not, right?
You mean why a woman would care?
That's cope. So hold on. So actually, wait, hold on. So Laxwood mentioned this, right? This like, oh, women are recording people for like reactions or whatever and posting on Instagram. Yeah, that does happen, right? Content creators exist, but this is probably a very, very, very tiny minority of people who are doing this. Like realistically, like it's a tiny minority of people.
It's like 10, 20
this kind of thing. Yeah, it's like it's so you see it everywhere, right? Because it's like popular content, but like it's. Like realistically, this is a tiny.
No. It's not. I'm not talking about that, right? Like even in the moment, right? someone can say, "Hey," like out loud, "Hey, you're being creepy," right? And maybe even just to you, right? Can throw that out there, and you don't like as a male who is like shocked by this, right? Like you don't understand like what is happening to you. Like I thought I was
that's just a guy being a
following
bitch. Like I don't.
No, fair enough. No, fair. And you can. I think you can fairly criticize them for that. That I think that works, right? But that doesn't mean that a social cost isn't being imposed.
Yeah, but he's kind of right. Like the appropriate response now, like when girls like fucking like are intentionally trying to trap you so they can embarrass you on social media because you glanced at their ass at the gym, is just go, ha ha, nice tits, and walk away. Like just stop respecting. Like they're using your respect of women and the social expectation of respect so that they can then shame you for
that
not.
Probably
like,
isn't
going
to
to
work for you.
And like it's
the fellows in the chat
to do away with
twice last week.
Fellows in the chat, don't double down. Fellows in the chat, don't double down.
No, just straight up double down and stop.
She's making that kind of content. She probably has an OnlyFans, right? So like you can see what you wanted to see for like $4 later. Not a big deal.
Okay, sorry.
No,
well,
Scott's right.
It's Scott. Okay, hold on. Our friend FK wants to badly join in and say a thing, but like we're not. We're really getting ready to move on. But I'm gonna give FK a shot because we love him. Hey FK. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I love him. Hey FK. Yeah, FK is cool. FK, you're in our Discord. Yeah. So let us know what your thoughts are on. We're gonna keep it short because we're about to move on to the next topic. But yeah, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, just real quick. 100% agree with fucking Doobie on this. At the end of the day, if you go what's the stereotypical fucking red pill situation? Oh, you went to the gym and you asked some girl out and she's like, dude, you're fucking being creepy. There's two worlds you can live in. You can live in the Scott world of like, well, you got fucking nice tits and I'm never going to touch them. Fuck you, bitch. And you walk away looking like the creepy retard you are. Or you take that, you go, oh, fuck, my bad. You move on and you reflect on it like any normal human should do with normal human situations. And it could be, what did I do? Look at that.
Oh,
now,
get out of here with your social shaming feminist
queer
bullshit.
Where you could have been creepy. And there's some things people do that seem creepy. And sometimes it's not even what you do. It might just be like your approach or your
Why can't we call women creepy?
physicality.
What's that all about?
You can.
I call women creepy all the time. What are you talking about? Women are the biggest creeps. What are you talking about?
The same way you guys are telling women, the same way you guys are telling women, like, oh, recognize the world you're in. Men have to do the same, right? We got to recognize the world we're in.
Women are predatory AF, dog. What do you mean?
Guess what? There's some women who are creepy. When I was 18, I had just turned 18. We went to the hookah lounge and we're smoking hookah, and the 40-year-old woman wants to lay down on my lap. That's like low-key creepy.
She just wants a bigger.
Let's be real. But let's be real. Most dudes are.
Well,
like,
I mean, can you really read into that though? I mean, we don't really know what you wanted, right?
But that's the difference.
Oh,
like
creepy.
you guys are putting like your male perspective on like where sex is something you have to like seek out. To somebody who like the reality is they don't have to seek it out that way, or they don't have to just seek out sex the way you do.
Wait a minute, hold on. No, hold on. You can't say that either, right? No, lots of women have to like seek out sex. That like it just doesn't appear to them. I know. I think no. Hold on.
They have to
now
seek
you're
out
putting your male
relationships.
experience
They
and
have
their
to seek out,
experience.
like,
Absolutely, women have to
It's
seek out
supply and
sex.
demand. No, you're wrong. It's supply and demand, right?
No, I'm not wrong on this, right? Hold on, because I actually listen to women.
Girls are
no, hold on, no.
Women are pickier. Wait, they're more selective with who. Wait, they're more selective with who they'll let.
100%. Hold on. Selective. Hold on. We can't do the selective thing.
Kidology did a whole
because of
fem
course
cells don't exist.
No holding. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have whole communities. They have whole communities about that. No, bullshit. No. Don't supply and demand me here, right?
Rules of economics.
Literally don't do that. Hold on. No,
right now.
And expect that people can have standards, right? And we can't say that. Well, it's just because of your standards why you can't have sex. Yeah, like I don't want like the creepy guy on the end of my corner, right? To like be inside of me, right?
Hey,
and then you're like,
well, supply and demand. I'll only fuck Jessica Alba and girls who look like Jessica Alba. That doesn't make me an incel if I'm not able to fuck
and you can talk to women, and there are women who do have trouble, even ones who are attractive. In fact, especially some especially who are attractive, who have trouble no, it's absolutely it's absolutely
guys on average, guys will settle for whatever at the end of the night. Girls,
they won't. No, they won't. I won't.
Guys, I won't. I never said. I
don't think it's true about the average guy. I'm saying it's not true about the average guy.
Yeah, but that's for the attention, not the sex.
Like, not every guy will put their dick into every hole, and it's like weird that we go along and say that.
Even that's like liar. What are you saying? Sorry, if you're saying that some women are so unattractive, no man will fuck them. Sure, I know that exists.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
maybe it's like a fucking turtle tank down there or something. It fucking smells. Okay, maybe even in that.
The average girl, the average 6 in the world, the average mid, quote unquote. Have you seen how thirsty the guys are in the world? In generality,
especially in certain areas. No, hold on. So the standard can't be.
If a man is going out, I need to go because I ask a girl out to get
in Wizards right now.
Like a modicum of small pussy. If a man is
I used to have the same idea.
If you remember Peter Griffin when he was a stripper with nothing but like long legs and a fucking head, they would fuck it. They would fuck it. People fuck Ashley Trevino or whatever the fuck that crazy TikTok lady's name is.
No, that can't be the standard. No, that can't be. I understand that there
I'm
are.
not saying it's the standard. I'm just saying men on average will tend to fuck anything.
Yes, hold on. Okay, just because there is some guy somewhere who will stick their dick into any girl, yes, that exists, right? Doesn't
most
mean
guys who aren't
the
getting
standard
game
for like
will.
understanding like a female sexual life and her behavior, right? Must be that it's simply that you're being too selective, which is why you aren't like having sex, right? Like that could also be true for men, right? You could also say that for incels too.
Not really.
Well, your other option is invest in yourself and be a better person in other ways, and then you can attract people who are better at a different level. But like people don't want to do that, right? They're lazy.
I'm saying this because I used to feel the same way, right? This was my idea as well, and but like my thinking on this has changed drastically because I've talked to women. Sorry,
I'm sorry. Do you think I've just never spoken to women?
Let me hop in.
Like, let's be real. Wanted a relationship with telling them she wanted to just get fucked. Okay, like she wanted a relationship. That was the issue.
Hold on.
Everybody
stop crashing out.
So like, what are you gonna get out of it?
Everybody stop crashing out and just like let's get back to a turn-ordered fucking thing. Like
we're turning shut up. You got some big. We're turning into the fuck out of here.
We're turning into the male whatever podcast. I mean, yeah, it's whatever. He's a dumb asshole. So, anyways, listen. It is absolutely true that the difference between the average and even the below average female and male experience and their ability to gain a relationship or at the very least gain sex is drastically different. It is also true that there are some women, though rarer than in the cases of men, that no matter how hard they try, they're not going to be able to find a normal
If you're a woman,
dude.
you ain't trying hard enough. If the only thing you want, if you're like the incel of a man and all you want is sex.
Stop. This is a
No,
retarded
FK's right
point.
on this.
You're being retarded. No. Listen, there are some women, right? I don't know. Maybe you were attacked by and
You could go
mauled
out
by
and
a
spread
dog
your legs
as a
on the
child.
streets, and you would get at least like 5 takers.
Yes.
There are outliers,
If
just let 'em-
yes.
let 'em
If you are a
finish.
fucking woman and you choose to want to be just a total fucking whore, there's some gross dude that will fuck you.
Oh, so now they're a
Absolutely.
whore for having
This is
sex.
what we're talking
a very
about.
Natural
No, they're a whore
natural-
if they just go out on the streets and spread
Yeah,
their
so the
legs,
issue isn't finding
hoping to
sex.
get a random
The issue is
dick.
finding the kind of sex they want.
Oh
They
my
will get
fucking
about
god!
eventually.
Oh my fucking god! Can you guys stop crashing out and just
Scott,
for
you're
a
missing the point
moment talk
entirely.
rationally? No, I'm not missing
You're
the point.
talking right-
I am
Ow.
admitting.
You're
I
gonna
am
make them go off.
I am admitting. I am admitting that it is obvious that the average male and the average female experience is different. I'm also admitting that it is obvious that the below average male and the below average female experience is different, right? But we also seek different things. And there are plenty of women and plenty of men that they don't want to just go get dick down by Chad. Okay, there's research coming
Poor
out
Chad.
that shows that women that haven't
What did
had
Chad
sex
ever
in the
do?
last year, young women that haven't had sex in the last year, is approaching, and in some studies even going above
But if a girl
young
puts
men.
on makeup, she wants to give the
Oh my
idea of being
God.
digged down
Oh
by
my
Chad.
Oh my God, you guys!
Well, Scott, you're a little bit off base. I agree.
I'm not off base.
People,
This is
like,
just
choose.
getting like
Well, let me
this is
explain.
just so stupid.
I know. I know. I understand. There's like women who choose to not have sex or whatever, right?
This is
What
not
we're
why I come
saying
to
is
Prime.
that, like,
I come to Prime because the conversations are better.
Okay. All right. Sorry. But what I guess what the intelligible point is behind some of the things that are being said here, which some of which are not super intelligible. I concede. But the intelligible point behind it all is that, like, there is also studies that show that, like, the sex drive for men is, like, significantly greater than it is for women. And when you have a society where you have roughly 50-50 of the population, but you have a massive desire for the poon, right, disproportionately so, compared to the desire for the peen, right, you're going to see a mismatch in the supply and the demand. You have a high demand,
Yeah, of course,
and limited supply, and
Yeah,
you have a high
obviously.
supply and limited demand. This is why the peen is very inexpensive. It's very cheap. It can be acquired very easily, right? But the poon is a little bit more difficult because it's much more demand than there
for
is
a ton of
supply. It's
reasons,
basic
right.
economics.
There's sexual
And
selective
to build off the very basic economics Lactoid just gave there, there's the addition of, if you're a man and you go up to a woman and it's that situation where she's like, hey, you're creepy, I don't want to talk to you. Guess what? That just means your product wasn't that great. You weren't selling the best product.
Guys,
You might
sorry,
have to-
sorry.
you might
I'm
have
not
to
sorry. I'm
invest
not
in
excluded
some
from that
R&D
part.
for your
Well,
product.
no, you were just bad at market research.
That part isn't
You're
even
bad at
important.
market
Hold on.
research.
The
You
thing
gotta
that
change about
I'm
it.
addressing at
Or
this point,
develop
right?
a better
and-
personality, or maybe
Hold on.
develop your style a little bit more to be a more approachable style, or
better
develop
marketing.
Okay,
your
hold on.
game.
Hold on, but
and
that's
change
not-
it.
that's not
Like,
even-
the
hold on,
first
hold
thing
on.
you do when you go up to her isn't like,
But
hey,
here's the thing.
you look
Stop it.
cute, do you
Okay,
wanna
so
go
here's the
out?
thing. Look,
Or hey, can I get your number?
Lactoid. The
It might be
reason
like,
why
hey,
I have a
I like
problem
your
with
hair.
this
Or it
is
might be
that.
something like,
Oh my
less
God!
fantasy.
Oh, that
Is there
thing.
even an interest there? And then move on from there.
Okay, thank you for your contribution, FK. Lactoid. The reason why I have a problem is that we're reducing this, like Scott said previously, right? To a univariate analysis. It's saying it's just like one thing. So looking at this on basic economics, but humans aren't basic economic machines. There's a little bit more to that, right? They're not always acting in a rational manner. Like, you should know that from economics. Economics actually accounts for this too, right? That people don't always act rationally, or they have other motivations other than like the acquiring the valuable within that system, right? So in any case, yeah. I can understand that there's very much imbalances on these things. I already know all that. You don't have to tell me all that. That's stupid. Well, I don't know why you even bring that up, right? I'm saying that there are women who put themselves out there, right, and not sorry, I'm not going to call them not unattractive women. I like deeply sorry, not deeply unattractive women. I'm saying either normal women or even attractive women, and they have barriers that exist for them that you and I, as men, don't appreciate, right? But if you talk to these women, you start to understand that these things do happen, right?
You have one barrier
there's
that you know of?
If somebody's putting up a barrier that you're not getting through because of
going
their
on
own
the most
personal
extreme,
issues, why do you
most
care so much?
unlikely, going on the most extreme and most unlikely scenario, but that does exist, right? There's a woman who's actually extremely attractive, but so attractive that literally no one approaches her, right? That's the thing. Please tell me you've at least heard of this, at a club, right?
No, wait. No, I haven't heard of this because every single time there are douchebags who will just approach. Yeah, that's not a real.
No.
It's just her personality. She doesn't like the caliber of the dudes that approach.
No, you're pretending that you just no. You're just again. You're literally not even listening to women, right? It's like,
no, I'm listening. It's just a silly thing,
brother. There are certain things you got to believe certain things, and you got to be that gullible.
We can move on.
Really quick, Richard Slam, Prime. So, I understand what you're saying. There are women who are so attractive they're intimidating. I understand this. They intimidate some guys. Some guys won't approach them, but other guys will. Typically, assholes, douchebags, overconfident.
Yeah, there's always a me out there.
But however, Prime. So maybe they don't want to fuck those guys.
I don't know about you.
But if you're saying that these women are like femcells, right? They just can't find someone to fuck them because nobody's approaching them. You'd probably fuck those women, right? Those women that you're talking about. If they're not fucking you, right? It's not because they don't have options. It's because they don't like the options they have. Right? That's all it is.
So true.
Hold on.
Even if you watch
but-
My 700-Pound Life, right? They have boyfriends.
I understand that. I understand all this. You guys aren't saying anything new. Hold on. Like, okay. So the other.
Give me another barrier.
Hold on. No, 1 second. No, there are plenty of other barriers, but like I literally don't have the time because now it's already 10 o'clock.
Barriers are meant to be
It's okay. It's your show. Just give me one quick one.
Hold on 1 second. No, 1 second, because I'm trying to deal with what Doobie said here, right? Because one, there are guys. Once again, like myself, right? Like plenty of other guys who are not going to stick their dick into anything, right? There's this idea. People have standards, right? So you're saying, so like relating that to a woman, you're saying, okay, there are men who are approaching them, right? Even though sometimes like no one does, but I'm going to grant you this. There are men who are approaching them. They're just douchebags. They make them feel unsafe, right? But you say, oh, you have the option, right? Oh, but there's a guy who makes you feel extremely unsafe, and he's going to put your dick in you. So you have the option. That's no real option.
Guys have so a guy who's like fucking very unattractive. This guy might be able to go to a bar, find some frumpy, smelly, musty whore, and maybe get his dick into her by the end of the night, right? He's probably not going to want to do this.
She's
right?
not a
Even if
whore.
he
She's a
hasn't yet-
beautiful woman
even if
giving
he
up
really
her
wants to
time.
fuck
We've
something,
all been there,
he's
Doobie.
probably not going to do it, right? And if he does, he's not going to tell anybody about it. He's going to get really drunk, not going to say shit about it to anybody ever.
I
So,
wouldn't do it. So I don't know, and I don't drink.
Okay,
so,
well,
but,
I wouldn't
Well,
either.
I mean,
right?
yeah,
Because I'm not like a desperate
Also,
guy.
Doobie,
but
you're wrong here.
Some guys
If you're
will,
a man and
it's
you
fine.
have this mentality, you're a horrible man. If a woman
Oh my
even
God.
gives you the pleasure of giving you some time,
We're not
with
judging.
her,
We're not judging the
you should
character of the
honestly
person.
stop
It's just
yelling
a
across the
reality.
world
It's
that this
FK.
woman
It's
is a
FK.
beauty amongst the rest.
Okay, we're
and
not
that's-
judging the
that's just what works
character
for me
of
that
the
it does for
judge.
the
We're not
woman.
judging the
Right.
character of the person. We're just the reality of the
Okay.
situation.
PewDiePie
So
impression.
I-
That's what a simp would say.
I'm gonna. So the last thing. So Ali asked me for one other bearer. So I'm just gonna say this, and then we can move on because like we got to get to the topic.
Give me a 3-second response to your barrier, just real quick. You know,
Okay,
go on.
fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'll do that. So there are women. So going on to dating sites, right? We all know there's like a mismatch of like men to women on dating sites, and that like there's like a few men at the very top, right, of attractiveness who get like almost all the attention, and then men on the bottom don't. There are women who get extremely little attention, and the attention that they get like does not lead to anything, right? So if you talk to women, again, if you listen to women and like they talk about like their experiences on these dating websites,
Listening to
lots
women
of times,
is why we're having this stupid conversation.
I know. All right. Okay. So, but like
We just
they'll say
excluded them.
things like
We could talk about cool shit.
they'll say things like
Guys, why'd you call me creepy?
that like when they do get messages from guys, right? Mostly it's like, hey, right? And they're like, hey, right? And then they try to start up conversation, but then the conversation breaks off. And then like that just keeps happening. That like, yes, they'll get a bunch of messages, but then these guys aren't actually interacting because what they're doing, right? Because men, right, on the other side, the mathematical formula says that just keep swiping on literally everybody, right? That's like literally the best strategy for any man is to just keep swiping on literally anybody. And then oftentimes they don't even engage with most of those people. So there are a lot of women who aren't at like the top level of attractiveness who end up getting a lot of messages there, right? But then don't actually like lead to anything.
They're seeking
That's a
relationship
barrier.
time. They can literally just respond with, "Hey, you want to fuck?" And the guy will say, "Hey, how much is it?"
Yeah,
And
they're-
you say,
that's
"Oh, no,
like-
it's free. Just where do you want to meet up?"
But
And then he
that's-
fuck. Not a big deal.
but-
Like it's easy.
But I like
Please, like, come
it's
on.
not a real choice. Yes,
Of course
hold on.
it is.
Wait,
That's not a real choice. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry.
I've
had that exact situation.
I'm going to say something.
Swipe by someone.
Because
Like, it is hard to get a
I'm
job.
broke as
It's
shit
hard to
right
get a
now.
job
I'm
you
broke,
care
right?
about.
You can say that, like, hey, Prime, you can go out there and you can, get a gun and stick a person up, and then you'll have money, right? That is a choice. You're having a choice
No,
to being
it's
broke
not
right
the
now,
same
right?
thing.
There's an option
Like
there.
how terrible for them. They need a fucking ugly
Prime,
guy. Okay,
Prime.
I know.
Like,
it's
hold on,
terrible.
yes,
They can't
yes.
fuck somebody
Instead,
if they
they'll
want
put
to. I mean,
themselves in a
come on.
situation
Is-
that they're either
I think
unsafe,
what
like say,
the issue
telling a
is
random
you're
guy
so
that they
focused-
haven't vetted. Hey, I want to fuck to get their attention, right?
Prime,
Like
that's the point.
you're saying
You're
that's the
so
choice they have
focused on
available.
this-
That's
these barriers
ridiculous.
of like, oh,
Okay.
these people
Well,
are
last thing
like
I'll
these
say.
top tier like S level fucking players, and it's really hard for like the average player to get in. But you don't have to view it as like, oh, this is like the fucking most insane. As a person on your day-to-day interactions, if you go up to somebody and you get rejected, right? that rejection can go on tiers of like being horrible, where they're like, you're fucking creepy, back the fuck up, and you feel like a piece of shit. And then at that point, I think it's on to you to see like, is there anything you could do that makes you be more approachable? Or if there's not, then fuck it, you move on. That's like what you do in interactions.
But
some interactions are shitty interactions, and you ignore them and you move on to the next one. And if you can get into a position where you care about like actually building a relationship, that's what you should be focused on. But if like what's the point? And I think I'm mad at you, but I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at like how many people have kind of like stuck ourselves in this fear. Like, what's the point of being so focused on like those top of the top, like most attractive woman ever? Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what that ranking is, because if she's out there and you walk up to her, that's just another woman that might have rejected you or not.
Okay, so I wasn't focusing on any of that, and I wasn't addressing
promise I don't give a fuck about those.
Yeah. Let's move on. Ali, your last. I'll give you your last.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo what Doobie said. It's just like if you're on Tinder, if you're just looking to get laid exclusively, the trust factor kind of like goes in and out. If you're getting hit on by like 1,000 people, you could just ask them to fuck and you'll get laid. If you're looking for a relationship, Tinder is like, I'm sure it's way harder for girls to find a relationship. I'm 100% confident in that. I'll give them that. But yeah, we can move on though.
So, we will move on. We'll have to talk about this some other time.
Stop looking for shit on Tinder, dudes. Like,
I mean, it was just
you're not going to find. No, but I mean this like genuinely. Like if you're
have you ever seen a woman's Tinder, by the way? Like when they
just
show it to you,
I've seen people get married off of Tinder. This idea is terrible.
The matches aren't
not a terrible idea.
And then when you get a relationship, put investment.
It's like amazing, guys.
It's like 70 to 1. Really, is what it is.
It's not like it's gonna happen.
No. Hold on. We got to move on. Talk to you later.
FK, you're too ethereal. It's like you're just coming out of nowhere.
We got to go.
Actually, he's wrong because I need to say he's
just
wrong.
invest in your relationship. If you get a job, you can get 100 different jobs. But if you get
a good one,
job,
FK.
You're talking like a 70 IQ.
He's not here.
He's gone. Sorry, FK. We gotta get started. Okay.
But the rule to the exception,
That's okay, but like it was spirited. So I appreciate that. Guys and gals out there, if you enjoyed that conversation that we had, that went on for much longer than I intended. As is usual the case, yes. Then consider supporting the channel. We do need your help, guys. Seriously, we need your help. So if you're out there, we haven't gotten any support. So consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Now, of course, there's an ad break right now. Always the worst timing of that. I'm going to repeat that in a second. So I'm going to just get started with the intros, but I'm going to repeat my... I'm just going to wait 10 seconds, and then I'm just going to do it. And then we're going to...
That's an intro during the ad break.
Intro during the ad break? What did you say?
No, I thought you wanted. That's what I thought we were doing.
No. Oh, no.
Well, while we're waiting for that, Scott, you did a really great job on Tim's. I actually finished watching it earlier today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Support us. Okay. Thank you, Boning Stuff, for being the first sub of the month. So consider helping us out. Thank you for that. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. So you'll get our ad free viewing if you sub to the channel on Twitch, right? And you get our emotes. We'll be keeping this up and running. We do need your help. So consider like resubbing, right? Like we appreciate our resubbers out there. So support the channel like this. We gave you a lot of fun content already. We haven't even gotten to the thing that we were supposed to talk about. So consider doing that. Corey Campbell, resubbing for 2 years. Thanks so much. Help us get to a hype train. One other person helps out the channel.
2 years, dude. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, I appreciate you.
I've been here for 3.
Yeah, almost. It's almost 3 years. It's 24 months. Currently on 11. Oh yeah, no, it's like you only. Oh, so there was a year that you weren't subbing. I see what's happening here. Okay, understood.
Just warming up to you.
You were just warming up to me. That's fair, right? But consider helping us out. Get to a hype train, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. It'd be really helpful. If you're on YouTube, consider being a member or using a super chat, right? We do read our super chats, and they're fantastic. They're big helps to the channel, and we'll react to your super chats. Okay, so hello, Willem, for following the channel. Follow the channel. You haven't done so already. Okay, topic. All right, here's a topic that I gathered these people to talk about. In Georgia, a woman who suffered a catastrophic miscarriage was later charged for not properly disposing of the remains. This comes after a slew of state laws have been passed that ban abortion and regulate pregnancies. Since Roe v. Wade has been overturned, hundreds of women have been charged with pregnancy related crimes. Have these laws gone too far? Do we want procedures to have the option to criminalize a woman for a natural medical outcome? Or should we go even further and give personhood rights to unborn children? Yeah, it's not necessarily an abortion debate, but we can talk about it. It's fine, right? But like it's talking about like criminalizing, like what are the other detrimental things that come along with criminalizing an abortion, right? The things that like, well, how do you regulate that? How do you tell like an abortion, right? So someone like taking some abortion pill, or a miscarriage, right? Like, how do you determine which one is which, right? The law now gets involved with that, right? Like in these states, that becomes now a criminal offense, and maybe you might have charges levied against you. Do you have the resources to defend against that? Is that an acceptable trade-off, right? Like for having abortion restrictions, which some people may find reasonable, is it acceptable that like you make women more vulnerable to this type of scrutiny, this legal scrutiny? So that's I really want to explore, but we can go anywhere we want with it. Thanks for that. Oh, and thank you, an anonymous gifter. Oh, okay. We haven't had an anonymous gifter in a long time, actually. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the 100 bits. 1 second. Nico Dimas, nice for being here. Thank you so much. Right, it's really kind of you. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Thank you, Noble Lord Hyperion, for the 1,000 bits. Awfully kind. Hey, everyone, I really do appreciate the help. It's really kind. Thank you, anonymous gifter, and thank you for the bits, guys. We're a level 2 hype train. I think it was at 40% down, 60% left. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. We can use your help. Right now is the time. We haven't gotten one of these in a while, so consider sub to the channel, like tossing us a bit of help here. Help us get to level 3. Ad free viewing, right? You get to get all of us and our emotes, and you'll be keeping us up and running. So if you enjoy this content, please do help out and use your 1 free sub if you have one, right? Use that here. Okay. So while we're waiting on that, and we'll get back to that in a second. Let's go for intros, right? Lactoid, yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this particular case is being, I think, pretty unfairly characterized. The actions done by the state actually here are pretty reasonable. The first thing to keep in mind is that this pregnancy was even beyond the first trimester. I mean, we're talking 19 weeks, so this is well into the second trimester. Once it was determined that it was a natural miscarriage, then the charges were dropped. So I guess I fail to see what the problem here really is, right? Like, you have somebody who, well into a time in which abortion would have been illegal even before Roe v. Wade in many areas, the overturning of Roe versus Wade in many areas. All of a sudden, the pregnancy is ended, is gone, and they find in the dumpster the remains of the baby. I mean, I don't know. I think that warrants an investigation. I think that warrants looking into, hey, what's actually going on here? And when they determined that it was a natural miscarriage, they dropped the charges. Again, totally reasonable. I think it's. I mean, I don't know how we have this conversation without touching on the kind of pro-life, pro-choice debate. I think it's probably going to happen just kind of naturally. But if you're going to have laws against abortion, it would make sense to enforce them and investigate whether or not it was a real abortion or whether or not it was just a miscarriage. So I think it makes sense.
Thank you so much. All right, 2 minutes left in that hype train. Help us out and unlock a random emote. I actually don't know what that is, I guess. Yeah, you can if you support the hype train. So consider helping us out. Now's the time. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Jump on. Anything will help. 100 bits, a gift sub, a resub, right? Help us out to get to level 3 hype train. Okay, Scott, please. Oh, also, and Scott, don't take forever, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I mostly agree with Lactoid here. This case is being plastered throughout the media mostly because the left thought once Roe v. Wade was overturned that it was going to be like women in prisons everywhere. And the problem that the left has is that all of the doomsday predictions that they use to try and gaslight women into voting, Democrat against their own interests, didn't come to fruition. That there's like a couple dozen, gray area cases, which of course, some of them are, bad. Some of them are, things that we should be concerned about. But in the grand scheme of 350 million people, most of the cases that they bring up, this one included, is literally just the state doing what the state probably should do if they're going to do policing. It's this entire case is silly. She's raised a bunch of money, for legal defenses that she doesn't even have to worry about because the charges have been dropped because she threw a baby in a dumpster at 19 weeks and then didn't go to the hospital or call anybody. So they investigated. Of fucking course they did. It would be crazy if they didn't. Yeah, I mean, like that's pretty much it. Is that this is really a conversation about abortion, and this is just the left trying to gaslight and fearmonger women into saying that they're coming for your rights, and be afraid the state is coming after you because you're a woman, because they don't have any good examples to showcase the state being super egregious in these new abortion laws.
Thanks so much. And thank you, Unspoken99. Hey, how are you? You've been here for a bit. Thanks so much. Thank you for the 5,000. The freaking 5,000 bits. $50. That's really kind. That's so kind of you. So thank you so much. We're at level 3 hype train, 49% done, 51% left. Help us get to level 4 hype train. Oh man, this is really nice. We're really moving along. So yeah, anyone else who'd like to support us? Was it 4 minutes left on the clock? Now is a great time. If you haven't done so yet, you haven't hopped out the channel. But if you like what we're doing here, right, want more of it, then we do need your help. Now is the time. Jump on in, resub, or gift a sub, or I don't know, like use your free sub. All kinds of ways to support the channel. Now is a great time. Again, thank you, Unspoken, for the really, really kind 5,000 bits. Average debate enjoyer. Thank you. That one, right? Gift for the sub. Really appreciate that. That puts us at 67%. Level 3 hype train. Level 2 sub. Oh, okay. Level 2. No one does that. Oh, that's really kind of you. Oh, thank you for gifting a level 2 sub. Now putting us at 67%. Help us get to that level 4. We're almost there. 3 minutes left on the clock. Support us. We're almost over that line. All right, so let's go to our next friend, Corey.
Well, first, I should apologize for having a semi-decent memory and remembering Lactoid's scenario about the gym, that whole debacle in that conversation for the past hour and a half.
It's because you don't drink, Corey. That's why you remember
that conversation.
I still have executive functioning. That's one of the reasons why I don't drink. Okay, to not.
That conversation literally was going to fizzle out like almost immediately, but then Corey saved it. All right, thank you for that one.
But yeah, a testament to having good executive functioning, hopefully, maybe. But yeah, so I'll try to keep it brief. In terms of, I agree with the assessment earlier in terms of it is reasonable to, investigate the scenario that was outlined of finding, I guess, a fetus or whatever baby in a dumpster. That should be investigated. But I do think there are potentially, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there are potentially valid concerns in terms of having these, what I think, restrictive abortion laws might be open the door in terms of what happens, as in would they come to the same conclusions if it's an actual non-viable, a viable fetus, potentially. There's a gray area there that I think is obviously going to lead to the abortion debate, probably. But yes, pretty much not good. Bad abortion laws. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Again, help us out that hype train. Help us get to level 4. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. We know we got more kind supporters out there, so consider doing that now. Would be a fantastic time. Thank you to all the other people who've supported so far. Got a minute and a half on the clock. Help us get to a level 4 hype train. Keep the hype train alive. We'd love it if we could keep this going. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I think we kind of covered it already. Basically, this case is kind of being misrepresented. It seems
Yo,
pretty
dude,
obvious.
thank you, because this was rough.
As far
this was
as the
super
abortion
rough
debate,
for a while. I
don't
really
have a womb,
appreciate it.
So, but the women
Appreciate
argue
the
about
support.
it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I'm just
It,
saying.
like, destroyed my
And once
views,
again,
too.
Gibbs' number one motivating factor is always what's best for him.
Admirable libs.
I don't have a womb, so I don't care, and I'd like to get
No
laid in
womb,
the
no
future.
opinion.
And so, I'll just let them argue about it. Who cares? It's really that simple. And finally, furthermore, it should just be, if we're not going to argue that, we'll just argue the state should decide, and we'll just go from there. And that's kind of my take. No womb, no opinion.
A gentleman.
It's amazing.
You're trying so hard.
I just want you to know, this is what people think the far right is the pro-abortion admiral.
I'm not either.
People on Twitch will being like, he's such a far right winger, and it's like he's over here like, well, all the abortions. I just want my
I
sex.
just don't have an opinion. Well, yeah, true, but I also just don't have an opinion. Can you just not have an opinion?
Okay. Thanks for people who participated in that hype train. Much appreciated. Okay. Now we have the only correct opinion, a female opinion. So we'd love to hear what they have to say. Chai Bunny, please.
I lean heaviliest with what Corey said so far. I feel like definitely investigate it. Why is the fetus in the dumpster? Like, we're not doing prom night dumpster baby. This is not acceptable. I want to know why. What motivated her to go to that point? Because wire hangers were once used for abortions back in the day, right? So who's to say these abortion laws, while she did have a natural miscarriage, what motivated her to make these choices? That's really what I'm curious about.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Tyler. And again, Tyler, thank you for the kind tier 2 gift sub.
Yeah, so if anyone remembers last week when we were doing AI pictures, that's why my name is this, because that's what it came out as in the AI picture.
I remember.
Callback. So she threw a dead baby in the trash. Take the abortion aspect out of it. She hid a death and then illegally disposed of a body. I think that should be a crime regardless of abortion or not, regardless of the circumstances or not. That does play a different part morally, but criminally she should be charged for just those things, just by dint of them. If there was some misinfo, sure, that what I think this is like trying to gin up the the high propensity voters that are in the Democratic Party majorly now to get them out for special elections and stuff. Gin up these stories in the media, get them all fired up about abortion again. That's what worked in 2022, and get them out there voting in red states for all sorts of things. I think it's a tactic by people to gin this up, to push them out there. I don't see it as actually having any long-term harm. Anyone that's going to be harmed from this, no one's going to remember in 2 weeks. We're going to be on to the next 8 news cycles at the speed of Trump. So, like, really, there's no downside to the misinformation here besides ginning up your base before a vote. As far as the law moving forward, I kind of go with the RBG approach that, like, Supreme Court should have narrowed their ruling a little bit and left a lot of this up to the states to decide. We would be past this problem already. There's going to be some votes that go too far in both directions. There's certain things that came out of like the mouth of the governor of Virginia that I don't like, and most American people don't, even if he did say that baby was non-viable or whatever.
Comfortable.
Yeah. People did not like that as much as they don't like pro-life stuff. So I feel like some states are going to go too far this way. Some states are going to go too far this way. In 20 years, we're going to have some great policy exactly how the government's supposed to work. 50-state experiment, legislatures get a hand in it, the voter gets a hand in it, and then eventually we get great policy.
Thank you for the $2 super chat. Calm Kingdom. That's a friend. It's a friend.
You said it like $2, whatever.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean this. I was like trying to read it because it's like on my screen is kind of.
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you, man.
Okay. But our friend Azzy said, I'm too scared to... Cyril... Oh, no, this is from Cyril for Every Meal. Said, I'm too scared to join. We were trying to get another lady to jump in on the previous discussion.
Thank you for the $2, Drill.
Yeah.
Somebody gave me $2.
When people found out earlier, I had about 5 of them asking. But you didn't tell me. You failed.
Hold on. Okay, well, thank you for the $2. Much appreciated. But thank Doobie, of course, for being the goddamn homie. 100 subs.
Oh, shit.
That's really kind of you, Doobie. That's super kind. Thank you, Doobie. for always supporting this channel.
Thanks, Doobie.
Yeah.
I actually tried to get it on the during the hype stream, but I wanted to make an announcement on my server first to get people into the chat. But it's pretty.
Okay. Well, it's fine with me. Thank you, Doobie. He's like again, people like sometimes ask me questions about my relationship with Doobie, and I'm like, Doobie is the reason why this channel still exists, right? It simply is the case. He helps me out in so many ways. So many ways. I wouldn't have gone on Timcast if it wasn't for Doobie, right? Doobie reached out to me. He made that happen. Doobie's constantly being a kind friend to me, to his community, and for years and years and years and years at a time. Even when I have very little to offer back. So shout out to my friend Doobie once again, friend. Yeah. All right. Who's next? Ali.
Yeah, I think the average person doesn't understand abortion laws, and they're afraid, rightfully so. You have the left who's, fear mongering, saying that the right wants to throw you in jail if you want to get an abortion, point blank period. You have the right that's fear mongering the people and saying that, hey, everyone wants to get 9-month abortions, and like, look, they're trying to kill babies in the streets. You're kind of just leaving regular people who don't know how to read the law to kind of decide on what they're going to do with their lives. And when someone hears something like, hey, if you go to another state, you're going to come back and you're going to get fined for like essentially murder, right? Like that's what they're thinking. They're thinking if I get an abortion in a state or in a different state and my state is like has an abortion ban, I'm going to get charged with murder. That's kind of like it may not be right. It probably isn't right, but that's what's going on in people's minds. So like, yeah, you're going to have, situations where like, I would assume this happened because homegirl had the miscarriage or whatever it may be. And then she's like, well, if I go to the hospital, they're going to be like, well, no, you just killed this baby. That's it. Like, and to Tyler's point, it's I don't think it was a murder and a hiding like that. That doesn't make sense. I think it's justified. I would like, if it was me, right? I don't know. Point is, like, when you hear something like Roe v. Wade is overturned and you're like, oh shit, now we're gonna go to jail for abortions, we're gonna go to jail for murder for it. That's what you're thinking. Yeah, that's problem. That's what this is gonna lead to. But yeah.
Okay. And finally, friend Doobie, please.
I think this is like, I think it'd be fine to throw her in jail even if it was like a natural miscarriage. So yeah, I really don't understand like what the issue with this case is.
Sure. Well, let me explain my view of this, right? And then we'll jump right into it. If the moment that we allow the state to look into this area of life, which is a natural function, right, of women's bodily anatomy, right, that like pregnancies succeed, pregnancies fail, right? The moment that we make that necessarily a crime, and especially again since there a lot of these states are trying to advance like personhood bills, then we're just like leaving it up to the mercies of a prosecutor to decide if they will or will not charge, right? We know there are overzealous prosecutors who will charge just cause, right? Because they have the ability to, because they want to make a statement, because they have an election coming up and they want to prove they're doing something, right? And they'll charge these individuals. And people will be hurt. Always people who are going to be hurt the most are the ones who are least resourced. But those are the people who are
she threw a baby into a dumpster. Like, I think, yeah, natural miscarriage, I get it, but to not report it and just like throw it in the fucking trash, like that's like something is not right there. I feel like that should be punishable in some fucking way. Something's not right about this person.
No. If it's a live, we can make this distinction, right? If it's a live baby, the baby was a live baby, and they throw it in a dumpster. Well, then, sure, there's something to be said about that. But women are in the context of a miscarriage are like have just suffered a traumatic experience, right? And to say that, well, they didn't act within that moment in the proper manner, right? Like this is the
it's just a thing that got thrown away at that point.
There was the woman who had the miscarriage within the fast food restaurant. I believe it was a fast food restaurant in the bathroom, right? Who miscarried there. And yeah, she got charged. And it wasn't until they got national attention to those charges were dropped that but it was just a miscarriage. But like it could have turned into something worse otherwise. But this is what happens when you give this power to the state.
So I understand. You know, my wife had 2 to 3 miscarriages actually. Well, we're trying to get pregnant, right? So I totally understand. And one of them was like 2 months long, and that was really bad, right? So 19 fucking weeks. I can't imagine how bad that was, right? Like that's fucking terrible. But that being said, I think that if you go through that thing, maybe she doesn't have the support or whatever, but to take that fetus, unborn baby, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and to just throw it in a dumpster and like act like it's nothing, that's something is not right with this person. So I don't know if I don't know if they need to be in a jail cell.
Response.
I don't know if they need to be in like a jail cell or something, but some kind of like mandatory mental health screening, something.
Sure.
Right?
But not necessarily a criminal response, right? We want to keep prosecutors
check on their well-being.
Yeah. We can understand
like a wellness check. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a psychiatric response. Possibly, this woman has suffered a trauma, right? We should be compassionate, try to get her help, rather than bringing in the law, right? You would think my libertarian friends would agree with me on this, right?
No, but the law should be involved if they find a fucking bloody mess in the dumpster. Like,
but to the extent,
get involved.
But only
so after they find out
like what
it's
happened.
like yeah, exactly. After they find out natural miscarriage and she decided to throw this in the fucking dumpster,
done.
I think at that point it's still not done. I think at that point it's still like you should still make this person do something, some kind of like mandatory.
What's the crime?
I'm not saying it's a crime necessarily. I'm saying there's something like not mentally right with this.
Oh, like a psychiatric check comes down.
He's like some kind of like
I think the major problem here, right, is that when it comes to police investigations, obviously I think we all know that a police investigation needs to occur. But the problem is department policy, the way the law works, and Lactoid, hopefully, I'm pretty sure you'll back me up on this. Often it's important for them to charge someone with a crime just to do an appropriate investigation of said crime, right? Like when you do not actually charge anyone, you're just kind of in this like investigatory manner. Depending, like I don't know the specifics of the state laws or like the department's like policy, but a lot of times the act of charging you with a crime is kind of necessary for them to do a proper investigation. And like, I do think that we could kind of like come together, hopefully the left and the right, and recognize that maybe there are certain things that need to be thoroughly investigated, but we should like change department policy or the way that we engage with like kind of the fear tactic of charging someone with a crime. But I actually kind of like, what do you think about this, Lactoid? I want to bounce this off to you because I think that there are like certain lines that can't be crossed unless you're charging someone with a crime because they have rights, right? And it changes upon like what you can do, what you can investigate, what records you can get access to, etc. But like, I do think that there is kind of like a chilling factor to the idea of like someone didn't necessarily do something wrong, but being charged with a crime very often feels like guilty until proven innocent, as opposed to innocent until proven guilty, especially when you take in like the way, especially once something gains media attention and people are like, oh, they charged this person, this monster that dumped their baby in a dumpster, without like anyone actually understanding the narrative. Like maybe she's a crazy person or a monster, or maybe she was having extremely rough, miscarriage. She could have had ectopic pregnancy. She could have had something that lost a lot of blood flow, right? And when you lose a lot of blood or a lot of blood from the brain, you're having seizures, you're having like the situation where your brain's not in the right state. And maybe all of a sudden in that instance, it's perfectly reasonable to understand that she dropped a baby off in a dumpster because her brain's not even fucking working because she's so much blood loss, or like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know the situation. All we have is the media reporting that they're charged with a crime. And I think that can be like kind of a problem in both ways. Like, am I off base here, Lactoid? Like, you're more of an expert in that area.
So DA's offices all the time will drop charges, right? They'll charge and then they'll drop charges. And part of I think the motivation for this is because you really can't hold people without charge for any kind of considerable period of time. But like, if you think they may have done like a crime, there may be like an overwhelming necessity to hold them. And I think this might be a circumstance where it would make sense, given the evidence, like, we think that she did something wrong, right? I mean, just point blank, it looks to me that way, right? Like, I'm trying to think of an analogy, and one analogy I could think of is like, let's say let's say a mother like has a seizure and then falls backwards on her toddler and kills the toddler. Okay. And then she comes out of the seizure and her response is to grab the kid, throw him in the dumpster and like not do anything. Right. Like this would be, even though I wouldn't consider this to be murder. Right. And, you know, if we found out after the fact,
certainly
this
warrant
happened,
investigation. Yeah.
Yeah. And if we found the kid in the dumpster, like I'm not only am I arresting her, but I have enough right there probably to charge her with something, right? If I know that she took the kid to the dumpster, right? So I think there's enough basis for what they did, and I kind of along with what Tyler and Doobie were saying, I almost think there's might be like a little bit of like a political reason why they're not charging her for anything, because even if it's an accidental death, you can't just throw away those.
Wait, what's the charge? Wait. This isn't an accidental death, or like it's like the like killing a child is not analogous. Like something.
Well, no, that's not what she's
you
charged
killed.
with. She's charged with. She's charged.
But the hypo was an accident.
She was charged with like the hiding of the body, and then for not.
Was it hiding? Or she just discarded it?
Well, it's she threw it in a dumpster as opposed to calling the police and saying,
and didn't tell anybody about it.
Like
so like
someone dies. Like if your friend dies,
it's
right,
not someone.
Like, no, hold on. It is what? That's
not someone.
What do you mean it's not someone?
That's why it's political, because Georgia considers this a person, right? So the fact that they're not charging her, I'm sure that Georgia would charge somebody who like somebody died in natural causes. They threw this guy in the dumpster. They charge that person for throwing the fucking body in the dumpster. Yeah. So the fact they're not charging her.
If your friend had a seizure at your house, if your friend had a seizure at your house and died from a seizure, right? Like let's say he had a brain aneurysm. And you were like, holy shit, that's so scary. Let me throw him in the dumpster and not tell anybody. Right? You would be charged with a crime, even though you didn't kill him and you had no involvement.
That's the problem. That's the problem with abortion laws, is that like one, you're considering the fetus a person. At what point? I mean, that's the problem with the laws, is that people have misunderstandings about it, right? At what point do you consider the fetus a person, right? That's kind of like the issue. For all intents and purposes, like. The baby could like it's not a baby. It's just a thing that died that she was growing. It could be like a pet animal, like a pet at that point. I mean, sure, but it wasn't born. It wasn't conceived. It died it was never a person, right? So like for her, it could have been like a pet. My cat died. You don't have to go report a cat dying. Bury the cat. Hey, listen, don't moralize I mean, you can moralize it all you want. Not everyone.
It's a moral
sees
issue, and Georgia passed a law about it because of moral concerns.
That's the issue with abortion laws being based on like moral standings, which is why people are going to have reactions like this when they have a fucking miscarriage, right? They can think, oh shit, this is going to be considered a murder, right? They don't know that the law is going to work in their favor, especially in a place like Georgia or like Mississippi or whatever it may be. So yeah, if someone has a miscarriage like that to that extent, and they're thinking, I just had a huge miscarriage, now you want me to go to the police or the hospital to report it? It may potentially, and once again, this may not be the case, but in their mind, they're also thinking, I can get charged for murder potential. I'm not trying to fight a murder case for this. No, let me just get rid of the thing. It's essentially a cat at that point.
But hold on. That's two different things. Like
there is what did they do wrong?
No. That's two different things, right? I agree with you that if we investigate, it very well may be true that they were not in the right state of mind for a host of medical issues, or because they were, in fear that they were going to be charged with murder, right? So they didn't do it. But again, if your friend dies at your house, it very well may also be true that the reason you dispose of his body is that you'd be worried that you'd be charged with murder because someone died at your house. That doesn't mean that it's right to hide the body and then not say anything.
I get the analogy you're making. I just think it doesn't apply. I think this is more akin to like a cat dying or like your dog dying.
Hold on.
Versus a living person that you're covering up.
Hold on. No, listen. I understand that you personally are coming from a position, or at the very least doing an internal critique on the position that personhood might not be what the person is thinking in that moment or what ought be the law. But we're dealing with the reality, which is that this is something and this is why it's coming into the debate in the abortion issue, is that in Georgia, a 19-week-old fetus, right, which is only like 2 weeks away from viability, right, which is where like you have a 50% survival rate, is considered a person. Right. And regardless of whether or not you personally believe that a 19-week-old fetus that was, born, stillborn, or was a miscarriage isn't a person, the law in that region says it's a person, and that's why it's illegal to do that. Now, we can have a conversation about whether or not it's right for the left to fearmonger or the right to fearmonger, or maybe like have a discussion on what personhood means in the law and what some gray areas might be problematic in that regard. But the fact of the matter is that it is a person, and that's why these charges were brought forward. And the idea that this is like some chilling factor to stop women, and to punish women's bodies in this case is kind of crazy, because we can all recognize that if the law says it's a person, you're not supposed to dump it in a fucking dumpster and pretend like nothing happened. You're supposed to inform authorities of what's going on, especially considering that they found her passed out and that she seriously needed medical attention.
Yeah, just real quick. I thought the actual topic is to discuss like whether or not we should be giving like personhood rights to the unborn and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So, like,
No,
it
for
is
sure.
it is whether or not I agree with the
debate.
law, right?
I agree. I know. I totally agree with that.
Oh, okay,
we can't
cool. Just wanna make
conflate.
sure.
We can't conflate like of the facts of the law in that situation as it pertains to whether or not this person was charged and whether or not that charge was right. We can talk about it morally, but we also have to recognize the law is the law, and that's why those actions occurred.
What I'm saying is like to an extent, this person was correct. They had a miscarriage. They don't understand the laws because the laws are written in a way that Georgia sees the fetus as a person, right? This would that was my opening, is that people don't understand the laws. The laws are confusing. People are afraid of being charged, murdered, to whatever. We shouldn't be prescribing personhood. I don't think the laws in Georgia should be going this way, because once again, this is going to be the outcome is going to lead to. This is we prescribe personhood to like fetuses, then like the slope is like eventually like every abortion is just murder, and that's kind of like what the,
I mean,
so
hold on.
Let's let in. I want to let Corey in. Anyone else want to jump in? Okay, Corey.
Just a
GB too. Okay.
To clarify, so then Scott, according to let's say the laws in Georgia, like you would agree, at least from what I understand from the laws of Georgia, it's like they have whatever that whole detecting a heartbeat until like roughly at 6 weeks it's considered a person. So then by like your analysis, like every individual woman that let's say either has a miscarriage or whatnot, like it's mandatory for them to report it. Like if it takes place at home, sort of like spontaneously, and they miscarry and they pass it, like
it's a spontaneous abortion.
Yeah, so you think that should be mandatory to, well, at least based off of the law, like that should be mandatory reporting to, like, automatically.
7 weeks. 7 weeks.
And before you answer that, just quickly, because I didn't realize it. Okay, well, Goldie Goldstein, thank you 11 minutes ago for $5 within the PayPal, right? And they say, Doobie tossed me into a dumpster when I was miscarried. So.
Can I just appreciate that name? And I hope to God you go on streams that are like JQ Spurgs that are constantly talking about the Jews and and just talk with the name Goldie Goldstein. I hope you use the power of your name to trigger people that are obsessed with Jews. I really do.
Yeah, Goldie Goldstein, thank you. I hope you're still listening. I hope you didn't miss that shout out. And maybe Doobie knows who you are. But
he's not on my server. So do you like PayPal?
Well, thank you, Goldie.
PayPal, though? You like that PayPal payment?
And could you make sure?
Go, Elon. Go, Elon.
So let's go to. Okay, whatever. Let's go to Scott. You can respond to that. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, no, I just if you're talking about the law, that's the law as written. I don't agree with it. I'm an evictionist, right?
Like that is your understanding of the law. That's what the law. That's what the law should, not should, but that's what the law does dictate. A descriptive.
Yeah, I mean, presumably, yeah. If you have a spontaneous abortion at let's say 7 weeks, right? I would, my reading of the law again. I would refer to Lactoid on this, but I would assume that you're supposed to report that in some regard.
Do you want that to be the case?
Do I want that to be the case?
He doesn't want to state
the law.
I know, but that's a discussion. The discussion is
no. I'm that's a fair question, right? Like the law has to draw a line somewhere in how you ought report these things. You know what I mean? Like so long as the state, is the monopoly on like who enforces these things, that line has to be drawn somewhere. I don't know where I would particularly draw the line, right? Like I'm kind of ambivalent on that, but the line does need to be drawn somewhere, right? Like we can't just have it to where nobody reports anything, right? We can't just have dumpsters full of fucking, aborted,
Well, that's the fear mongering on the
miscarriage or
right.
whatever.
That's the conservative fear mongers. We're gonna have dumpsters full of babies, right? That's like it works both ways.
That's not
so
well,
now
hold
we
on.
have to have
If it's a-
reporting.
Well, okay, no, that's not fear mongering on the right. If you're saying that there ought be no line on whether or not someone is supposed to report these, right? Like if you have no system of
adding the dumpsters
investigation
full
or
of babies.
reporting, yeah, we obviously you're going to have dumpsters with babies in them. Like that's going to be a thing, no matter what the fucking law is, right? If the law allows women to go to an abortion facility whenever they want, you're still going to have dumpster babies, right? Like now. Different incentives are going to increase or decrease the prevalence of that.
Yeah,
like that's not necessarily fear mongering.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with Doobie in terms of you characterized earlier like this woman clearly has some sort of issue since they discarded a fetus at 19 weeks. Does like your opinion change like as you get earlier and earlier? As in you no longer find something wrong with this person or take issue if they discarded something at 10 weeks, or like
I think you're really because. My understanding of a 19-week fetus is there's like some mass to it, right? It's not just going to be like blood and like fucking goo, right?
Well, yeah, is it just like the psychological aspect that it's sizable, it's something more tangible to you, and therefore, like,
So hold on. So I'll give you an example. When my wife had her miscarriage, it was primarily just like blood and like goo and just weird shit, right? Very, very bad. But I can understand somebody not like reporting that to the police and like burying it or something, right? I get that. But I think that if there's something for you to throw into the dumpster, and again, my understanding of like a 19-week fetus is it is pretty far along in development. Something is, and again, totally fair for them to be having like some kind of like traumatic mental episode. Okay, for 19 weeks of a pregnancy ending suddenly in this way is going to be traumatic for somebody, right? It's fine.
Yeah. So
I'd want some kind of like mandatory follow up to make sure that they are mentally okay. Right.
Right. But if it were like 6 weeks, not really much of a follow up needed.
Yeah, I think as you get like lower, less development, I think it's fair that you probably wouldn't need that the same kind of follow up. But the reason I think this is like I think Galactoid said that it was like political, right? Because Georgia does consider this legally to be a person. Right, like my understanding is their law is to say unborn fetus is a person, right? So if that's the case, if they were being consistent with their own fucking understanding of this, they would charge her with whatever you would charge somebody for hiding a body, right? But they're not doing that, which I think is interesting because I don't think that she should be punished in that way, right? I don't think that makes any fucking sense. I'm okay to be clear, like I'm totally fine with abortion up to like birth, right? But that being said. I think it's like an interesting test. I think of like it's an interesting test of like the conservative will to actually follow through with what they say their philosophy is and what their ideology is, right? If it's true that this is a person, conservatives should be advocating for this woman to be put in jail for whatever crime you would charge somebody for like disposing of a corpse for, right? So if they're not, and they think this is a person, there's something wrong there, I think.
I agree. If conservatives are consistent, they should also, if they consider a zygote a person, they should be advocating for lowering the age of consent if they want to be consistent. But they will never do that. They'll never bite that bullet.
Bro, what? What? Hold on. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What did I miss? What did I do? What did I miss?
Prime remembers. If anybody has any sort of memory again, okay, we went through this before.
Explain it.
But of course,
I didn't go through this retard take, so explain your retard take.
No. We gotta get this out.
I don't want
acronyms.
I
love acronyms.
I don't want to be lumped in with that at all.
Do you really? No, I want to set this stage. I want to set that. You want
this
really want
is
to say.
this is how you get Epstein. This is some Epstein list shit.
Let me get this through.
I'm listening.
Okay, so you really want to set the stage that we have never gone through this before. Do you want to make that claim right now?
I said me.
I'm saying-
I
you said
wasn't
if I
here
fuck
for
my
you
wife,
saying
having a
we should
threesome,
lower the
is
age of
that
consent.
One at a time,
I
fellas,
didn't
please.
say that. I didn't say
memory of
that.
it.
I did, of course. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the VOD. Okay, and you should be,
Oh, my.
maybe concerned about your lack of memory and executive functioning. Because I
When did this happen?
I have never
What are you
advocated for the
Are you
zygote.
talking about me? I was not here for you saying we should lower the age
I
of
know what a
consent.
zygote is. What's a
Okay,
zygote?
Okay, so
You're here for a abortion debate? You know what a fucking
What is
zygote
that?
is?
Out of
Corey,
curiosity,
can I guess really quickly? I just want to because I've never heard. Maybe I'm forgetting too, Corey, but I don't think I've ever heard this conversation. The only way that I can imagine this making any kind of sense is like if your position is that like, so my wife's pregnant. If I fuck my wife, am I like having a threesome with my unborn child?
I think I remember
There's
this.
another
yeah.
person technically there.
Oh,
like,
now
is
it's
that what it
coming
is?
back to lactoid.
That is
Now
it.
it's
Oh my
coming back.
god! What the?
I wasn't
fucking-
here for that. If I was, I don't remember that. I've drank some.
That's a
Dude,
terrible
I'm
thing
pretty
to
sure
think
that
about. Why would
actually
you say
was
that?
the argument.
Are you serious?
No. The argument was okay. So, if you are setting the line as personhood, as in a day 0, okay, well then your birthday is no longer relevant, as in that your date of birth is no longer relevant. Personhood starts at day 0, so you are actually 18. Okay, there's an adjustment there in terms of 9 months of age.
Are you?
You know what? I'm not
The
stoned
Chinese
enough.
way of
I'm not.
doing it.
I'm not stoned enough.
I fucking feel that, brother.
I gotta smoke some more.
The autistic
Jesus
math
Christ.
argument that we should lower the age of consent to 17 and 2.5 months
Did I
to be
say that?
consistent.
Did I say that? I said if conservatives were consistent, they would advocate for that. So don't put words.
Corey,
in my
Corey,
mouth.
Hold on.
Corey,
I don't know
Corey,
that I should be lumped
Corey.
in with any of this bullshit. This is
Corey,
like,
Corey,
this,
this is retarded.
this is
retarded.
fucking wild.
This is
Like,
he's talking about like the in China they do. I think I'm pretty sure
get what he's
China they like
saying.
start,
I understand the premise.
your age from like conception, right? And then like when you come out, you're like 1 year old.
Hold on.
I
Hold on. No, I want to tackle this because it's so stupid. This
Just logic
only
you
makes
out of your
sense.
position, Scott.
This only makes sense if the conservatives' argument is that you need specifically 18 years of mental development outside or inside the womb. Like this is no part of the argument is of conservatives creating an age of consent of 18 is based off of them being exactly 18 years of personhood. This is you applying some autistic weird shit to try and be like, ooh, I got a gotcha. Like this is just silly. Please stop.
No, I'm actually not going to stop. And the fact that you don't remember it also should concern you. Okay.
What do you mean don't remember it? I was like at like 2 months where I wasn't here. I was not here for this conversation.
Oh my god, you were here. Oh,
Was
I'm gonna
I here?
pull up the VOD. You should be like ashamed after this. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Scott, you should be
okay.
ashamed.
Because
You're correct.
were
You're
here.
correct. Trust me. As the resident libertarian, the amount of times I have been screamed at for age of consent bullshit arguments, and I have to get involved in them, I would have been fiery, and we would have had a huge debate about this.
You're not going to remember because you didn't get it back then, and you still didn't get it today. Initially, your reaction was the same. Like, I don't understand. What? Okay, same thing with lactoid. I will pull it up. I would love to just watch it on stream with you. Let's see if you remember it. Same thing with lactoid. You will never bite that bullet in terms of you don't remember, okay? But just say you don't remember. But
okay.
It is
If I was there, I don't remember it. I sincerely apologize for not looking at you and calling you a fucking retard over and over and over again until you shut the fuck up with this stupid ass gotcha moment that is designed to distract from any conversation or any search of the truth. This is a dumb and disingenuous tactic, and I hope that you are ashamed with your utter stupidity, and someone in a PhD program should have a little bit more adherence to truth and philosophy as opposed to this dumb tactic that you're engaging in.
No, I
Please
have an
don't
adherence
talk
to
to me for like
consistency.
20 minutes, you fucking retard. I'm out.
I have an adherence to consistency.
Shut up,
That's what I
retard.
said.
Shut
I'm
up,
not
retard.
saying-
Shut up, retard.
You make gang caps when you talk about the age
Okay,
of
we're gonna
consent.
move on to our lives.
Exactly.
So, all right, so we're gonna.
This would have become
we're
a
gonna
giant
go,
thing. See?
We're going to go
I want to
to.
challenge Corey's logic
This
real
is
quick.
so
if I could.
fucking stupid.
You're gonna challenge his logic.
Corey,
Okay,
Corey,
fine.
doesn't this actually demonstrate that conservatives want to raise the age of consent because they simultaneously prosecute child sex offenses very vigorously, combined with the fact of being pro-life?
If they want to advocate, like if you want to make that argument, I'd be
By 9 months, they want to raise it.
Well, no, but that's the thing of like they set the demarcation at like day 0 at a zygote, okay, and they also uphold like it's in the law in terms of like depending on how it's worded, 18th birthday or 18 years of age. You brought that up when I brought this up
from
earlier.
birth.
Okay,
from birth.
Yeah, so from birth. And therefore, so if they're going to be consistent, then they need to actually, in reality, either change laws or change the wording and be consistent. It's either 18th birthday or 18 years of age. Pick one or the other.
Well, hold on.
Wait,
Just to be
why
clear.
is it-
Wait. Can I clarify?
coming in with the hard
Wait. Can I clarify? Wait. I've
This is dumb.
Corey.
Why? This is just dumb.
Because I got
Like he should just be laughed at and ignored.
Scott,
for
Let
his
him have
stupidity.
fun with the arguments.
Let me have. So Corey, when it says birthday, 18 years, right, from their the day of their birthday. Isn't that
It's not
like
conception
referencing
day.
maybe a particular it's not conception day, it's birthday, isn't it? Like referencing maybe like a specific milestone in one's life.
We went through this last time again. You don't remember? The wording matters. Whether it's 18th, I'd agree that if it's 18th birthday, then my argument doesn't hold.
Or
If it's 18 years of age, then my argument holds. That is the consistency. Now you get it. Now you retreaded the exact same thing that we did
we gotta go back and fix this error. I agree.
Okay, let's move on.
I don't ever want anybody in this audience
Mr.
or
Collins,
any of
you
these
should've been a lawyer.
viewers to fucking come at me and say that libertarians are autistic and that's a reason they shouldn't be listened to. Okay, I just want to point that out because that's
why they say Doobie, Gibbs, and then Chai. Okay, all right, let's move it. Anyone else wants to go? Put your hands up. All right, Doobie, Gibbs, and Chai.
Well, my
okay,
only thing was
Tyler,
that-
I see your hand now.
Yeah, so I don't think maybe I didn't hear the response to what I said last, but this is terrible. I want to piss off Scott, okay? Because what I'm actually curious about now is whether Corey thinks that 18 is kind of arbitrary, right? Because why would that indicate that they want to lower age of consent by any measure?
We cannot have this argument here. Actually.
No, I'm just gonna because wouldn't the argument be actually you guys should want to raise age of consent, right? Because age of consent is pointing to a thing, right? Like in somebody's development or whatever. So wouldn't you say that conservatives want to? I mean, personally, I think most conservatives are not most conservatives. That's not fair. Most pedophiles I've run into on Discord are call themselves tradcon conservative types, right? They're super traditional Christian, even full on traditionalist Nazis, quote unquote, right? And they're like pedophiles, right? That's most of the pedophiles I've run into on Discord. So I don't like this idea that Lacta would put out that they prosecute child sex crimes vigorously or whatever the fuck. I don't think that's true about conservatives. But beyond that, Corey, no, they don't. No, stop.
Yeah,
no.
yeah, absolutely.
No,
this is
no,
true.
no,
Literally, conservative.
You think these judges that are
hold on, Lactoid, where's the fucking Epstein list?
How dare you bring up facts?
Where's it? Lactoid, where's the Epstein list?
I don't know where the Epstein.
You don't know. Yeah, very, very, very fucking vigorous.
Why didn't Biden release it, Doobie?
I'm not saying that. Hold on. I'm not saying that the Democrats. I'm not saying the Democrats prosecute this thing vigorously.
You mean the left wingers?
I'm saying that this is like a fucking smokescreen. Right? This is like false. It's like false valor, right? Or like a stolen valor. I don't think it's true that conservatives actually do this.
That's just stupid.
I don't know how to
the facts. The Epstein client list is hold on. The Epstein client list is an entirely different situation than judges and prosecutors that are conservative going after these crimes. What you were talking about is individuals with high amounts of power. I agree that when you're talking about Republican politicians in being afraid of going after Prince Andrew or fucking Israeli intelligence assets or whatever the fuck else is on that list,
No,
that
you're
they're not
misunderstanding
fucking
me.
doing
Careful,
their due.
Scott.
I'm not misunderstanding you.
You are. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about judges.
They're not the
I'm
same
talking
thing.
about. I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're not talking about the thing that he's talking about.
I'm pretty sure. Wait. Didn't Tennessee just make it like a death penalty
listen.
For rape?
So
Yes.
I'm saying, when I say conservatives here, I'm talking about the conservative movement. I'm talking about the MAGA tards that are still sucking off Trump after he refused to release a fucking Epstein list. Okay, those people.
Do you mean the people that were overwhelmingly making fun of everybody for having binders and are constantly every single time Pam Bondi tweets something, they're like, cool.
There was a lot of
Where's the fucking pressure?
Yeah, there's no pressure from elite people, but dude, literally go to any. Dude, you're so full of shit. Literally go to any tweet. Go to any tweet that Pam Bondi puts out.
Who cares what our politicians are fucking children? There's tariffs we got to talk about. Yeah,
go to any tweet. Go to any tweet that Pam Bondi puts out, and you will see tons of conservatives being like, "Where's the fucking Epstein client list?" Like you're just gonna move every fucking goalpost because you can never admit when you're wrong.
I'm at the same goalpost.
And it's so fucking.
I'm at the same goalpost. goalpost. I'm at the same
No,
goalpost.
first, we're talking about whether or not conservatives do or don't, and obviously we're talking about judges and prosecutors. Then it's like,
why would you say obviously we're talking about judges and prosecutors?
Because that's what he said. He said prosecute. Then you move it over to politicians.
He didn't say judges
then I'm saying,
and prosecutors. He said conservatives.
These are two.
Scott,
These are two
he said
separate
conservatives,
things.
not
And
judges
then you
and
say that
prosecutors.
there's no pressure from the MAGA movement, and then I say, look at the fucking people in the comments, and you're like, oh, that
Scott,
doesn't matter.
he said
You're just going to
conservatives, not
constantly
judges and
shift from
prosecutors.
place to place.
That goalpost shifted because you moved it.
No.
You moved it twice.
These district attorneys that are like running on like, yeah, we're going to go super hard against the criminals, especially the child sex offenders. Like the reason why, I think it was in Tennessee or some other state, where now it's the death penalty. Like if you sexually abuse a child, they'll give you the death penalty, right? These movements are being pushed by conservative voters who are voting in these tough on crime prosecutors to go after people like this. In fact, one of the big criticisms from the left is that, well, these right wingers they want to go too hard on crime, right? Like it's we got to focus more on
No,
like
the criticism surrounding that is that they're doing this because the implication is that the implication is that they're actually going after like trans people because they think that LGBT people are like fucking pedos, so they're using these laws and some of the language surrounding these laws to like prosecute to like go after these people. Like that's the criticism, not just like too hard on pedos.
The last Supreme Court. Hold on, the last Supreme Court justice hearing, almost all of it was Republicans being upset that she was too soft on pedophiles. Like the idea that like because wealthy, connected elites aren't going after fucking agents and like connected billionaires, therefore that proves that they're not against it. I agree that many conservatives at the top, conservatives in air quotes here, right, are not doing their due diligence and going after like wealthy billionaire pedophiles. But the idea that the conservatives are in no way, shape, or form different in terms of the way that they prosecute and the way that they judge and the way that they write legislation is just silly, and you should stop. And you should be like, okay, that's fine.
How so, Scott? You're
I
just
know
making
you will
all these
never
fucking claims.
admit when you're just wrong
God.
and you're proven
You're
wrong
just
over
gonna
and over
yap,
again.
Yap. Scott, just tell me, like, where are you drawing this idea, this conclusion that conservatives go after pedophiles more? Because I'll even give you conservative judges and like prosecutors go after pedophiles more harshly than non-conservative judges and prosecutors. Where are you drawing that from?
Where am I drawing the idea that judges and prosecutors go after children at a higher rate than others?
No, hold on. Listen.
But that you just said that you would give me? Right.
Conservative judges and prosecutors, them specifically, where are you getting the idea that these kind of prosecutors go after pedophiles more harshly than judges and prosecutors that are not?
I can find the sources for you if you want. I'll do that.
Okay, that would be great.
I'm gonna have to grok that one. Give me a second.
While you guys are doing that, let's move on.
Grok it.
Let's move on, and we can circle back to this. Okay, all right. So we're gonna go to Gibbs because I believe you had your hand up previously.
I did, yeah.
We're gonna go to Chai, then hold on. Gibbs, Chai, Tyler has been waiting extremely patiently, and then back to Corey.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not gonna take it back to what I wanted to bring up. I mean, because I wanted to bring up something about like animal control and baby abortions and or miscarriages out in the middle of the country where we have to use animal control to pick up animals and shit. What do we do out there? Are we gonna really call the police to have someone bury a little baby that was 9-10 weeks old? Like who are you gonna call? You have the morgue come out there out in the middle of nowhere? Like
Ghostbusters.
Yeah. But since we've gotten on the Alex Jones topic about whether or not I hear flutes or lizard people or if it's the deep state that are all the pedophiles run by Epstein and like what are we really talking about here, guys? Are y'all sitting here trying to argue that they have conservative laws in place to catch pedos because of how is this connected? This seems like what's next is what are you gonna say? NAMBLA and APAC are in bed together and that's what I'm waiting for. Are you gonna start yelling about the frogs turning gay? What's going on here?
Who's NAMBLA? APAC might be in bed with them.
APAC might be in bed with them. I would like to move away from this issue, right? Because I think there's lots to talk about in terms of personhood, right? And I've got a point I want to bring up on that as well. But sure. Let's go to Chai Bunny, please.
So I feel like when it comes to the miscarriage, I don't know anyone who's had a miscarriage, so I can't really ask. I didn't really look this up, but I feel like when you have a miscarriage, shouldn't you need medical attention anyway? So why not build it into that process? That way it's more comfortable and it doesn't feel like a target thing, and it's more about you being okay in the process as well than just question, this and that. And I do think that the mental aspect does affect the case, and the fact that this is something that is new in our world. I get that it could be political as well, but I mean, this is a new thing, right?
New what? What's new? You mean abortion?
Like with these laws and stuff like that, and like people, like, are other people tossing babies in dumpsters because they're afraid of the abortion law, or is this like the first time it's happened? You know?
I mean, that's happened many times. Specifically, being afraid of the abortion laws. I mean, like in terms of like hiding the evidence of a miscarriage or / abortion. They've done that plenty of times. In fact, there was another case I was just thinking about. Like a mother and daughter got in trouble for this. I think this might have been an actual abortion, like an at-home abortion, and they were like trying to like hide it because they were afraid of being prosecuted because they lived in a pro-life state, and craziness ensued afterwards. But yeah, this is not a new thing. If that was what was happening here.
So
I would just want to know the mental health, though. Like, I would want to know that before I would really say, did they commit this crime based on the state they live in?
Yeah. But like, I'm going to gauge review on that too. The person later on. Do you want to say something really quickly, and then I got to go to Tyler's been waiting.
Well, just really quick. So to that point that you just made about, or that she just brought up, right? People hiding this because they're afraid because of what they've heard about how these laws are going to be enforced. It reminds me a lot about the Florida, was it "Don't Say Gay" bill, right, or whatever that wasn't the actual name, but that's the name that the media gave, and that was like pushed around. Generated all this fucking fear for like months and months and months. All this fear they're going to go after the gay teachers. You can't mention that you're gay, yada yada. And just like so far as I've been able to find, nothing fucking happened. They're not punishing teachers for just mentioning that they're gay. They're not punishing teachers for mentioning that they have a husband or a wife when they're like a female, whatever the fuck. I think a lot of this is like hysteria that is drummed up by like a propaganda wing of the Democrat Party to like make conservatives seem like they're fucking crazy, right? I think that's what a lot of this is.
So I actually have a response to this in links, but I'll do that later. First, we got to get to our friend Tyler and Corey. I also want to say something.
So I kind of wanted to almost actually piggyback off of what Doobie said here. The two parties are the reason we know about this. They're the ones that go out and seek these local stories to take these anecdotes and apply them as like a look at what the whole party is doing. This is so bad. You should vote for us to get their people out. It's happening. Obviously, really at the end of the day, the victim here is this fucking poor woman whose child died, who was scared, confused. She passed an investigation showing there was zero foul play. I'm perfectly happy with her getting the crimes or the charges dropped for improper disposal because she wasn't concealing a greater crime in any way. It was just a kid. Like, I'm cool with that. My heart goes out to her. I feel terrible that she got used as a political pawn, but it's part of the game of politics. So, at the end of the day, though, without the two parties going out and doing this and framing each other as the bad guy, we wouldn't hear about these local stories. That means that the way that we form this policy around these rare anecdotal examples is going to be expedited by these examples getting out there. Even if it is hyperbole how they get out there initially, eventually the truth comes out. Eventually it laces up its boots, even though the lie can spread around the world first. Eventually the truth comes out. We learn the details, and then we actually make our policy around things like this to not criminalize it, because I think any reasonable person can look at the situation post-investigation and say she shouldn't be charged. I like the fact that this came out. It accelerated. It's an accelerationist take.
Forces us to have the conversation.
Yeah,
I have a completely opposite take. I think that stories like this actually contribute to some of the disinformation that may cause situations like this to happen in the future, right? Because if this story is kind of spread around, it could lead to the belief that people hold, well, if I have a miscarriage, I should have to hide it, otherwise they're going to charge me because, hey, look at the story, right? And
but for our viewers,
when you look
for
at
the people
title,
watching
it's
us,
clipped.
For the people watching us having the conversation, now they know that it's not the situation, right? And
Well,
that's
I understand.
I think to Tyler's point is like, if it's just an editorial and if it's just like you just hear a one-off and no one has the conversation about it, then you don't get into the the nitty-gritty kind of details of the laws.
Yeah, I understand, but the vast majority of people, what they're going to see is they're going to be scrolling through social media, and this thing's going to come up, and it's going to say, "Oh, this woman was charged for having a miscarriage." They're not going to read anything further into it. they're going to be hyped up, and the point's going to be brought up by their pro-choice friends or
That's
their other
fair.
people, and they're going to say like, oh, look what they're doing, look what they're doing, look what they're doing. And then in a situation where somebody does have a miscarriage and they need medical attention, they're under this misinformation that's being spread by people with a political agenda, and now they might not actually seek medical care. So I actually think that headlines like this are irresponsible for that reason.
I agree with you. I almost shared a link earlier, like Sunday to Prime about, I don't know if you guys heard about the guy who left his kids at the McDonald's and went to a job interview. The headline says father arrested for leaving child at McDonald's for a job interview. But then when you read the whole article, when you get to the bottom of the article, it's like the guy was gone for hours. He dropped off a backpack. There was a whole situation that went on. So it's like, to your point, I do agree that a misleading headline, like just to draw in, doesn't really draw in many people outside of sharing the headline as a screenshot.
Yeah,
100%.
A lie can get around the world before the truth can lace up his boots, but that only matters to the people reading the headlines, the people that are going to be writing the policy.
Which is a majority, yeah.
Yeah, eventually.
Well, no, because the people writing the policy are going to be voted on by people who just read the headlines.
Yeah.
That's true.
Also, that we shouldn't assume the people writing policy are actually educated, right? We've seen that over and over again. That lawmakers who are writing these anti-abortion laws aren't educated about female biology. Like we're aware of this.
So I have one more thing to get to before I get passed over. As far as Scott melting down to Corey's extremely fair question, your response.
I posted the timestamp VOD. We replay the exact same thing a year ago. Lactoid
Get him, Corey.
A year ago?
Get him, Corey.
Neither Scott nor Lactoid remember. I'm a better narrator of Lactoid's
mega
life
feminine energy right here.
Lactoid.
My job is done here. I'm done here.
This is so. Hold on.
Always bringing up old shit.
It's a dumb fucking argument that apparently happened a year ago that I don't remember. I don't care that I don't remember your retard argument.
It is a clear demonstration that Lactoid doesn't learn because he doesn't literally remember a year ago, and he brings up the exact same argument that he did a year ago, and he doesn't remember it, and neither do you.
Yeah, Lactoid.
It's a retarded fucking argument. It's stupid. I guess I didn't get into the weeds of it because I wasn't paying attention to it, or I dismissed it as the stupidity that it was.
Well, if it's so
dumb.
stupid, then you didn't get it a year ago, and you still didn't get it today, initially.
There's nothing to get. It's a dumb fucking argument that is like, oh, if we're logically consistent, we need to lower the age of consent. It's
Scott,
stupid.
You're not engaging
It's
with
a
the
fucking
argument.
word.
You're not engaging with the argument, okay?
I have engaged with the stupidity of your argument. It's stupid.
No,
You're dumb. You're dumb for repeating.
I will concede it. My argument is stupid. My argument is stupid.
more
I
than
will
a year ago.
concede it.
Okay, so you admit it's
My
stupid. Then
argument
let it
is
fucking
stupid.
go.
Yeah, no. Here's my argument. My argument is you did not initially understand my argument, and you replayed the exact same thing a year ago. You did not understand my argument.
Probably because it's so fucking stupid. It's hard to wrap your head around the hilarious.
Wrap your head around a basic claim.
Well, can I just ask real quick?
I got it right away. I don't know about you guys.
I'm about to be really impressed. How did you find this so quickly?
Because I remember where it is.
You remember the specific video and the timestamp?
You're
not helping the autism case.
Corey has a massive brain.
Whoa, hold on.
You're really not helping the
remember
autism.
The specific video. Well, you remember the specific video and the timestamp.
I remember we were talking about Alabama because we were talking about the Alabama laws, and I just need to search up Alabama. And there's only so many VODs that have Alabama in the title.
But it's a long stream. You found the timestamp really quickly.
Well, there's a transcript that he can read through as well.
I have
You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You should be able to do your research.
This is so dumb. Come on, man. It's dumb. It's so dumb.
Lactoid, you are not embarrassed that you don't remember a year ago? That you don't remember your own?
No. Why the fuck would anybody be embarrassed they don't remember a silly argument they had when they're having debates for fucking 4 hours at a time once a week, but they don't remember some dumb fucking point you made? Shut the fuck up. Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed when you go to a 7-Eleven and he's like, you don't remember my name's Todd? You don't remember my name's Todd? You must be a drunkard. You don't remember my name's Todd. We talked a year ago about the weather and you don't remember my name's Todd? How fucking dare you? You must be such an idiot to not remember my name's Todd.
1976.
Sorry, I thought it was Tom. My bad. It was Todd. I don't remember talking to Todd a year ago at the 7-Eleven. That doesn't make me an idiot. It just means that Todd wasn't important.
All right. Okay. Got it. Right. we love everyone here, right? Especially Todd. Let's never forget Todd, all right? The real
of all the times you choose to get fiery, this is what it's over. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Let's move on with our lives, because I do want to address some things, right?
Can I say one thing? Ask one question real quick. Corey, have you ever considered counting cards? Like, this actually might be a good way to make a lot of money. Like,
legit,
holy
dude.
shit.
Has anybody accidentally dropped matches in front of you and you were able to count them instantly? Like, what the fuck, dude?
No.
Did you say, DB?
This is foreign to you because, well, I don't know what's going on in your brain, but I do remember things.
I can tell you. Yeah, Corey, I can tell you exactly what the issue is. The issue is when you say things, you mean them, right? When Scott and Lactoid say shit, it's just fucking verbal diarrhea. It just comes out into the fucking ether. They don't remember it a week later. That's the issue. Right? So
I
the
think,
issue is
I think you might be projecting there.
No. If you ask
You're just a
Scott
more
about,
evolved person
if
than
you
these
ask
people.
Scott
That's
about
all.
like social policy or like Mag Van Dukington, he'll know about all of that shit. He believes that stuff.
Okay.
I think you might be projecting, Mister. We need classes for 16-year-old girls to get blowjobs. See, I remember weird shit
I still have
too.
no issue with that. No, I remember every part of that.
whoa.
Hold on. I remember every part of that argument, and I still stand by that 100%.
Oh, all right, cool.
No issue with that at all. We can run it right now if you want to.
At least some educational video.
Guys.
We have to have if I wasn't here.
What would you say?
Yeah.
Do you think this would have still came up if I wasn't here?
Yeah, 100%.
No,
Scott was definitely thinking about you. Scott was 100% thinking about you when he said that.
They're not flexing. Like, what is this? They just talk pedophilic conversations around. I'm just curious.
For a long time, this has been a sausage fest, and we have these conversations regardless. So that doesn't matter. I can assure you.
I will judge. I don't mind. I'm just.
It's fine. No, yeah. I mean, I think you should be free to judge us, honestly, because we're a mess. But okay. But I do want to get to the conversation
to impress you.
I really do want to get.
Thank you. As a woman, I love the attention.
Indeed, because y'all do, right? I think we established that previously.
Is that how you impress women? Do we talk about your 16-year-old girl classrooms? Is that it?
Oh no, God, not just girls. Don't be fucking. Don't be a fucking.
Not just girls. Not just girls. Okay, that makes it better. Yeah.
I don't understand what the issue. Maybe Lactoid explain the problem with that.
I think the problem is that we're not counting it from conception as opposed to day of birth. That's it's closer to 16. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to personhood, right? But it's amazing how we apparently don't think the person in the conversation is all interesting, even though we've argued many times about this. All right. So I'm gonna go back and talk about this. So people have been wondering, well, why should this be an issue, right? This particular case, and maybe this is a weaker case to bring up. Maybe it's a stronger case, right? Sure. I think we can argue about like whether this particular article brought up a case that maybe we should be concerned about. But there's like a lot more information. The article alluded to this as well. Here's another article, and I'll put this in our group DM later on from Missouri Independent, I believe. And it starts off saying, a year after the U.S. Supreme Court dismantled the constitutional right to abortion in June 2022, more than 200 pregnant women faced criminal charges for conduct associated with their pregnancy, loss, or birth, according to a new report. I'm going to skip around to this article to like cut out some stuff here, but I'm going to put it in the
cut the intro fluff that is extremely biased. After the Supreme Court got rid of the constitutional right, the attack on women.
Like, the majority of charges alleged substance abuse during pregnancy. In 2/3 of cases, it was the only allegation made against the defendants. 6 states, Alabama, Mississippi, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Texas, accounted for the majority of cases documented by researchers. So they go on to say, right, almost none of the prosecutions documented by researchers were brought under state abortion laws. Instead, researchers found that law enforcement most often charged pregnant women with crimes such as child neglect or endangerment, interpreting the definition of a quote child to include a fetus. In doing so, authorities relied on a legal concept called fetal personhood, the idea that a fetus, embryo, or fertilized egg has the same legal rights as a person who has been born. And then last part, then I'll gauge you guys. It says, this is a quote from the researcher, "If we focus on abortion laws, you miss a crucial part of the picture and the fact that pregnant individuals are being criminalized for allegedly endangering their own pregnancies, for pregnancy loss, and in some cases for conduct related to abortion. What's driving pregnancy criminalization is the expansion of fetal personhood." Okay, so that's like the focus of this is what I've been focusing on. So if we look at this as a child, right, then unfortunate things that happen during a pregnancy, and there are a myriad number of them, right, all of a sudden can be prosecutable, right? All of a sudden is in the realm of the legal system. And then it matters like what who your local DA is at that time, right? Will they be reasonable and they say, well, this case doesn't need to be further looked into, or will they actually charge you? We've talked about this before, right? In terms of women being charged for drug crimes while pregnant, right? We had a whole nother stream about specifically this. And in that one, there were plenty of cases where they tested positive, but it was a bullshit test, right? Or they tested positive for drugs that the hospital gave them, right? Like for like steroids or whatever it is that or painkillers that the hospital gave them themselves. It's literally documented in their medical record, but then they get charged, right? And now they got to fight that case. So we've seen exactly this. When you give these prosecutors this tool, right, it will be used. And this is again why I was reaching out to my libertarian friends there, right? Because we're empowering these individuals and we're saying, oh, well, reasonably, it'll just end there, right? A charge will be filed, and then reasonable minds will prevail. And then these people, people have actually been prosecuted and charged and sent to jail over these things, right? And that's the problem, right? I want to keep the law as much as possible out of this particular area because it's going to be used mostly against people who are unresourced. And somewhere else in this report it says as well. I'm going to share it with you.
Like there's going to be cases where they can't prove that it was just like a natural miscarriage, right? Like, oh no, of course you intentionally like fell down this, or like whatever stupid reasoning they're going to use. Like you can't always prove that it was a natural thing, right? Like we don't know what the person was doing outside of like them. Like, so yeah, this can be used. So when women are having natural miscarriages, they're more incentivized to hide it because they're not trying to get prosecuted for a mishap. And it's like this thing is considered a person. Having a fetus be considered a person is just going to lead to this every single time because once again the charge is murder now. The charge is no longer an abortion. The charge is murder because this is a person being treated as such.
So we've already seen, so there's two things I want to say here. Number one, historically, we've already seen that we do tend to have prosecutors and judges err on the side of caution when it comes to the way women treat infants, in many cases with sudden infant death syndrome, right? There is a high bar to proving murder of babies, and most judges and most DAs are they're pretty damn careful, and they almost always err on the side of women in those cases. There are a lot of cases where if you start looking into them, you're like, I'm pretty sure this lady murdered her baby, right? But you'll find that it's pretty difficult to charge people with killing their child. That being said, there is a conundrum here, right? And the conundrum is that this is two bodies housed in one, right? And if we choose, which I think is correct, to treat the body housed within the mother as a human, that as someone with personhood and thus has rights, there is there's a slippery slope of like what is some level of harm to that thing, to that person, right? Because if you eat mac and cheese, Kraft mac and cheese with yellow dye number 5 in it, you're poisoning your baby. Right. But at the same time, is it reasonable to say that we should charge a woman for like eating regular ass food at the grocery store because, you know, they share a body, right? So, I mean, like, you know, if you have a glass of wine, maybe you're poisoning that child, or maybe that's, you know, there maybe a small glass of wine every now and then is somewhat acceptable. We have to draw an arbitrary line somewhere, right? Some people would be like, anytime you drink alcohol in any way, shape, or form, this is horrible and you should never do that. And I tend to agree with that, right? But at the same time, eating unhealthy foods is also the same thing, right? If you're not giving the baby, you know, the best possible environment to you know, with the lowest amount of risk in terms of development, you're doing that. So like, we're gonna have to at a certain point draw an arbitrary line based upon it, because we don't have perfect knowledge to know what is and isn't necessarily harm to the child, and that's a difficult conversation to have. So I just don't. I would say that in regards to the conversation. I didn't have a natural finisher there.
I'd like to say something. I understand the point that finding a distinct kind of delineation is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that, you know, when it comes to like, it's easy to look. You know, I can't necessarily tell on the color wheel the difference between blue and purple. But if you show me purple and you show me blue, I could tell the difference. And I can see the difference when it comes to like a reasonable regular diet or whatever, throwing in some chips in occasionally, right? I can see the difference between that and drinking alcohol, which every major health organization says no safe amount of alcohol if you're a pregnant person. Or pregnant woman. Some of my conservatives in my chat might take issue with the way I phrase that. But I don't know. This is something that I actually like. I don't get emotional about a lot of subjects, but like this one in particular makes me so upset because I fight a lot about it with people like in real life who claim to care about the science, but then will just reject and say like, oh, well, drinking every once in a while is okay. And I'll say it's not, right? The science says that it's not. And they'll say, no, actually, this one person told me over here, this one nurse said, this one XYZ said. And the thing I want to say to them is like, would you not care? Like, let's say you found out that like your mom drank with you. Would you not care? Like when you were the most vulnerable, does that not like, I don't know. For me, like that would make me look at my mother in a very different light, right? I know that she stopped any drinking, right? She was very healthy and she took care of herself specifically for me when I was most vulnerable, right? And there's something really, I think, about that really hits me of like, wow, this person really did care about me. And if you know somebody who's like doing drugs or doing reckless shit while they're pregnant, I just couldn't see them in the same way, honestly. And it really bothers me. And frankly, yeah, I think it should be illegal. And I'm totally fine with, you know, if you're drinking a whole bunch and you're 19 weeks pregnant.
I agree. I agree. Right. What I'm saying is that
stop that behavior.
The philosophical delineation here, right, is that we have a law system where we do not make things illegal retroactively based upon harm. What we do is we make a blanket thing illegal, right? So under like an actual like natural law philosophy, the illegality would come in after you prove the harm. Right? We don't have a legal system like that. What we do is we say this thing tends to cause harm, therefore we make this thing illegal, right? Which is very different than like a natural law philosophy where we say you have aggressed upon this person, we've proven the harm, right? And so because if we're going to have a system that operates that way, then we do have to draw an arbitrary line because, like I said, like yellow dye number 5 is probably not in one cup of mac and cheese is probably not going to have any fucking harm on like 99.9% of babies, but it is something that can potentially cause harm. And only under a natural law philosophy could you then say, well, we link the harm to this thing. So we do have to draw an arbitrary line somewhere that says this thing tends to be harmful, therefore we've made it illegal. And that's just kind of like a difference in how our legal system kind of works.
But I also think there's like a level with, I guess, intent that I'm willing to establish here as well. I don't think most people know like how dangerous yellow 20 or these dyes really could be, even if they're they're not actually all that dangerous.
Not also not dangerous.
Yeah, and if somebody they're not dangerous.
Sure, that's fine.
Assuming a woman,
one or the other, it doesn't matter.
Let's assume that they are dangerous, just for the argument's sake. A woman like who wants to take care of her kid, wants to do good for her kid, finds out. She's like, oh, I'm not gonna eat that anymore. Right? I'm gonna choose something else. Like, I don't think she's done anything wrong. But the people who are like just justifying, right? Like oh, like just rejecting evidence and justifying the behavior that's leading to the detriment of their own children, and also the society as well, right? Like if we want to put it in like kind of commie terms for a second, the cost of society for these drug addicted kids that get out and fetal alcohol syndrome and on all these problems that these children have, the drain that has like on the state and medical services that could be used to help other people. Like this is a massive problem. And I do feel like if we can solve the problem by like getting the law involved in this way, because I do think that they're people. We're talking 19 weeks. Then yeah, I'm okay with doing that. I think we should do it.
So I really want to engage with this, but before then, and Corey, I know you got your hand up. I just want to let, especially our new people know, right? Gibbs, you also want to say something? I want to let our new people know. So we've passed 11:30 p.m. Eastern, right? And so like that's like officially the end. I'm going to keep going, right? We're going to keep talking. But if at any point in time you want to like hop off, right? No problem. You're not expected to be here after that point. And I just want to say quickly, in case you do, I do appreciate both of you guys coming through. Tyler, I didn't get to say this to you last week, and he just like fucked off, and he was like, "I gotta go." Like you guys have been fantastic, and I hopefully we can have you here in the future. But if you want to chill with us, then chill with us, because I'm going to keep talking, right? So those are your options. Let's go to Corey.
Those are your options. I'll respond to this tangent for a little bit, but then I do have to go shortly.
Okay, I do want to engage with you, but Corey and Gibbs, I'll let you in. And Tyler? Yeah.
Yeah. So just to understand, well, I guess to retread your position, Scott, you are an evictionist, correct?
Yeah, I'm an evictionist. Yes.
Okay. And therefore, I understand it's arbitrary. So you draw your line at whatever fertilization, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I would draw my line at. I would draw my line. Probably like I don't know objectively, but if I was forced to be like, where do you currently draw it under your given knowledge? Once we get to like 4 cells, right? Like once the splitting process begins, right? That's kind of where I would draw my line. But basically, yeah.
Yeah, at the blastocyst stage. I'm curious. In 5 or 10 years or so, or 20, okay, when we're in the world of, genetic engineering. So, like, is there a particular reason why you, at the roughly 4 cells, I'm not going to hold you that, but, like, why you draw your line there in terms of, like, or, like, just you understand it's arbitrary and that's where you draw the line, or you're grounded?
Yeah, if I'm forced to say, like, that's where, like, that's just where I would put it, right? Like, and the only reason I would say that, like, once you start to see just because there are so many... I don't have a super strong justification for it. I'm willing to admit that, right? Like, I would just say that, like, it's difficult for me to say right at fertilization because I don't know that the process of, like, life, as we would put it, is really genuinely starting right at fertilization until you start to get the combination of the DNA, and then that DNA starts to replicate itself.
Okay, yeah, that's totally fair. I'm just curious how you view, let's say, again, in the future when genetic engineering or editing comes into play, like, does that, is that allowed to happen to the fetus, or it's like that's a guardian issue, like that they can do it, whatever?
Yeah, I don't have a super strong position on it right now. Like my instinct says that there's something wrong about, editing, editing the DNA of the natural process in that could potentially be a violation of their rights, especially if, let's say, I don't know, maybe you're able to read the DNA and it says, hey, this child is going to be born with webbed fingers. And then they're just like, well, let me edit that out. Well, maybe they grow up and all they ever want to do for whatever fucking reason is be an Olympic swimmer. Like, swimming is their entire passion. And then they find out at 21 that, like, they had webbed fingers, and they're like, dude, I want webbed fingers. Why the fuck did you get rid of my webbed fingers? You know what I mean? So it's hard to draw that line about whether or not that is or isn't aggression. So that's just something that I'm willing to admit I don't have a strong legal theory on.
Okay, that's totally fair. I think that is totally fair because I believe that is a difficult question, even for me. So the galactoid, do you have a view on it or a stance?
Where I'm at right now is like some sufficient level of like brain development, but I don't know. Like the more I argue with like really pro-choice people, the more I start to get convinced about like a at conception position, right? Just simply like hearing the arguments and watching like even when I'm not engaging, right? If I watch like a pro-life, pro-choice,
what makes you move more towards conception then?
Well, I'm saying just like because that's when you have like the individual, right? I mean, that's when you have like the distinct person.
What are you
distinct form.
counting it in? So you're saying
unique DNA, right?
Okay. So then,
Excuse me.
in the world of genome or genetic engineering, is that permissible to you, or that needs some sort of?
I think so.
Okay, so then I'm
I mean,
curious.
you can like give kids vaccines, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. So then I'm curious. Okay, when we get to the world of genome editing, okay, someone just edit the genome and then abort and edit it so much that it's no longer human.
Well, no. So the gene editing would be like medical care, and so like all medical care, you would have to do it for the benefit of the child. Right. Like, so for example, like if you're going to give medical care to a kid, it's got to be in the kid's best interest because the kid can't consent. So I think that if you're going to make a kid do something like eat broccoli, it's got to be good for the kid. You can't make a kid eat ice cream.
Okay. So like changing hair color would be out of the question for you.
I mean, if it carries any risk, I mean, it seems kind of like benign, but if it carries any risks, then yeah.
Well, no, because hold on.
But like if it cures cancer, well, then definitely, yeah.
Well, after MAGA and the Nazis take over, we're gonna fucking make sure our kids are blonde. All right, we want them to hide in society.
Chai Bunny, do you want to say something?
I have a point on hair color, right? Because like if you believe in conception to be like when that is born, would you charge a woman for bleaching her hair in the first trimester because that's risky? Like you have to think about that kind of stuff. Like that kind of stuff can damage certain aspects of the growth. You're told not to do it in the first trimester.
Yeah, that's why I said that we have to draw the line arbitrarily somewhere because our current legal framework doesn't punish harm as it exists, but rather the potentiality of harm. Right?
Well, how bad is it though?
Yeah, I would have to know how bad it is in terms of us to be able to kind of come up with it. But ultimately, it will be an arbitrary distinction until our legal system is one that only punishes actual harm that occurred after the fact.
I mean, if dyeing your hair, like actually, I'm not educated in the medical science behind this. If it actually does like pose some kind of like heavy metal neurotoxic risk to like a fetus or whatever, then sure, then I would be okay with banning that for pregnant people.
What would you charge it as?
Oh, I mean,
what can I do for you?
If it led to death,
I guess. Well, like for me, like how I would approach it. No. How I would
like
approach
you
it
would
is
have
like,
to charge it with alcohol use and like cigarette use, tobacco, weed. Like, what would these fall under?
I don't think you would have like a one like you would have a statute that allows for aggravating circumstances. So like you could have like something minor be like a ticketable offense, something like kind of moderate. I would say like drinking, like wine every once in a while, and cigarettes and stuff. Perhaps that could be like some kind of moderate level offense. And then if like you're shooting at meth, that could be like a felony.
Okay.
Let's go to Tyler as I'm going to say, then Gibbs.
I believe you're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm leaving after this, but I don't think I'm going to say anything super controversial that's going to merit a big response afterwards. Like
we'll decide that. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think. The law.
So women.
As for the law, I kind of want to like clarify a little bit around this because I've been looking it up as you guys have been talking. So one thing we're leaving out of this is intent. Intent is a very important part of the law here that we're not discussing. When we talk about this, the only people that are alleviated from intent generally are people that have certain sorts of clearances or whatnot that they have to get pre-approved for, because that intent is implied that they're going to do a certain thing with the classified materials or whatever. Generally, though, intent is implied here. So I say we consider it a human being as soon as that DNA is unique. That does not close the door to all sorts of other arguments like personhood. Personhood arguments generally say something like that around the time that advanced brain functions develop. That's when we see these things come into, that's when we see this become a person. Or if you look at other arguments, like we limit rights to children right now. Like, this sounds cold to discuss it this way, but like I'm just trying to give a legal route as to how this could be done. We don't give children certain rights, like you can't go out, curfew laws and shit like that. You're under the authority of your parents. They make the decisions that are best of you. We could write into our laws, hypothetically, a clause to say, like, before 18 weeks, those human rights don't apply. And that's just it at the end of the day.
That is somewhat controversial.
Basically what we do.
I want to say we don't actually deny rights to children, right? It's important to recognize that we do not deny any rights to children. What we do is we say that they lack the capacity to consent to meaningfully be able to determine how they exercise those rights. And so those rights are held in guardianship by the parents, right? So there is no right that is denied to the child. Instead, it is the parent that is holding that right until such a time that they have the capacity to be able to exercise those rights meaningfully, right? Because they can't consent to certain situations and actions.
That sounds slightly like a difference without a distinction, but in lines of what
it is.
saying,
But it is an important distinction, and the reason it's an important distinction is when you start saying that, like, oh well, these rights don't exist in any capacity until they come to a certain age or something, right? Like those rights do exist, and they have them from the moment they legally gain some level of personhood, at least in our current framework, right? But like it is important to recognize that those rights they always exist. It's just that the parent is holding guardianship of those rights.
Well, I think the logic we use to like vaccinate your kids and do certain things with your kids, we can extend that same logic to say that before 18 weeks you could abort your kid too. If we really wanted to, it would be consistent with the laws that we currently have now. But I kind of want to just throw this intent argument in here because, like, intent is very important in the law. Intent is the difference between first-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter, or self-defense and walking free. Sometimes there's a lesser crime, sometimes there's no crime at all. So I just want to make that, like, something we need to make sure this is in the argument. Someone's intentionally trying to kill their kid or taking a drug in a negligent way. I think negligent are the two words I looked up here, negligent or intent to harm. Those are the two things. And the substance that they abuse, it has to be something that is like the substance itself is harmful, not contain something that's harmful that you might be unaware of. So we do already have these things somewhat parsed out in the law. Like if you go do meth there's no positive to doing meth, but there's a positive.
Well, hold on now. I got a lot of studying to do tonight.
Yeah, listen, there's a few people I disagree with you.
A little bit of AI told me this, so it might not be 100% accurate, but this is what the law generally is.
Yeah, it's just as good as a lawyer. Trust me. Okay. Thanks for that, Tyler.
Actually, Chat GPT, the newest one, is beginning to outperform your average lawyer.
Oh my god!
Are you leaving?
I got a jet.
I just want to say one thing. Your unique DNA thing is, I would say, in my opinion, problematic because not every single cell in your body has the exact same DNA. And if you're going to go by unique DNA, then some of your cells are persons.
I think it would just be unique to the parent saying it's an individual. That's all.
Just do a Bayesian inference.
So you're probably technically right. I'm more just using it as a label. So I'm sorry. Colloquial. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
I also just want to give a closing statement here. It's real simple. One, yellow dye, number 5 manufacturers. If you'll need somebody to advertise and work for y'all, I am taking sponsors, and I would love to have y'all hit me up. Then I will do an outstanding job. Secondly,
just like eating Kraft mac and cheese. Fuck Analetto extract.
It's so good. Yeah, I will be y'all's Marlboro man. I'll be y'all's Marlboro man. Just pay for the steroid usage afterwards. Anyway, secondly, what was this? I'm also very excited that we're entering into the new realm of the Ubermensch designer babies that are now going to be the Space Marines that are working for the God Emperor. I'm pretty excited that this is now entering the realm of possibility, and it's no longer science fiction. I can't wait for the gene editing wars. I know they're coming. It's happening in every sci-fi universe I've ever seen. It's going to happen. And finally, I'm at Reviews if you like what I would say. Check me out there. All right, y'all be good. It's been fun.
Have a good one, friends.
I do got a jet, so probably get a response.
I will. And just everyone, if you want to call in, I said this to someone previously, but if you want to call in, jump into the waiting room. You can come on. We won't have you on camera, but you can come on and we can talk. So like go into the Discord, exclamation Discord within my chat, right? And then come in and we'll go to the waiting room. We'll pull you in if you have something you want to say on
Smart way
this.
of doing it.
Yeah. But to my friend Lactoid. So yeah, I think it's God, I have so much to say. I think it's weird that as a libertarian, you'd give law enforcement this additional tool, right? Like, it seems odd to me, considering your skepticism of state violence in general, that you would say that that within this territory, which is ill-defined, right? Like, to the point where you're still deciding where you think personhood should be, right? Or however you want it. Conception equals some additional conference of rights, right? That, like, within this ill-defined territory, you would allow the state to come in and make these potentially life-changing decisions. It's odd that you would do that. And I don't quite understand. If you could help me out there, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so I'm skeptical of state violence, but I'm skeptical actually not necessarily because it's the state doing it, but because it's violence. Like, really what I'm skeptical of is violence. And I think this is kind of where I depart from like the more, I guess, deontological anarcho-capitalist types who may be here as well.
No, probably not, actually.
Maybe not.
A violation of the NAP is a violation of the NAP.
Yeah, I'm kind of consequentialist a little bit with this analysis, where, you know, there's laws against murder, right? Does the state fuck up sometime and arrest somebody for committing murder when they didn't commit murder, or arresting somebody when the circumstances are kind of odd? We don't really know. Like, it's difficult. What exactly happened? X, Y, Z, right? Yeah, like there is area there, and we've developed a tremendous amount of law and put in a tremendous amount of effort to try to find as close as possible the lines that exist, because it's better than having murder legal, right? We could solve all these problems. We could legalize murder. Now we don't have to ask these questions. Now we don't have to find these lines. Now we don't have to do all this work. Sure. But with all criminal justice, there's a chance of getting it wrong. And so, is it possible that by empowering the law enforcement to, stop somebody from, 19-month pregnant person from injecting methamphetamine and giving their, kid brain damage that's going to cost $1 million to the state when they get born? Yeah, the state could fuck up. But there could be something, there could be edge cases that I can even agree with you. We gotta, we should be diligent, as we should with all criminal law. This is why we have beyond a reasonable doubt. We should be diligent to make sure that we're only putting the people who are guilty in prison, or we're only punishing the people who are actually guilty. That doesn't mean we abolish all laws. And in this case, I think there's enough justification to say, look, 19 weeks, I agree with you. There's a range that it gets messy, but at 19 weeks, I'm pretty clear. It's pretty clear for me. Again, I don't know exactly the difference between blue and purple, but this is purple. This is a person, and I think it's fine for the state to criminalize hurting that person.
So I have an analogy, right? So let's imagine I am the base ANCAP here, right? That says all state violence is unjustified and the state power is unjustified, and then a bill comes out that says, well, what we're going to do is the state is no longer going to maintain prisons. Every single private and public prison is going to be abolished, and we're going to let every single criminal back out onto the streets. However, the bill isn't going to give you any additional rights towards policing, and is still going to make it illegal for you to capture murderers and rapists, right? Because that would be kidnapping and you'd go to jail. So we're just going to release all the rapists and murderers onto the street, and you're just going to have to deal with that. And when the cops find a rapist or a murderer, they'll grab them, and then they'll be like, bad, better show up to court to pay your fine, but there's no more prisons. I would say fuck that bill, right? Even though the state is unjustified in housing criminals, if they're not going to allow me to imprison or, forcibly punish people, and it's still illegal to do so, then the state is the guardian of those rights that they have stolen from me. And so it is the state's duty to, to the best of their ability, enforce natural law. And so I'm not going to advocate for the state letting murder occur, as far as that's how I see it, right? If the state is allowing abortions, in any capacity to exist, then the state is allowing murder to occur, and I lack the right to be able to go to an abortion clinic and bomb it, right? Like it's wrong for me to bomb an abortion clinic. I'm not allowed to do that, and I'm not saying you ought to do that. I'm just saying that there are murderers in that building that conduct murder every day, and they should be punished. And yet we allow them to continue. So I'm going to advocate to the best of my ability that those murderers eventually go to prison. Right? Like you need to go to prison. You abortionists are all deserve the death penalty. Every single doctor that performs an abortion, you should be killed. I'm not saying that any individual ought go out and enact this violence against them, because you're going to go to jail and it's not going to help the libertarian movement at all. But you're murderers, right? And so if a bill comes out and says we're finally going to put these. Yeah, I'm 100% willing to bite this bullet. The only reason you shouldn't do it is because people are going to think you're crazy and it's not actually going to help the libertarian movement. But I think, yes, I think murderers should go to jail, some form of jail. And if a bill comes along that says the police are finally going to start doing that, then yeah, I support said bill, because I don't have the right to do it myself.
Okay.
I'm going to be called a terrorist if I go kill an abortion
I got it. Okay, so there's a reason why Lactoid keeps his real name private. It's because he doesn't want to associate it with like these fucking arguments while he's on screen. There's a good reason for that. All right.
Same. I don't want fucking people trying to swat me and shit because they don't like the fact that I know that it is just subjectively true that
Lactoid wants to keep his law license,
and they deserve. It would absolutely be justified to kill them. But we shouldn't do it.
And to be clear, Lactoid, I'll say it for him. Lactoid doesn't endorse any of these statements. Okay, all right. But this goes into my second point, right? Is that, and I wanted to say this while Chad Bunny was still here, but she left. She was trying to get to this point previously. Is that there's a better route. There's a better route, and that's simply by treating this as a health concern, right? A medical issue that society can deal with. I think the cost-benefit analysis of treating this as a judicial matter, right, equals far more harm than good. So let's put aside the strictly abortion, okay? Right, let's put that aside. Scott's made himself clear on that, right? And maybe Lactoid might feel similarly, right? I'm not putting words in your mouth, of course. Certainly not his words. But let's put that strictly aside. Let's talk about like everything around abortion, like what that article was saying, right? And I put several more articles into our group DM. Check them out. They talk about this criminalization as well and the Marshall Project. But I think that what happens is that we now allow the state to have the ability to examine all these pregnancies, right? Even ones where nothing catastrophic has actually ever happened, right? There's a report within the medical records that say, hey, we found some sort of a drug, some sort of stimulant, right? Or something that resembles meth or whatever the fuck, right? But in actuality, the hospital gave them those medications, right? There were standard procedure. Sometimes we're also within the record, right? Like a different part of the same record that's there. But now that's there, now we have a mandatory requirement. We got to call the cops, right? Right. Well, it has to be investigated. Okay. And then now we have a situation where the prosecutor is looking at it and says, I think I want to charge for this. But like a reasonable person, like Lactoid's reasonable person, he would look at that case and he would say, well, of course not. We shouldn't charge this individual. This is clearly part of the normal hospital procedure. But this other prosecutor disagrees, right? And now, does this individual, this woman, does she have the money to hire a lawyer like Lactoid, right? Oftentimes not. The people who are being charged and the people who are going on in prison, these are people who are unresourced, right? We can't get these things thrown out. I think simply, like I understand there is a concern about the unborn child, and I share that concern, right? That we should want to encourage behaviors that protect these children when they come out to the world, right? Even for the selfish reasons that the Lactoid mentioned, in terms of fetal alcohol syndrome, right? And the cost of society. There's a reason why we should care about this. Well, okay. Well, we have, and to great success, right? Talking about alcohol, we have had a campaign, public health campaign, educating people on the effects of alcohol to children, right? The fact that every one of us knows fetal alcohol syndrome without having that to be explained is a success within that campaign. right? The amount of women, I don't have a study in front of me, but I imagine the amount of women who engage in alcohol once they know they're pregnant has vastly decreased because of this campaign, right? Without sending them to jail, without empowering a law enforcement in this area. That's the route, right? We can encourage these women to not do that. We can employ social shame, because I know my friend Scott loves to do that, right? We can employ social shame. Hey, like, knock it off. I know you're pregnant. Don't intake those drugs. We can do all those things. And I think that would be much more effective, because the one of the costs of not doing that, then I'll wrap up here, right? Well, the cost of not doing that is that women are afraid to seek care, right? Either from misinformation, to say, like you were saying before, well, the law doesn't actually say this or that. That happens, right? But also from actual being actually afraid, because maybe she did smoke some pot, right? She shouldn't have done that, but she did smoke some pot. We still do want her to seek prenatal care, correct? Right? We still do want her to access resources. But if she thinks she's going to get locked up because she's going to test positive, she's not going to do any of that, right? If she thinks that, like, if she's a person who needs just resources for the home right afterwards, right? Like the stroller and stuff, and there are resources out there, but she's like, if someone finds out I'm in jail, she's not going to reach out. The better path is treating this as a health concern. So, Lactoid, if you want to respond.
I mean, we could do all of them. I'm open to doing whatever it takes here to prevent these tragedies from occurring. I'm okay with educating, but at the same time, right? Like, if there's somebody who's totally methed out and then neglects their kid for like 2 weeks and the kid dies, like meth, I guess, is the underlying root, but I'm still punishing that behavior. And the other problem is, if you have somebody who's addicted to drugs and is pregnant, you're going to have, maybe you can medicalize it, but you're going to have to restrict this person's autonomy, right? Like, you can't just be like, oh, come to the doctor every couple weeks. It's like, no, you're addicted to drugs, you're doing them. We're going to have to put you in a padded room to make sure you don't do it. And yeah, we'll provide you treatment and et cetera, but we can't have you doing this. And so you're going to have to go into the room. Sorry. And there's going to have to be, big men who are going to take you into that room. And that's going to be the cops. Right. So, yeah, I'm not in favor of removing the ability for law enforcement to get involved here. And also not in favor of removing the criminal justice system from this field. If it gets to the point where you have people dodging neonatal appointments because they're doing drugs, this needs to be investigated and punished, and these people need to be made an example of.
Investigated and punished, but see, that's why they're dodging in the first place, though, right? Like, I worked in a hospital.
You need more of a disincentive then. We can't have this world where it's like there's always this infinite excuse where you can't have laws against what I'm doing because then I might you can't have laws against me murdering, otherwise you might not find where the body is.
No, friend.
No. We gotta criminalize this shit. This is fucked up.
But I'm saying that there are better ways. The point is, and unless I'm misunderstanding,
is your goal to have more criminals or to take care of babies, right?
Exactly.
It depends on what your goal is.
What I think
you want to have more criminals, you criminalize. If you don't want to have more criminals, but you want to actually take care of these, you actually want to solve the problem babies being tampered, then there's a better way of handling that solution. Criminalizing it is only going to lead to more criminals. It's not going to reduce the actual actions.
Let's do it this way. If we do an empirical test, I don't know if this actually exists, because it seems like you guys are focusing on very specific anecdotal examples, a few hundred, or a few dozen cases,
ones
or
that
even
are given,
100 cases, right?
Well, there's studies, but
my suspicion is that if you were to actually enforce these laws, right, you would see a reduction of this behavior. Just like when everyone was saying, well, you're going to criminalize abortion, you're not going to reduce abortion.
You see a reduction in care.
You're just you're not going to have abortion. You're just going to see a reduction of care. But the reality was the opposite. They banned abortion, and abortions plummeted. It wasn't just reported abortions either, because the fertility rate spiked in every state that banned abortion. It was immediate. There was an immediate spike of fertility and an immediate plummeting of abortion. It worked. When you ban things, sometimes it works to prevent it from happening. And if this works, if we can actually put the force of law and stop brain damaged children from coming out, because it's not fair to them, on the human aspect. Okay, I can any of us here empathize with this? Like, would any of us here be okay, like thinking about it, like when you were most vulnerable, like your mom doing that to you?
I'm with you. I'm with you there. That's. But
then also just society. There's a massive cost there, and perhaps let's say I'm right, Prime. Let's say I'm right. Let's say we bring down the hammer. And yeah, you got a few people dodging some neonatal care, but what the real result of this is, like, you lower the amount of, like, fetal alcohol syndrome by 50%. Let's just say. Would you be okay with this program now at this point?
Okay, so that's one outcome, right? And if that's the only outcome, maybe, right? But the other outcome is that innocent women also are just being sent to jail because they're also being prosecuted and criminalized, right? For the toxicology screenings that are false positives for a variety of reasons. Then yeah, I actually still have a big problem with that, right?
So,
like these don't exist in a vacuum.
I'm aware. You weigh the cost and the benefit.
If I can step in, right? Anytime you are going to seek justice, you're going to have accidents, right? And I would say, as an ANCAP, right, that the state is less incentivized towards accuracy than private institutions. But like, one thing we can all, I think, hopefully agree on is that CPS agents at hospitals that lack the medical knowledge to actually understand what's in these medical records need to stop being mandated reporters for things in these medical records, right? We already have doctors, and doctors are already mandatory reporters, and there's and a large chunk of these cases, most of them are from CPS agents or social workers at the hospital that don't understand what's going on. They just see has a criminal drug history, and then they find in their chart that they like test positive for certain drugs, and then they're like, oh, I'm a mandatory reporter. If I don't report this, I'm going to be the one in trouble. So then they report it, and an entire system of uneducated people get involved in investigating this until eventually a doctor is like, hey, dumbass, I prescribed this, right? Doctors are already mandatory reporters. We don't need to double up on this. We can get rid of the majority of the issue of like innocent women giving birth that are being reported for like drugs in their system that like occurred at the hospital. Like, we can also, I was also going to say, we could, I wouldn't suggest this, but if we're going to do those drug screenings, right, we need to emphasize that drug screenings need to occur when they get in the hospital, if that's possible, not drug screenings that occur after they've already been given drugs.
So I acknowledge
it's an easy fix right there.
Sorry, what was that last thing? Then maybe I missed it.
Testing right when they come in as opposed to afterwards. I mean, that's just an easy fix.
It's not always possible because some women come in and they immediately need like an epidural. They're already super dilated, right? Like, we're already going to be moving them towards a C-section because,
barring that,
there's a complicated pregnancy, right? But barring that, like, the majority of these issues, these cases, when it comes to pregnant women giving birth and then having CPS and police involved, even though it was the doctors that prescribed it, is because social workers are considered mandatory reporters. They're involved in the process. They don't know what's going on. They just see drugs pop up. So they're like, oh, I have to report. We should get rid of that mandatory reporting for social workers that work in a hospital field because there's already someone there that's more qualified, which is the pediatricians, the lactation specialists, there's a slew of people that are far more qualified to be doing that reporting there at the hospital, and it's like a redundancy that's just causing problems.
Yeah, and then I agree with you there. Like, I guess on the most basic level. Boyd, hi, thanks for being here. I see you.
Hey,
but Lactoid, so and you're not going to like this, of course. I know you're not. But there are other compounding factors as well, right? Who gets believed when they say that, no, I'm innocent of these crimes? Who gets believed when we're talking about like child endangerment, right? Who gets usually charged with that? There's going to be a lot of like race plays a factor in this, right? Well, I say right, but you may disagree there. But race plays a compounding factor. We can see that, outside of pregnancy, like who does CPS take action against? CPS takes action against families that are unresourced, right? And oftentimes tend to be minorities, right? Also, white poor people, but like these are the targets of CPS. These are people who are most likely going to have their child separated from them. It's not that middle class families.
Dude, have you ever met a social worker? Like they're the wokest of woke people. Like I'm sorry, it's just silly. I've met tons of social. That is just silly. It's just
it's not silly. It's literally the numbers. The numbers are there.
Yeah,
hold on, the numbers
called
are
disparate
there.
impact theory, and this is just critical race theory.
Hold on. Oh my God, please! I'm sorry. I triggered you. Hold on. Okay, calm down. I understand you're triggered. Okay, all right, calm down. I'm directing this to
it's just stupid. It's a silly.
Hold on. Yeah, I know. Triggered. Got it. Heard you. Right. But I'm directing this to
triggered every time somebody calls you out.
We can engage. We can hold on. We can engage afterwards. But I'm directing this towards Lactwood for now. But yes, actually, so in terms of like, for instance, like I'll even outside the criminal system, right? In terms of mothers dying from birth, right? Like you see a disproportionate amount of Black mothers dying of birth because they're not believed by medical staff. Not even talking about criminalizing them. They're simply not believed by the medical staff when they're going through issues. They say, "Hey, my body doesn't feel right," right? And medical staff ignores them. And this happens even when they're medically trained. I've talked about this before. I have a cousin who is a nurse herself, right? She said, "Hey, I don't." She gave birth. "Hey, I don't feel right," right? Something is wrong. She informs the medical staff, right, using medical words in the way that they can understand. The medical staff ignores her. She has to specifically like grab a doctor, like make your I think her husband or something. I wasn't there, but her they have to really make themselves heard. "Hey, everyone, something is wrong. I need help," right? Because at first they're being ignored. They wheel her into the emergency room or whatever, right? And they find out that she was about to like fucking bleed to death, something along those lines. If she had not gotten that aid, she would have died, and her children would be motherless at this point in time. This story that I'm talking about happens all the time. We understand. Sorry, I'm not saying we. I understand that this happens all the time for these individuals when they're not believed. That Black people are assumed that they experience less pain within the medical system, right? They are assumed to be criminals in terms of like wanting to use illicit drugs, right? When you're asking for drugs, you're like, "Oh, is there a reason why you want these drugs? Some nefarious reason." These are the things that happen, right? So once you bring criminal law into this, that also plays a part. But I guess it depends if you think race is ever a factor on anything at any point in time. But I'm putting that out there. I'll give you a chance to respond to it.
Okay, and then this will be my response, and then I'm going to have to jet.
Sure.
The rate of child abuse among Black children is roughly twice that what it is amongst white children. Black children about twice as much for white children than white children. And somebody might look at this and say, "Well, Lactoid, you want to punish child abuse more strictly? This could have a disproportionate impact in the Black community," and it likely would, right? For sure. Just like criminalizing most violent crime is going to have a disproportionate effect in the Black community. But one might look at this and say, "Well, that you just want to criminalize the Black community," or how I look at it is, I don't want Black kids to get abused, and if this stops that from happening so much, that's a good thing because Black kids matter too.
I'll leave it there. I won't respond, but thank you, Lactoid, for kindly engaging with us. And good luck again for Timcast.
Yeah, Timcast this Friday. It's going to be exciting. Thanks, guys.
I'm going.
Enjoy. Good luck.
Bye. And before I continue, Void, do you want to say? Scott, I haven't forgotten about you. I know you want to respond to me. But Void, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I did want to have a little bit of a conversation with Lactoid. I think he remembers the conversation he left me on the last time I talked to him. Oh, convenient timing!
Yeah,
it's midnight.
Apologies. I didn't realize. Are you?
Well, I don't know if he's on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. It's not midnight over here.
Void, are you PDX in on the YouTube chat, or are you someone else?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, you're PDX. Okay, yeah. Well, then I apologize. I didn't realize that you wanted to engage with Lactoid. I would have given you more space to do so. I do apologize about that. Do you want to say anything to anyone else here?
Not a whole lot. Man, you guys go pretty hard here on the Revere, like 4+ hours. I don't know if I could do that, but kudos to all of y'all.
Yeah.
Real.
The grind.
It's like,
Speaking of, I
yeah.
need to go. So
Yeah, but I'm gonna take off too, Prime.
Oh, okay, have a good one, fellas. And Doobie, thank you.
I mean,
for
I
the
am about to
incredible
hop out of
kindness.
here as well, but I'm just like, somebody popped in, so
Okay.
I'm just making sure they don't have anything they want to say or anything.
Okay.
I don't
Oh,
be
okay.
rude.
Well then, yeah. So, Void,
That's fine.
you have anything you want to say, Scott?
Sure. I mean, can I invite you on to Socrates.tv?
Light bless you.
Dude, I feel like I've talked with that person before, maybe like years
Yeah,
ago.
no,
You may
he's
have.
been on panels. Yeah, Socrates.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I feel like, but yeah, that's fine. Just DM me on Twitter or Discord.
Okay. I was curious about the books you mentioned, I think, last panel. I've looked at a few, or at least a couple libertarian books. If you wanted to message me that stuff too, I might look at it. I probably have some disagreements with it because I've read like Ron Paul's End the Fed kind of stuff. And
I mean,
let's see.
I usually don't suggest, like, I don't want to call it pop libertarianism is kind of like the best word for that, right? But like when I'm usually suggesting books, they're usually like theory based books.
Right on. Are you familiar with Adam Koschesh? I can't say his name right.
Yeah, I know the name that you're speaking of. Yes. What about?
Okay. I was just curious. We could talk about it later if you want. If you're all trying to go, I'm gonna let you go. You know,
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Yeah, just DM me.
All right, cool. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, yeah, and we'll have
too.
hopefully we can get you on and you can talk more to Lactoid or whatever. But thank you for coming through, Void.
Take care.
Scott, before you head out,
Mm-hmm.
I had that question before on structural functionalism, and like your idea about multiculturalism. So, I guess my problem with that is you're saying that since we don't have a dominant culture, and sorry everyone, like trust to catch you up. Scott was on Timcast last Friday. Go check it out. Right, it was a great discussion. And he was talking about how welfare is undermining the social fabric, right? And it's a problem like as to like gender dynamics, right? It undermines those things. He brought up structural functionalism, which, if I'm remembering correctly, basically says that like, hey, each of the structures within our society has a specific function, right? And if we're going to alter them or to get rid of those specific structures, well, first we have to understand what that function does, right? Like, in what ways does it interact with society? How can we replace it if we need to replace it? Or how can we reform it? That type of stuff, right? And he made a point about like how welfare being what it is I think I'm going to fuck it up at this point, but you can correct me. That welfare has taken up some of the functions that we have that were traditionally male dominated, right? In terms of providing protection, and that has undermined at least one of the reasons that has undermined the gender dynamics, and that has led to social degeneracy, right?
Sure,
yeah. And anyway, part of his argument was that multiculturalism, we don't have proper social boundaries, and multiculturalism helps undermine that. And that because we don't have a dominant culture, a clear dominant culture, and we instead say all cultures are equal, well, then it doesn't give people the proper boundary sets to know what their function in society should be, and that because of that, then they're listless. There's a specific term he's using for that, but that leads them to not to negative outcomes, to put it simply. Right? Was that a fair?
I mean, it's a fine overview. Yeah. So, what is your question?
Yeah. So, well, I guess it's just a response to that is I don't think, first of all, we don't need necessarily, even if I'm accepting the framework, right? Which, I think the idea of structural functionalism is interesting. I would like to know more about it. But even if I'm accepting that framework, it seems odd to me that you would necessarily need a dominant culture to give people purpose. People find purpose all the time, everywhere, right now, right? In all sorts of ways. And there have always been, like, even back when we had a quote unquote dominant culture, whichever time period you want to say there have always been people who haven't found their way, right? I think that maybe there could be an increase due to a variety of reasons, right? And maybe I'll try to go over maybe my theories on those later on. But like to say necessarily it's because we don't have a dominant culture. Well, you can fit in where you can get in, right? Like there's gives you more places to find or more avenues to find a place to fit in, right? And where like if there was just one dominant culture, you would be pigeonholed into like, let's say the protector, right? The patriarch. But now that you have more of these options, you can realize, well, maybe that's not for me. And actually I do a really bad job of that. But there's a subculture that says I don't have to do that, right? I can actually do something else for my community.
Yeah, so the main element that you're missing, I would say, is an understanding of social capital and how important social capital is to a cohesive society, right? So, I mentioned in that debate, Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone is a great one. He's the first person to really popularize the concept of social capital, though obviously there were people that utilized the term in different ways before. Right. But and his argument is kind of more lefty, right? Which is that the lack of social capital destroys like our involvement in democracy and politics and like has people check out and things of that nature. But like when you look at social capital as like what is social capital, right? In like a community sense, right? Well, when everyone kind of goes to the same church and everyone is a close-knit community that shares values, you have certain things occur that are kind of hard to measure their value, right? So like one example that you could use is, oh God, there was a sociologist that talked about this. I have it in my notes somewhere, but I'd have to go back through my notes. It's not important.
Sure.
But like the idea of like everybody looks out for the neighborhood children. Right? Like when you're in a tight-knit community where everybody kind of knows everybody, right? Like when some kid is doing something bad or in a place they shouldn't be, people know other people's parents. And so there's like a community aspect to like the child rearing, right? And not so much that they're going to come over and they're going to smack the kid or something, right? But they might call the parent and be like, hey, do you know your kid's hanging out over here or something like that? That doesn't happen when a society is like where people don't know each other, where they're not engaged with each other. And one of the things, at least from this sociological theory, right, that causes that social breakdown is not sharing the same goals, not sharing the same values, not sharing that cohesion and those bonds, right? And structural functionalism deals a lot with like crime, right? And like one of the people, Matza, right, discovered the concept of like what he called delinquent drift, because everybody at the time in criminology believed that like delinquency was caused by mostly like genetic factors. There was a lot of that going on. There's a lot of that happening, right? And things like that. And they were like, oh, this is just like you were born this way, and like, and things of that nature. And he was the one that was like, no, like delinquents happen because of like weakened bonds, right? And he was the first person to really talk about like the problem of over intervention of the police, because it takes away the natural social elements, right? When there used to be more parental involvement and there was more like involvement from the teachers and the parents, and then you get the police involved, like, yes, that it's like someone is taking that role, but we have taken that role away from the community and then given it to the state. And the same thing is kind of true with welfare, is that you give away the powers, like what was traditionally a masculine role, right? Of like, it's important for me to gain capital so that I can gain wealth, so that I can gain a wife, and so that I can take care of my parents and I can take care of my children when the time comes. And instead we say, actually, we're going to take 15% of your paycheck for Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, and we're going to take all these things away from you. We're going to make it really difficult for young people to build any amount of wealth because the state is going to take care of all these things. And my argument is that this breaks down gender dynamics and this breaks down issues because you have so many women that don't realize that the state is designed and has been voted to take resources away from young men and to funnel them towards single moms and funnel them towards the elderly. And this gets rid of a primary motivating goal and function of people. I do recognize you're saying like, hey, there are more options when there are less constraints. And the argument that Durkheim is making, and this is, really at the time he would have been considered a lefty, right? Because his main argument in Division of Labor of Society is that like industrialization has destroyed the family and that like capitalism in some way is evil because it's moved people into the cities and destroyed the family unit. But the problem with having so many choices is that it's difficult to value things outside of the norm, and it's difficult to find the things that are worth doing despite them going against the grain, right? So when you say, isn't it good that like society doesn't say you ought not do this thing, like let's say being an artist, right? I agree with you. The problem is that you have to strike a right balance in your culture between punishing those that step out of the norm, but not punishing them to such a degree that those that are so talented at that thing can't prove to you that there's value in that thing that they previously punished, right? So I kind of gave it like a number system in Tim Pool. I said, imagine a society where numbers 1, 2 through 10 are all kind of bad. And everybody says you shouldn't do 1 through 10. But you're really, really talented at number 7, and you really, really value number 7. Well, you don't do numbers 1 through 6, and you don't do 8, 9, and 10. You do number 7 because it brings you a lot of value, despite the fact that society says maybe this isn't a good deal. And then you find a purpose and a goal in that one thing that breaks out of the mold because it's worth it for you to pursue that, even though society is like, you'll never make it as an artist and being an artist is stupid. You're talented at it. You're passionate about it. You do it. And then you achieve great things. And then you come back to society and you prove its value and you push society a little bit. But when society says 1 through 10 and everything is permissible and nothing is sacrosanct, right? You get a lot of people that go into number 7, people that don't actually value it a lot and people that aren't actually good at it. And you get a lot of people that go to do number 1 and number 2 and number 7 and number 6, right? And so what ends up happening is you have all of these choices of things to do, and you don't have guardrails that actually keep everyone kind of contained in like, this is what we as a society value, and this is what has worked for us for a long time. And so you don't get this situation that kind of naturally excludes the people that are chaotic or, out of the norm, right, from pursuing those things only if they're actually value those things to a high degree or they're talented. And so the society is listless. The society has no goals. The society is like kind of just moving around, and there are no cultural norms that keep people in check and keep bonds together.
So I'm going to try to summarize what you said, but maybe I'm wrong here and I'm misunderstanding your argument. It sounds like attaching stigma to these various societal taboos, just for lack of a better word, like puts a barrier of entry, right? And that most people, that society is right to say most people shouldn't be doing these things, right? Mm-hmm. And that we have these barriers as guardrails, right? I guess that's what you use, right? Guardrails to gently or maybe not so gently push people towards
the standard
preferred options, right? Yeah,
right.
That like generally work for most people.
Exactly.
But you're putting up these barriers of entries, not that they're so big they're insurmountable, but that for those who truly have a passion for them, right, and would put in the work to succeed, right, to overcome those barriers of entries, and then like from there produce works that like show that they were always right to be there in the first place, right? That proved the value of whatever they've been doing.
Yeah, you socialize people into what works for most people because your culture has a shared set of values and goals, and it gives most people a purpose and meaning. And then there are those relatively few exceptions that don't fit in that mold, and you have to strike a balance between not being so lacking, not being so impermissive, I guess. I don't know the right word. It's late at night. Of those things that you don't stop everybody from doing it, right? But if you don't stop anybody from doing everything and everybody is just kind of free to do whatever, and there's no right path and there's no like guardrails, then you have a bunch of people that just don't know what to do. They don't know what they're supposed to do, right? Like for a long time, it was like, oh, just go to college and go do this and go do that. And you find a lot of people in our modern society that like, they get 16, 17 years old and they're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And they're like, figure it out. Just figure it out for yourself, buddy. And you're like, I don't know. And then they go to college not to like be on a track, but to just try and figure out what the fuck they're supposed to do. And you have a lot of people that are wanderously, kind of aimlessly not knowing what their life or their goal or their meaning is. And then society taxes them a bunch of money when they get their job and redistributes wealth. And it's like, it's no wonder that a lot of dudes just end up getting a regular job and playing PlayStation because society hasn't given them a kind of like a track that says, this is what you can do to succeed and be happy. And this is what we as a society value.
Yeah. So, I'll have to put some more thought into this. I think it's an interesting idea. I'm not opposed to the idea that, society benefits from a level of structure. That rather than letting people figure things out on their own, right? Like having completely and totally open field, that like saying, hey, these are, our social mores, like direct you in these directions, and more likely than not, like you'll live a fulfilling life.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that a lot of people have this fantasy that like they're the great artist. They're the unique person. They're the one that's going to go be a rock star or an artist, or they're going to be a streamer and be a millionaire, or they're going to be like whatever it is, right? But the reality is that most people are not that fucking supreme 0.1% talent in any given fucking field at all, right? Most people are just normal people, and we as a society keep selling this idea to people like, dream big, do all these things. You want to be an astronaut? Cool, be that. You want to be this? You want to be that? And it's like what we've lost in that by creating the social welfare system and by lacking the cultural institution that says, hey, buttercup, get a fucking job and take care of a family and do these things. What we've lost is a path for most people. And a path for most people back in the day, obviously blacks were mostly excluded, right? But like for most people, like there was obviously bad things that occurred, right? But what we lost was a sense of like, become 18, go get a good job, get some wealth together. Now you can buy a house, you can take care of a family, you can have a wife and kids, and you can give them opportunities, and you can take care of your elderly. Instead, we've like used a tax system to redistribute all that shit and told everybody to just go be free and go do whatever. And it's like when you give normal people the freedom to go do whatever, they don't fucking achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll have to put more thought into that part of your thesis, because I think it's an interesting one. My initial response, right, that I may change in the future, but my initial response is that even within our multicultural society, we still have social mores, taboos that we generally follow. Yeah.
It doesn't mean it doesn't like it's about striking that balance, right? Like I'm not saying that like we don't like it's not socially acceptable, right, to scream the N-word in public. Like that is a social taboo that basically everybody agrees to, right? That is a value in America. If you go to certain places in Eastern Europe, right? Well, but if you go to certain, people don't follow social, but that is a social norm, right? But if you go to like Eastern Europe, there are places that don't even know that the N-word is a bad word, right? Like, so they don't have a social stigma or that, right? Like, I remember it was like maybe like 15 years ago, like some female rapper like had a song go big on YouTube, and like she was saying the N-word a bunch, and then people were like, "Yo, what the fuck?" And she was like, "I didn't know this was a problem. My bad." Like, you know, because it like wasn't a thing where she was from, right?
Yeah,
so there are always
I hear you.
social norms and rules and behavior. My argument is simply that we have erred too much on the like do whatever you want aspect, and there are not enough constraints, and that has led people into a sense of anime, as Durkheim described it, a sense of normlessness, a sense of confusion.
I'll move away from that point. I think is interesting, and that again, I'll have to put more thought into that. But like, I would agree with, I believe this Durkheim person, as you've described it, right? Like, well, of course I would, because I'm the lefty here, right? That I think we have capitalism more to blame for the breakdowns of these traditional norms. I put traditional in heavy quotes, right? I'm not trying to be pedantic about it, right? With you, because I know you have a nuanced understanding of these things, but traditional always means different things in different time periods. But in any case, but using that word, like that has broken down whatever those beneficial bonds were. I think things like the drug war, which I think you would also agree with me, has done a great deal to do that. And obviously, and you said it before, right? You were saying during Timcast that you don't want to do a univariate analysis. You're just pointing to welfare to being a factor here. However, right? Like it does seem weird. It does seem weird. Like if I was a woman, like watching that, it seems weird that it's like a bunch of guys, right? And I'm not trying to like attack you or anything, but like there was like a bunch of guys talking, right? And the thing what they're saying is that we need to dismantle welfare, dismantle the social safety net, because it's taken roles from young men. That it's taking away the purpose. Basically, though, that would mean that me as the observing woman, that now I should be more vulnerable and more reliant on some individual man who the fuck knows what his intentions are, right? He says he loves me at the beginning. We know that can change. But now at that point, right, with the social safety net destroyed, now I am more vulnerable. I am more reliant on this individual person. It makes it difficult for me to leave when I should really be leaving, because there are no options to me. Like you're telling me so rather than give men, the other option is to find another purpose for these men, right? Another goal, something positive for them to do. Rather than do that, I should be, the observing woman, I should be more vulnerable and open to abuse, just so these guys can get their fucking act together.
Yeah, so obviously I completely disagree with that like perspective, but you're trying to steel man like an outside position. So one of the things that I didn't talk about, right, that I have extensive notes on is like fraternal societies weren't just men clubs, right? There was, one great example that had over 250,000 women that were members. And this was before they split. So if you look at the Women's Benefit Association along with the ladies of the Maccabee, right, this would actually be 450,000 women together. But there was a split where they kind of turned into two organizations. Was a female only they still called it a fraternal order, right? Despite the fact that it was really a maternal order, right? Where they gave women, job training, and they gave women insurance and support and all these things, and allowed women to enter the workforce and make more money in industries, beyond, and gave them independence and gave them financial independence, right? The thing here is not about you ought be dependent upon a man in order to do this. We live in that society already. We live in a society where women in the economy are dependent upon the male workers. They just don't realize it. They don't realize that we've voted in systems that are involuntary. I'm not saying that women ought be denied any rights or that they shouldn't also join fraternal societies like they did back in the day that gives them job training, gives them all these things. What I'm saying is that there's an incentive structure here. And when women and men are free to act, most men are going to want to take the role of provider and going to want to engage in that behavior because it gives them a sense of purpose. And most women are indeed going to be less inclined to want to work 80 hours a week and more inclined to want to have children and support a family. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have the right, if you want to join a society for women, get job training, focus on a career, and tell men to go fuck themselves and go find you a fucking pool boy that, you know what I mean, that'll be a homemaker. Like, absolutely do that. But the problem is when you involuntarily steal money from everybody, so and you give away, you take away their ability towards resource or capital accumulation, so that they can't take in those roles. They can't start new businesses. They don't have the funds or the wealth to be able to do that thing that most men will do. It's not about, a woman should be subject to some man. Like, I absolutely agree that some women don't want to live that life. They don't want to be a fucking trad wife. They don't want to be a stay-at-home mom. They want to go be a lawyer. Go be a lawyer.
They do. They could choose the wrong man, and right, and you don't want them to be vulnerable to that harmful individual.
Well, I think the thing is that I think fraternal societies actually did a better job of this, right? Because when you have when your insurance and your healthcare and all these things are dependent upon a fraternal society also checks in on the men. Right? A fraternal society means that you have all these community bonds with all these other people. And it means the wives have all these get-togethers with all these other wives. And like the men are kind of have to behave in order to maintain that hierarchy. But what we have now is we have men and women living in houses with no connection to the other men and women in the neighborhood, no connection to other people, completely isolated. And then we have to use the power of the police of the state, which often makes mistakes or is heavy-handed or doesn't work out that right. So I would actually argue that the old system did a better job of policing men and making sure men weren't abusers, that making sure men did the job that they were supposed to do, and actually left women less vulnerable than they are today.
So I can't actually know that to be the case, right?
Yeah, no, we don't have like good criminal reporting data from the 1890s, right? Like we don't even have good economic data until the Federal Reserve gets established in 1913, right? It is difficult, but what I'm saying is that I think the incentives are better in those systems than the incentives in our current system.
And so, and what I was going to say is that I'm always in favor of building community bonds, right? I think that is like the best system of local accountability, right? And local power building is to form these community groups, whoever they might be, right? Whether through your local church or through some secular thing, which I would, which is it seems to be what you're referring to. So I'm gonna
a lot of them were religious, to be fair.
I mean,
there was
period, of course.
The time period. Most of them had a religious element, especially the concept of you need to take care of the elderly and things like that. Most of these were Christian organizations.
Fair enough, right? But we can imagine a secular version of that pretty.
Oh no,
easily,
the Security Benefits Association wasn't a Christian organization. It was one of the biggest ones, and it was one of the first ones they attacked. But again, I don't want to belabor what was meant to be a 2-hour debate, so I'll just leave on this, right? Which is, I agree with what you're saying. The problem is, and to quote Hayek from The Road to Serfdom, right? Centralized systems destroy spontaneous order, right? When you have all of these welfare systems, it gets rid of the incentive to create those community systems.
No, and I disagree with that. I do disagree with that. I think that these things aren't mutually exclusive. I think this is what Connor was trying to get to previously. If you've got to go, it's fine. But I think that we can actually have both. I think that the system of capitalism, one of the ways it destroys these community bonds is by impoverishing individuals. and those impoverished individuals have less resources to form these communities in general, and less time to do so because they're trying to.
But it wasn't capitalism that destroyed these institutions. It was regulation. It was socialism, and then after they destroyed these institutions, it was then the Band-Aid was socialism. Social Security Act was 1935. It wasn't until all of these systems were destroyed, not by capitalism. Capitalism, which is what these organizations were, right? The free and voluntary exchange of goods and services were what created this. It was capitalism that created this. It was socialism and the state that said, these things are too cheap. Doctors aren't making enough money. We need to use state power to stop this so that we can create standard rates. We don't like this. And then once the problem arose that these systems were no longer here, we used more socialism as a Band-Aid, which was the Social Security.
Socialism was concerned that private doctors weren't making enough money.
That is absolutely what happened.
Okay.
That is just a historical fact. That is what happened. The cost of healthcare was too cheap. I did mention it because the cost of healthcare was too cheap, and that's why the government had to get involved to stop this.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're calling it socialism, where this doesn't sound like a socialist endeavor at all. It sounds like
I don't know what
a protectionist endeavor. Yeah. We don't have to go down that road. We have to go down that road.
Okay.
That's not the point.
If you don't like the term socialism, it's certainly not capitalism. When a bunch of organizations petition the government to regulate the free market and stop the free market and stop capitalism from occurring so that they can have state granted power.
I think that's exactly what a capitalist would do. I think that's what capitalists do all the goddamn time.
That's not capitalism. Right, like you're using Marx's definition of capitalism, where everything I don't like is capitalism. Like that's not.
No, hold on. I'm not doing that. Come on, that's something.
You are doing that when you're talking about the state intervening to stop free market capitalism, and you're saying that's actually capitalism.
Is Trump socialist with tariffs?
Sorry, would you say?
I was going to ask if is Trump a socialist with his tariffs?
You're goddamn right. It's a socialist policy.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I don't, and I know this is important to you, right? So my point is not to needle you about what capitalism is. So I'm willing to move away from that point. Okay, right?
Right. If we want to use two different definitions, just call what I'm saying free market capitalism, and what you're saying what you believe capitalism is.
Corporate capitalism, sure. All right, fine. But my point is that when people aren't properly resourced, properly enumerated for their labor, when corporate capitalists, right, not his type of capitalists, but corporate capitalists, do everything they can to decrease their wages and not increase them in terms of their productivity, right? And we have structures in our society that end up impoverishing communities rather than building up, rather than investing in them. Then community bonds dissipate, right? Whatever it is, maybe that's socialism, whatever it is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I agree. I just call that socialism. You don't. That's fine.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Right, like that's my critique, is that we had a capitalist system and it was destroyed by state intervention, you could say.
I think we can have a social safety net, and I think we can have these communal bonds. I don't see why there's any particular difference. It seemed like the reason what you were saying is that now these people, because of socialism, are less resourced, and so that is why they can't, right? That because of the taxation.
It's not that people can't form a fraternal society and take care of people in their neighborhood. Right. The reason I use that Hayek quote that said that, centralized systems destroy spontaneous order is that you get rid of the incentive structure. So like, for example, right, let's look at free school lunches, right? in the 1960s, there was no free school lunch program, right? Up until 1969, there was like a couple of programs, but they only paid for like some of like school lunches, not the whole school lunch. And they were mostly in like rural areas, right? And then the Black Panthers got together and said, this is a fucking problem. There are underfed communities, especially in low socioeconomic status in black areas, where these kids are not being able to eat throughout the day. And this is affecting their education. And they said, we're going to fucking do something about it. And what they did is they built a charity network that eventually fed over 20,000 children in America school lunches. The problem, in my estimation, is that they then use this to shame the government into creating the federal school lunch program, right? And what happens over that is that the Black Panthers stopped doing that. There were other charities that were doing the same thing because now the government was going to take care of this, right? The government was going to give kids free school lunches. And look, we now have free school lunch programs throughout all of America. But the problem is that the school lunch food that they're getting fed is bullshit. It enriches 3 fucking giant distribution companies to the tune of like $60 billion a year. It funnels tax money into this overly expensive, unhealthy school program that feeds kids shit. And yet there are no charities popping up to go into schools. Well, why are there not charities popping up to give kids healthy, good food that's good for the brain, that like feeds them? The reason is because the government is already taking it. On top of that, the government's taking money from you to take it, which means we all have less wealth to be able to invest in these charities. But because the government is already doing it, there's way less of an incentive for the people to come in and go, yeah, we want to do the same thing the government's already doing, but we promise we're going to do it better. And the problem with that is that like, that's a really expensive thing to do because the government's already providing the service. So the value of feeding kids healthy lunches is only in the healthy lunches as opposed to the difference. Like they're still getting some food, right? And so my argument would be is that we have to abolish the free school lunch program if we actually want to see charities step up and start feeding kids healthy, good food, as opposed to sending billions of dollars to corporations that jack the price up on foods and feed our kids shit.
No, so in my response there, one, the Black Panthers were crushed by the government, which I mean, I guess it's to your point previously about like what happened to the fraternal orders. But they weren't like actually the government didn't like use their state powers, use the FBI to crush those fraternal orders. I'm pretty sure, right?
Oh yeah, but I'm giving an example of something that the Black Panthers did, right? This was in 1969.
I'm just throwing that out there, but fair. My issue with this example is that the government can do this better and to greater scale than any particular community. Now, like I hear what you're saying, right? The need is already filled, right? Even if it's filled poorly, and so no one else comes in.
And the government is not incentivized to fill it well. It's actually the system that you call capitalism, that I would say isn't capitalism, that poisons that to such a degree because it's these large corporations that petition the government these overblown contracts that feed kids shit.
Sure, let's call it corporatism. I think that corporatism comes in and sees this as a money-making opportunity, and then warps the laws to benefit them. So this becomes a profit-making center rather than
that's the incentive structure of our current system.
So I hear you that without. So I acknowledge this, right? I acknowledge this, that without the free lunch system, that you would see charities pop up in different locations to fulfill these needs. One, but my issue with simply relying on that is that there's no reason to believe that these charities would be comprehensive, right? Their reach would be comprehensive. We have different charities that you would say obviously there'd be different charities in different areas, but there's no reason to believe that these would be comprehensive nationwide. There's no reason to believe that they could survive economic shocks in the way the government can, right? And still provide resources. There's no reason
the business wouldn't, but the economy would, right? I mean, like it's an individual charity is capable of failing. Why would they fail? Because it cost them too much money or they weren't able to get enough money for this product, right? Whereas with the government can survive any of these things, right? You're correct, but if the market doesn't survive, then neither does the government anyways, right? So it's kind of a moot, it's a difference without a distinction, because it's not one individual company that is providing the service. It's a market that's providing the service.
It's not, I don't think
so. Individual companies would obviously fail, right? But in order for this to exist in the way that you're saying, the whole market would have to fail, and in order for that to happen, the government would fail too.
No. So like we are seemingly going into recession.
We've already been in recession. We were in a recession for 2 years under the Biden administration. If you define a recession as negative GDP growth for 2 quarters,
we are accelerating rapidly into recession. Then I will say, okay, all right.
I don't know. Maybe it depends.
Stock market crash. Okay, sorry. We can say
stock market crash is not how that works, but yeah.
Next week. But in any case, all right. So we don't have to talk about the current circumstances. We can talk about previous circumstances for the Great Recession that we were in. That the market crashed in so many ways, where businesses were failing, but the government survived that. That it still maintained it was there. And not that there can't be such a market crash that the government collapses. I can agree that could happen, but the circumstances for that to happen are like they're night and day usually, right? Unless it's a very fragile state government, it's unlikely that the same circumstances that takes down an individual business would take down a government. So that's what I'm saying. Like the governments are better able to survive economic shocks. I think the difference here is actually like by like exponentially, like logarithmically different in scale. In terms of their ability
the government is more likely to survive an economic shock than an individual company. Correct.
Yeah.
But when you are talking about the market providing something, you are talking about something that the two cannot live without the other, right? An individual company can fail. Absolutely. That's the strength of the market, actually, is that a company that isn't able to provide a good or a service at a rate that people are willing to pay means that it fails, and thus leaves room for a competitor that is capable of doing it at a cheaper cost or higher quality or whatever, right? But if the whole market fails, right, the government fails. And so you're correct. Let's say there's a small town and there's only one company that is providing free lunches there, and then we have a stock market crash. That company bankrupts, right? That has created a market void in that area. And you're saying like, well, at least the government would continue to provide these goods and services to these people. Yeah, I could buy that argument that the government would always provide this thing to these people. The problem is it's not compared to the economic situation without the government's intervention, right? Which is you're not wrong that if the government takes up 20 different things, right, and we hit a recession, the government can keep stealing money or printing money to provide those services, but those services always come with a cost, right? Like you cannot get something for nothing. And when we went through COVID, for example, right, that was us getting something for nothing. And the massive inflation and business problems and economic downturn that we're having now, and we had, over the past 2 years, let's say, is us now getting nothing for something. Like the cost, like the chicken comes to roost. When the government starts printing money to be able to do these things, the impact is felt somewhere, right? So we go like, well, look at these kids that stop getting free lunches. Isn't that bad? But what we don't notice is that the government starts printing money so that they can continue that service. And that means somewhere, some dad loses his job. Like at some point that inflation reduces growth in the economy, and some dad is unemployed now where he would have been employed. Like, this is what happens when you tax through inflation and printing money so that you can continue government services despite the fact that there's an economic downturn, is that somebody somewhere pays for that economically. And so you're right to be like, these kids continue to be fed isn't that good, but you have to also calculate that by continuing to do so in an economic recession and not having the market provide it, some dad somewhere loses a job and isn't able to get Christmas toys for his kids. Like, that is a reality. That is just a fact of the economy.
Okay. We're about to run into a wall here.
Yeah, it's also 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm about to get
fair
out
enough.
of here anyways.
Sure. So I'll leave it. I have disagreements, but you already know that. But thanks, friend, for
Corey,
having that
did you need
conversation.
anything to say before I dip out of here?
No, I'll let you go.
All right, brother.
Have a good one, friend.
All right, you too, man. It's we're getting the rising tide. Is what we got going on here in the Twitch poll debate space, and I'm happy for it.
Absolutely. Have a good one. I'll stick around and talk with you.
All right. Give me just 1 second, boys, to get my camera and everything set up. Every time we get to the end and it's late at night and all of a sudden the sounds of the city are not quite as loud and the music isn't playing and people aren't talking, all of a sudden it gets quiet and awkward. Inflation means their workers are making less, the business can raise prices. If the workers make less and the businesses raise prices, then the obvious consequence is the supply and demand equation shifts. And if the supply and demand equation shifts, that means businesses stop growing or there is degrowth. And that means people lose jobs or someone doesn't get a job that they could have gotten. This is Econ 101 shit, little bits. I'm pretty sure you're just trolling. But yeah, guys, I will be back tomorrow. We'll probably go over the Tim Pool debate and chit chat and maybe do some reactions. So join the Discord. And if there's anything that you guys want me to react to or something, then let me know, guys. DM me or something in the Discord, or maybe tomorrow super chat me and we'll look at some stuff to react to, because I wanted to leave a day open just to do that with you guys. I appreciate you, but it is fucking 1 o'clock in the morning and I gotta decompress, read some manhwa, get some sleep so I can be awake to do it all again tomorrow. I appreciate you guys. Join the X, follow me on X or Twitter if you want to see my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic. Always consider donating to the stream. Membership's only $3.99. It helps me out. I always answer super chats. That helps me out a lot. All my videos are basically demonetized, or at the very least in limited ad revenue. So I don't really make any money off of advertisements. I make a little bit during the stream, but it's like pennies on the dollar because I can't get any of the good paying ads. I get the bullshit ads. So definitely help me out if you can, guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. I still hate X. I still think X is stupid. But if everybody's going to call it X, I have to call it X so you know what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, I call it Twitter or X, whatever. X is a stupid fucking name. It's just a dumb name. It was a bad decision. That doesn't mean I'm bending the knee or biting the bullet. It's fucking stupid. I call it Twitter, I call it X, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I've been doing that the whole time. It's so stupid. All you people are like, oh, he's calling it X now. He's biting the bullet. Dude, I've said from the beginning it's a stupid name, and I've called it X and Twitter the whole time. I don't know what to tell you, brother. Shrek guys, get some sleep. Are you going, Tom, do a Tim Pool debrief? I don't know what that means, but I'll see you guys tomorrow.